welcome to the Live Lounge. So it's exciting, day 2 here, and we have one of the most special guests on stage all weekend, haven't we, Simon?
We do. We have the legend that is Anne Herman. And so we're going to ask her a couple of questions. She's got a wealth of knowledge about the fellowship. And I think we start off, Anne, with, tell us a little bit about what the fellowship means to you.
Well, I go back such a long time with the fellowship, way back to the 70s, would you believe? But when I look back then and see what it is now, I cannot believe how things have changed. But we have this heritage that we've always gone for quality. Quality is what matters. And as the years have gone by, things have changed so much when I look back and hear people say, oh, but the 60s styles and the 70s styles were wonderful. That was then. This is now. The styles now are wonderful. And that's all thanks to all these youngsters that we're who are joining the fellowship today.
That's so true, isn't it, Anne? I mean, the youngsters, we were talking about this last night, Simon and I, youngsters want to see what youngsters are doing, don't they?
Exactly. You see, there's no point, and we've had so many wonderful hairdressers come through and made their name through, say, initially, our Fame team, and gone on to greater things. So, some of them, household names, Errol Douglas, people like that, who all came out through our Fame team and gone on from there. And everybody knows Errol. And he's a great ambassador for us. And he also is like myself. He wants to see the young ones come up. Errol's been on top a long time, but we want these youngsters now to come up. Let them get the space on top, okay?
Do you know what I love about you, Anne? I love the fact you've been doing this so long for the fellowship. You're past 21 now.
Oh,
and
a little bit.
I love it that you still love, you don't look at the old days and think they're the best days.
No.
You like looking forward.
Yeah.
And we're on a development here, the Live Lounge, where we're interviewing people. And what do you see when you look forward another year?
Well, I'm looking forward to more getting out there through the media. That's what we've got to go with now, because no matter how wonderful we thought things were in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, that was then. Now we've got to go out to the media, get out there with every available way we can to get the youngsters who might have heard about the fellowship, but let them see what we actually do, and we want them in with us to show their skills. That's what I want.
It is a media revolution, isn't it, I think?
Indeed.
Forget the 60s revolution, we're in a media revolution, and I think at the forefront, you're head of events, you're leading that all the way, aren't you, Anne?
Well, I hope that in spite of having been with the fellowship since the early 70s, that I'm still looking forward. These other days, they were great then, but we've got to look forward, and the only way we'll do that is by listening and watching young people. That's where the ideas come from them. And having the skill to see which one, now, this one's going to go somewhere, that one's going to go somewhere. I'm very keen on that. I watch very carefully.
And I know, Anne, that normally you're a backstage person. You love that. So it's great to have you up here. And I think what people probably don't realise is all the schedules that are going to be on the stage for the next 3 days. You've worked really hard to put that together. So obviously from the fellowship, from myself, from Karine, thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you, Simon. But I've been lucky with people like you and Karine who encourage me and allow me. Imagine, I'm quite flattered that you allow me to choose who goes on there, because I like to think I'm giving a good mixture of work to the audience.
You've got a good eye for it, and I think that comes across. I mean, yesterday, things just flowed so beautifully, one show after the other. It was a really exciting, fun day, and I think today's going to be the same, isn't it?
I'm looking forward to it, I really am. But to see these people, and let me pick holes in some of them and tell them afterwards, give them a little bit of Anne Herman telling off, which everybody knows about, They don't call me the Herminator for nothing, but I enjoy it.
Really, you haven't lived unless you've been herminated.
Thank you.
That's true. I know. If you're out there and you haven't been herminated, you haven't done it yet. You haven't made it. And thank you so much for coming onto our live lounge.
Thank you.
I think it's just, you know, it's what you said. It's the digital. We're at the front, and here you are. I know you like it backstage,
I do.
but thank you for coming up here.
Thank you very much, both of you.
And good morning to Salon International Day 2, the kind of the busy day that we have. Welcome to all our Facebook viewers and you watching live on our website. Before we start on the live lounge, we had an incredible day yesterday. Fantastic guests, fantastic interviews, some amazing hair, and it's all going to be coming up right at you again today. We had the amazing launch of The Knowledge, which is our new digital platform, and I'm sure you're all going to get excited about that. Now, let's introduce these three amigos. As I see, we have my co-host this morning is Paul Dennison.
Good morning.
And we have the delightful, incredible Errol Douglas, MBE.
Morning, how is everybody? Gather round.
Yeah, and actually a real pleasure for us because we have Andrew Cannon, who's the owner and founder of the fantastic Ruffians group.
Thank you very much. That felt like a but at the end. And but.
No, there's no buts. There's no buts in the fellowship.
Never ever that. Now, obviously, Errol, past president, ambassador for the fellowship, and you keep coming and helping and endorsing the brand for many years. Why? Why did you do that?
It's in my DNA. I've been with the fellowship since I was 19, and I'm 36
just about 5-10 years. Yeah.
So it's kind of, you grow up with it, and everybody always says, Anne Herman is an institution, which she is, but I was always pushed to go into the fellowship by my then boss, Paul Edmonds, and literally the rest is history because it's been a full circle of my time today.
And I think that's it. I think what epitomizes what the fellowship gives is opportunity.
Yes.
Opportunity for our youngsters through all the processes. You're obviously one of a FAME team member.
Yes.
Right in the early days.
Yeah.
Was it the first? Not the first one.
No, I was in the second team, but if anybody's around tomorrow, because I think tomorrow's going to be quite a cool little lineup because it's the FAME team legends.
Yes.
And I'm not going to tell everybody who I'm on with, but it's going to be a really interesting show.
But you are one of those.
Yes, I'm doing it.
Yeah, great.
Fame Team Legends.
Yes.
That sounds pretty interesting.
That could be another brand.
You are?
Instead of having the FAME team, you can have the FAME team legends as well.
Yeah.
That could be. See? Thank you, Mr.
What
President.
about the president legend?
Can you imagine?
Oh, yeah.
So, Andrew, Ruffians, do you want to give us a bit of the background about the brand and what you do?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, we're specifically male grooming, barbering. We've been going for 8 years now, and like the industry for us in 8 years, you've probably seen a few more years than that, but for us it's changed so much. Just
Absolutely.
Coming to somewhere like Salon International, my first one 8 years ago, hadn't even launched Ruffians at that stage. I was just sort of looking at what everyone was up to, and there was just no men anywhere. There was no male focus. And, we set up in Edinburgh under the radar, made a lot of mistakes along the way, and have expanded. There's a demand for it. People want it. The consumer wanted it. That's always what we've done. But then, actually, inside the hairdressing and barbering world, there's this natural evolution. People have just not necessarily jumped on the bandwagon, but they're like, wow, this is exciting. This is a place that you can actually be creative, express yourself, be a top professional as well. So we've now got a team of 65. We've got 5 shops, and we just got, the enthusiasm to come through. And that's why being with the fellowship now, it's quite a recent thing for us, because it wasn't necessarily something I thought about doing at the beginning, because there wasn't enough for us to do in some way. So we're now like knocking on the door and saying, hey, look, what can we do to help you? How can we do more stuff? So we've done stage work and events, and I want to continue doing that because it's fun as well.
Sorry, just jump in there just before Ken goes on. Talking to you backstage, you're not a hairdresser or a barber. How did you get involved with opening a barber shop?
Sure. Just lack of satisfaction. As a customer, sort of in my late 20s, I was thinking, I don't enjoy getting my hair cut, and I do it once a month.
And what did you do at that point? Like, what did you have a job?
Oh yeah, I had a job, and I was working in marketing and advertising.
Okay.
And for me, I'd had rubbish haircuts the whole of my life and didn't really care too much about it. And then marketing and advertising is quite vain, and I would turn up to meetings looking like a hobo or something, I'm not sure, but not great. So I started having expensive haircuts at the likes of lots of people who've been on this stage here. But really, when you chat to a stylist, they didn't know about men's hair in the same way that I potentially wanted them to, because they're doing maybe out of 10 haircuts they do a day, 1 or 2 of them might be male. And we're like, why are we undervalued?
Yeah.
And also, it wasn't fun. You know, you'd walk around in a gown, looking silly, smelling of apricots when you left. And I'm like, oh, that's not cool. So why can't it be masculine and fun, but really that high level? Because if you wanted that masculine, it was almost like people grunted at you when you went to a cheap barber shop and say, go and... You didn't even get acknowledged sometimes. And then you'd be like, right, it's your turn. And you come up and they're sort of wiping the hair away. It's like going to a restaurant and saying, I'll just use that person's cutlery, it's fine.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't want that. I want the service,
An experience.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
don't you think it's quite interesting? Because obviously we know the barber revolution is here. And my salon, we celebrate 21 years. And we've always done men. And I mean a large proportion of men. And I was talking to a barber friend of mine and I was saying, do men really want to be segregated? And obviously they do.
Yeah.
Because I would love to walk in an experience of, you know, a unisex type of salon. But I get the feeling when you walk in, because I went to have a shave the other day, when you're in a barber shop, it's a different experience, and it's a great experience.
It is a different vibe, but it's not necessarily unique to men as well. Like, so probably about 10% of our client base is female, which we love, right? It's not exclusive, it's not, but it's just what we think is more relaxing and appropriate, right? But it's not gender specific or anything like that. It's just a sort of different level of environment. It's because you don't have color going on, you know, which has its downsides. The money, for example. I mean, we'd all love to have color in our salons, but it's not who we are. It's not what our vibe. It's not what we're set out to be. So. You know, it is.
I mean, I will say this is I actually didn't know you weren't a hairdresser, ironically. So, and
You look like one.
yeah,
through the
and,
net there.
all about that. And I've obviously, I know you guys have won quite a few awards in the last few years, and I've actually been privileged to judge some of them entries. So I have to say, it's a great credit to you because every entry I've seen, one thing that really comes across whenever I read a Ruffians entry is that team are engaged into the brand and love what they're doing.
It's personality. The guys work for each other. You're there. It's hard work in a salon and a barbershop every day. You know, grinding away. Like we've got to make it fun and engaging. And like, we don't use PR agencies or marketing agencies, anyone like that, to do our things because we sit down together and we come up with the ideas of why we're gonna put the entry in. Is it worth putting entry in? There's some stuff we wouldn't win. Like, so it's. You know, do what's fun for the team, and right, they've enjoyed that reward, and you know, we just won another one, like one of the best ones. We've twice won it now, which is the Creative Head Rising Star Award.
I've judged it
which
twice.
Which is like Tommy won it 5 years ago, and then Callum won it this year, and like Tommy is still with us, and he is now Callum's store manager.
Yeah.
Tommy had like tears in his eyes because when he won it himself, he didn't realise the impact it would have on his career and the people around him.
Yeah.
And now he sees Callum win it, and Callum's like he lost it, his eyes. He just didn't know what was going on. He was just wandering up to the stage.
Yeah.
Whereas Tommy's there, just like feeling the emotion because you're training these young people and you're showing them that like barbershops are cool, like they're fun. And they're not just cool because, you know, there's this image that it's just a trend. It's not. Like, it's a career. These guys super passionate about men's hair.
Yeah. I mean, if I could just jump in there, because I think you also made a really good point for the fellowship. For those of you who are out there considering being a member and wanting to be part of it, you kind of said, you know, I didn't really, it wasn't on your radar because there wasn't much to do. And I think that's where you see the changing of what we do as an organisation. We have now our 3 pillars of opportunity, and now so we have incredible projects, which we now have a Project Men, we have Project Colour, which you're obviously the mentor for, as well as the Fame team. We also have that incredible events like Salon International, Hair and Visions, and they are about creating opportunities for our members and our sponsors. And obviously what we announced yesterday was the launch of The Knowledge, which is our new digital platform, and that is brilliant because we want men's sections, we want how-tos, and we want that. So for those of you male hairdressers, barbers, why would you join? Same reason why Andrew brought his great brand in. So
go on, Errol.
No, I was just about to say there's a lot of people who don't know how to approach an organisation like this, and we do a lot of advertising, but it is quite interesting when somebody says the fellowship, and to me it's shock if you haven't heard about it.
Yeah.
But I think in hairdressing, if you want to chart your success and see yourself grow. This is the best platform, and it's it's unbiased. You can be any company working on that.
Well, look, membership is £300 for the fellowship. It's a cup of coffee a week. And if it gets you the opportunity...
Oh, what type of coffee are you having?
All right, it's a pint.
Welsh coffee.
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah, but the opportunities it can create is incredible.
Yeah.
Like you say, it helps build brands and it helps build
The one thing I noticed when I was, like I said, about 20, was I was mixing with the right people. And people say this all the time. You always surround yourself with successful people or people who can motivate you. And I was just kind of looking at these guys thinking, oh my God, that's who such and such. And it was when obviously Trevor was doing a lot. And I stood beside Trevor and he just spoke to me.
Yeah.
And that's the greatest thing, the camaraderie of the fellowship, because everybody's equal. There's no kind of egos. So to me, that's a great thing. Get away from the egos in the salon, but but there's no egos on the stage, and I think that's amazing.
Yeah, and I think, like you say, I mean, how many British Hairdressing Awards, British Hairdresser of the Year?
Oh, nominations.
How many nominations is it now? 21?
23.
23.
My
Wow.
23rd nomination. It's crazy.
That's incredible, though, and I think it's it's a testament to you as a person and the passion you have for this industry. You keep going and you keep delivering.
But the thing about the awards, and you know this, Ken, and the awards attract staff. I do these awards because we get a lot of cool people coming to the brand, and they don't just want to win awards, but you have to obviously train them up how to do photographic live shows. But it is amazing if your brand, if it's set up right, the right people will come, because there's people who will never come to my door who think, you won't be able to work there, because they just don't. We attract quite a high caliber of hairdresser, and to me, doing the awards has made that stronger and stronger.
Must be, I know that every year we shoot a collection and we always coming up with our new concept. So year after year, how do you find that inspiration? How do you keep it fresh?
Well, if anybody's been over to the gallery, my collection this year is about the new millennial women. So they're saying in like 50, 60 years' time, everybody's going to be kind of tanned, or kind of, everybody will look different. So I'm using the kind of all-nation national girls, because if I was doing a catwalk show, if we were doing a photographic, you have all kind of models coming in with mulatto skin. So it's quite interesting. The girls are not Afro, so it's quite interesting people going over and saying, oh, he shot Afro, he shot an Afro. It's not an Afro shoot. These girls are the girls who are around.
However, that's,
now.
You went Hall of Fame of Afro, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're a master at it, so there's nothing wrong with doing that, is there?
But it's quite brave putting it in. So when obviously men and barbering and Afro hair, everybody gets the textures wrong. So now barbering, you can just you do anything. A barber's a barber, and hairdressing should be like that.
So just to get a bit more of an insight into these two before we wrap up.
Quick
Batman
fire.
or Superman?
Who? Batman or Superman?
Yeah.
Oh, probably Superman. Just to be able to fly.
Oh, definitely.
Dark
Superman.
chocolate or milk chocolate?
Batman, no, it doesn't suit me with ears.
Dark chocolate or milk chocolate?
Neither.
No, you can't. You've got to pick one.
Okay, milk chocolate.
All right, Pepsi or Coke?
Pepsi, 100%. I'm all about Britney Spears and the Super Bowl.
Okay, look, it's been an absolute pleasure having you two guys up, and obviously I'm sure you're going to see these over the weekend a lot more. Paul, great to have you up on the live lounge, and I know you're going to be coming back interviewing some people for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I'll be back in an hour or so.
Brilliant. So, thank you. I'm going to welcome back up your host for this morning. Please welcome back up Mr. Edward Hemmings. Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the fellowship stage. It's Sunday morning. Excellent. We have a few people who are awake already this morning. We've got another brilliant day for you today. That I can assure you. We've got some incredible names, some absolutely fantastic hairdressers going to be sharing their latest techniques, their latest collections with you during the day. Let me tell you a little bit about some of the teams coming up. We're going to introduce in a couple of minutes the Indela team. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. We've got some long hair coming up after that. We're going to see Carolina Saunders, Robert Masiavi, Corinne Jackson and Academy Salons. We're going to see the incredible Shane Bennett. We've got a whole section for Afro hair following that. We're going to see Amika and Rush. And we've got L'Oreal coming up. And that's just the morning sessions, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm asking you to do is take a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Send someone else off for the coffees and teas because you don't need to go anywhere else all day today. Are you ready for our first presentation? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to welcome Andy Smith and Paddy McDougall, the Indela Global Ambassadors, and they're showcasing their street style collection. Ladies and gentlemen, Indela. Indela Global Ambassador Andy Smith and Paddy McDougall. Andy Smith and Paddy McDougall for Indala.
Yo, 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 yo. Hi, guys. How are we doing? My name's Andy Smith. This is Paddy McDougall, and we are the global ambassadors for Indola. And we're bringing you today our latest street style collection. So we're just going to talk a little bit about the looks. The street style is all about being undone, lived in, cool hair, really easy techniques on the haircuts, great products. So we've got different trends here. So we have civil society. You can see it's more grungy, more textured, more haircuts. This is her other civil society partner. Again, quite graphic shapes. We've got folk touch, which haircut-wise is kind of a loose, soft, textured haircut. We've got delicate daydream interpretation, and we've got lavish cultures with quite strong graphic bobs.
Yeah, definitely. So what we're trying to do with Indola is we're going for a more fashion-focused vibe with the hair. And it's like covering a broad spectrums of shades, as you can see. We've got copper, bleached hair, that lilac tone as well. But again, what we're trying to do is do something that's really authentic and street inspired. So as Andy's saying, it's about keeping it more lived in. And again, with the techniques, it's not a technique that is from the catwalk that you need to adjust to the salon. These are all smart, usable techniques that are easily transferable onto the hair.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to achieve is, rather than working with really intricate haircutting techniques that take too long, colours that there's such a huge process, we've tried and stripped everything back to make super simple, smart techniques that you can see online, so you can recreate these looks really, really easily, staying current and fresh and on trend. Yeah. So that was the first half of our street style collection. Thank you. Okay, so now this is actually our launch. So this is our autumn-winter collection, which is retro modern here and in check. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the haircuts, and then Paddy will talk about the colour. So here, this is much more graphic, working with like an undercut right the way through, anti-head shape, working with a disconnection through the top, and adding lots of texture. Colour?
In terms of colour, again, like Andy's saying, this is our autumn-winter collection. So this is where, for Indola, we feel hair is right now. And what's also really nice is, just coming off the back of Fashion Week, this is all things that we're actually seeing on the catwalk that we've already translated into these trends. Proper haircuts, harnessing natural texture in the hair as well. In terms of the colour for retro modern, it's all about colour blocking. So adding a panel of colour to add impact and also to work with the haircut that Andy's put in.
And then here for in check. So this is again that really modern, taking the corners off the bob, working with more natural textures, really like swinging collarbone sort of lengths, opening up the face shape. So rather than before where we were having much more A-line shapes, we're actually going into a more modern kind of shag vibe. So very, very rounded, and then rounded internal layers to create this really cool broken texture.
And again, with the colour, to echo the haircut, we've used rounded sections. And again, like I'm saying, it's all about adaptable techniques. So what we've actually done is kept the colour slightly lighter than the campaign image, just to suit this model's complexion.
I think also, the great thing about the street style collection and the products that we have is the products are really transferable to create these really cool undone looks, like the dry texture sprays, the gels, the serums. We've really sort of interpreted all different products into the collection, hence here where you can see where we've used much more product to create a more graphic shape. So, thank you guys.
Thank you guys.
Perfect.
Do you think that was fine or not?
That's fine.
Do you think what I said was fine?
I couldn't even hear what you were saying.
That's what weird, isn't it? Somebody's going to go.
No, he's going to go. They're waiting for him. Go.
Charlotte's out the front, surely she's trying to catch it right.
He's got to go. Why has he not going?
As soon as you're ready, Andy. That was a fantastic show. I've asked Andy, the global ambassador for Indola, to join me just for a couple of minutes because I'm sure you'll agree it's such a great collection. I want to know a little bit more about the thoughts behind it, how they work it. They do these fantastic street style collections twice a year, and they're always so on forms. Andy, come and join me.
Cool. Hello again.
Right, we can hear each other. All right,
Just
mate.
about.
Question for you. I've known you for a long time now,
Yeah.
since we were both about 10.
Don't tell them how long.
I'm always impressed about the collections. They're very commercial. They're very, they're ready to wear. You can see them in every salon. You don't try to do anything way out with Indola. Tell me about them.
No, so I think for Indola, like the really important thing for us is to keep everything very fresh, very current, and it's like what are the cool kids wearing on the streets? Because that's what we find relatable, is the fact if people see someone really cool with lived-in hair, cool haircuts, cool colours, cool textures, they want it. They're like, I want my hair like that. So we try to keep it very street style.
Terrific. And where do you find the looks? Like, you're the global ambassador now, so you're at the top of that tree. Are you looking for those future trends wherever you are?
Oh, constantly, yeah. I mean, I'm lucky enough to travel quite a lot. So whenever we go out to any different country, we're always looking for the latest trends. We work with different trend companies to do trend predictions. And then obviously we travel around and we just see what the cool kids are wearing, and then we create the collections.
How long have you been the global ambassador for?
So I've been global ambassador for Indola for this is my third year now.
And it's a role that you really enjoy. I mean, I've seen you in it. You always look comfortable with it.
Yeah.
You're comfortable with your team around you, and everyone's sort of pulling in the same direction.
Yeah, 100%. I think for me, I slot in really well there because I love the whole translatable haircuts and colours and things that are more lived in. So
Look, I've known you for a long time, and I remember even from the beginning, your hair cutting work was always spot on, and it was always there. So it's a great fit for you.
yeah, it's a great fit, and I love for me now to have the ability to actually come up with the techniques, put the haircuts together, because that's my thing, is cutting hair. So to actually create techniques that people can then follow, understand, and recreate really simply. So
That's brilliant. And for the guys in the audience, please come and take a seat. We're going to have some incredible shows right the way through the day. For the guys in the audience who are looking for perhaps that next trend, the next fashion, what do you see happening? I mean, I'm looking at and seeing, thank God we're starting to cut hair again.
Yeah, I definitely think, you know, we went through a very long stage of very long hair broken. I think, you know, more graphic shapes are starting to come in, but more graphic haircuts, but with more diffused, softer textures. So less straight and hard, strong, but with a little bit of movement.
And obviously they still need maintaining, they still need cutting regularly.
Of course, yeah, you still need to maintain a clientele, because that's what we all do, right? We're all
with long hair, that's the thing, is it's great to see those haircuts. And what about colour? I know that's not your thing, but of course you're working with that team. Where are we seeing colour work moving to?
Well, I think obviously I've got Paddy doing all the colour work, and he's the vision behind the colour for the brand. But I mean, our latest collections, we've actually been incorporating quite a few secret shades, but I don't want to give too much away. You'll have to wait and see the next collection.
And when do the collections come out so that the guys can check out, you know, the Indula social media streams and look out for those next collections?
So the next one's come out in January.
Fantastic.
We've already shot it.
You've heard it here first.
There you go.
Andy, thank you so much, my friend.
Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, Global Ambassador for Indula, Andy Smith.
Thanks, guys. Cheers, bro.
Fantastic hairdresser. Look out for those collections, guys, because they really are what you want to see as far as fashion goes. Now, I'm delighted that not only will I be hosting the next group of incredible hairdressers, but I'm going to be staying out here and talking with them as well. Are we ready to see some long hair? Ladies and gentlemen, yes we are. This is fantastic. Okay, we'll see you in 30 seconds with our next group. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the fellowship stage. Please come in, take a seat, make yourself comfortable. I'm going to introduce our next session, which is long hair. I'm delighted to welcome on stage 4 incredible individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Carolina Saunders from Carolina Saunders Hair Design. You'll have to clap louder than that, or they won't come out. Robert Masiavi from Metropolis. Karine Jackson Hair and Beauty. And Academy Salons.
Hey. All right.
We're going to give the guys a couple of minutes to settle in, and then we'll introduce each one of these fine hairdressers individually, and we'll ask some questions and we'll find out a little bit about the techniques, the fashions, what they're doing.
I'm going to get you to... Oh.
The great thing about this stage, of course, is that you're going to see hairdressers from all over the country representing all of our sponsors' brands, and it's thanks to our incredible sponsors on the banner behind me that we're able to put on these wonderful events. Once the guys are settled in, I will allow them to introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about their collections and what they're doing today. This is the stage to be at all day, ladies and gentlemen. This is where you're going to see the very best in British hairdressing.
I don't think so.
I'm going to come down to the front of the stage and I'm going to talk to my good friend and, of course, our ex-president, Karine. Hi, Karine.
Hi, how are you, Edward? So welcome, everybody. It's nice to see a big crowd here on a Sunday morning. Second day in now, and it's been a fantastic weekend already. stop yawning, Julie. I know where you were last night. Anyway, so my look today, I've just been in San Diego working with one of our sponsors, Unite, and we did a look from steampunk. They gave us a theme. So I thought I'd expand on it a little bit more today. I'm talking about hair up because there's a lot of stigma with hair up, and I thought I would break it down so that you can see just how easy it is to put hair up. So I've taken a base in here on Lily's hair, and I've just started building barrel curls and just dressing them a little because I don't want it too neat and organized. To prep Lily's hair, I just put a little bit of curl memory into the roots and through to the ends, and then I've just tongued it all through. So I'm going to keep working because I know the time goes really fast, and I'll let Robert or someone else have a chat. Thanks, Edward.
I'm going to move to the back of the stage over here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to speak to the lovely Amy from Academy Salons. Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Fantastic. You're working with a very small tongue there. Tell us a little bit about the collection and what you're putting together this morning.
Okay, so I'm Amy and I work at Academy Salons. We are a Surrey-based salon. So today I have created a look that we have got inspiration from our in-salon catwalk that we hold every year. So for our education and trainees. So the theme for this year's catwalk is diversity. So what we've done is we've done different elements in the hair today to show different ways you can showcase different looks in a hairstyle. So we've started with some plaiting, some tonging and some straightening. We've also added some blue, different shades of blue tapes through the bottom so that you can show different colours and different definitions between the hair.
Fantastic, thank you very much. I'm going to run directly to the other side, to the front. Robert Masiavi, how are you doing, my friend? Tell us about your incredible look.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Well, today I'm going to talk to you first. I'm going to talk to you about creativity at some point, but first let me explain where I'm going with the look. So I want to go for simplicity is key on this look. I want to show you that sometimes simplicity is good, but it's what you do with it that's very simple. That's very important. So you know, essentially here it's just a ponytail. I wrapped it up with a string, and then you're going to see how I dress it, how I bring character. But also more important is how you can have a simple look and adding other bits to it, how you can create a great strong identity.
Fantastic, Robert. Thank you very much. I'm going to come now to the back of stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to Carolina Saunders. Carolina, tell us about your incredible work.
Oh, hi everyone. I'm Carolina Saunders, and I'm from Carolina Saunders Hair Design. My inspiration came from actually sustainable fashion. Actually, Helsinki is my home city, and they had the very first eco-friendly fashion week, and they used natural materials. There was no electricity from solar panels, and I found that really inspirational because I do a lot of fashion weeks, and we all know that they can be very bad for the environment. So when I prepped the hair, I didn't actually use any product in my hair. I've created a padding from hair that's actually we've collected. I always collect my clients' hair because I create different kind of, hair pieces and things like that. So it's really good to use these materials for your sort of, use them again. And they are old tights. They are clean though.
Are you sure about that?
They are clean. They're old, but they're clean.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Guys, look at the talent we have on stage right now. This incredible long hair work. This is what the fellowship is all about. If it's something you're thinking of joining, if it's something that interests you, and it really should if you are a creative hairdresser, come and talk to our guys who are at the back of the stage to my left, to your right.
These.
They'll tell you all the information you need about the Fellowship for British Hairdressing. We've got this talent on our stage right the way throughout today and, of course, tomorrow. Right now, we've got our long hair collection. We're going to come back to our ex-president, the lovely Corinne Jackson, who I don't recognise because your hair's incredibly curly and a great shape. I keep looking straight past you. Corinne, What is the real key aspect of steampunk? Because it's quite an unknown, and it's not that recognisable unless you're into that trend. Tell us about steampunk.
So the concept for me came, I went back and researched a little bit of, punk, and then Mad Max and factory, techno music and all that sort of thing. And I pulled it together just to create a classic hair up, but breaking it into something a little bit more visual. And that's what I tend to do. Sophia and I work together quite closely, coming up with concepts and ideas. And we normally come up with 3 or 4 ideas, and then when I get to the show and see the model and think about what I'm going to do, I choose one of them to move forward. So I think it's a good way. I mean, back in the olden days when I first started hairdressing, we didn't have Google and things like that, so you'd have to go to the library and have to research it. But now you can put keywords in, and it's amazing what actually comes up. And you can go on what I call a Google adventure, to see where you end up.
Sorry, did you say the word library? I don't think anyone knows what that is. It was a quiet place with lots of dusty books.
I tell you, the British Library is still one of the coolest places ever. I love a good library. And if you haven't been there, I really recommend going and having a look at the books and just getting some inspiration from the library. Because we forget that they're there, and I think it's really important that we get in there and do some research.
Fantastic,
So,
Corinne.
yeah.
That's great. Amy, tell me a little bit more. Let's talk about how it works at Academy Salons. You've got a number of salons, but you're a very, very close team. That I do know. And I understand that this collection was actually, it was led by the team who made a decision together of what they want to do. Tell us how it works.
Yeah, so as a company, we are really close. We all try and get together as much as possible. We all work really closely together. We're all in contact because we are in a close proximity to each other. But yeah, as a team, we all put our ideas in. It's not just one person's idea over another. We combine everyone's ideas. We take on board everyone's opinions. And yeah, we don't ever single anybody out. Everyone has their input into it.
That's brilliant. And what does diversity mean to you as a collection?
So to us, when we thought about diversity, is to be diverse, to be different, to have different elements. So we wanted to combine as many elements as we could in one look, to obviously showcase to our trainees what we interpret that to be, for them to then do their catwalks for November this year.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm going to come down to the front of the stage. Rob Bear, apparently you're quite creative.
Well, no, in fact, I wanted to talk to you about creativity because it's at the heart of us, it's at the heart of our industry, and often we think about creativity as something that we're going to do and create weird stuff, but it's not about that. Creativity is about challenging yourself. And creativity, what it does to you, it develops, it's a mind exercise. It'll help you think outside the box. It's a problem-solving exercise. So it's good because then you can take that in the salon and apply it. So that's why. So here, I want to talk about the look that I'm working on here. So it's like a take on one of the looks that I did, where the front was like a rockabilly. So on the picture, you only saw the front, but I wanted to do a show version that had a bit of a je ne sais quoi. So obviously the je ne sais quoi started with the face harness. So that straight away gives a character and it gives a really strong identity. And then it's going to be very simple. From the front, I'm going to roll it into more like a rockabilly style. So from the front, you'll have that rockabilly look, but as soon as she turns, it gives a three-dimensional look to it. So.
You carry on, my friend. We're into the last 15 minutes. Carolina.
Hello.
I want to go back through something you said. Am I correct? You said in the preparation, no products were used. This was just hair and your talent.
Yeah, well, I wanted to do something like, because we all rely on products so much, and I just wanted to try if I can actually put hair up without having to use anything. So this is all natural, just, natural hair. So what I wanted to do is create, actually this goes into the inspiration again. We went on holiday back home to Finland, and we went into really deep into the sort of forest. And I wanted to create almost like a fir tree feel and kind of almost earthy feel to the hair. So I created these just fishtail braids. and then pull them all out to get that kind of texture.
The texture's amazing under the lights, and you can see on the screens how wonderful that really is. This is great. Guys, we're into the last sort of 13 minutes, so just to let you know. Karine, I'm going to come to the front. Of course, you're an ex-president. You've been involved with the fellowship for many, many years. And the fellowship, we're a community, aren't we? Tell us a little bit about more, perhaps, for our show. Should I join?
Yes. Well, I think everyone should join. And I think, anyone that wants to progress their career and further their career, also meet the right people and learn. And, last night I was with Roberta and we're discussing about the show today, and yesterday chatting with Carolina, and we've got Amy, and I've gone and done some work at your salon, haven't I? And I think that is what the fellowship is all about. And recently I was asked, why do you think British hairdressing is the best in the world? And it is because we all communicate with each other. We come here, we're from all over the world, and we share our ideas. We're not selfish with them. And I think that's something that the fellowship opens up to the rest of the world, and that's what makes us the best out there. So that's what I wanted to get in.
Fantastic. And do you, obviously, you travel quite extensively now, Karine.
Yeah.
Is the fellowship something people talk about to you from abroad?
They do. They all come up and ask about it. They all want to know how to get involved. And I don't know if you were here yesterday or you were watching on Facebook, but the Knowledge was launched. Well, it's going to be launched at 12 p.m. on Wednesday. And that's going to open it up to all our international members. So you're going to be able to go online if you're a member. You'll have a special code, and you will be able to, look at our step-by-step. So there's innovation, education, and inspiration. So our members will be doing all sorts of step-by-steps, talks, podcasts. It's so exciting, and it's the way forward. So there's even more added value to becoming a member of the fellowship.
Fantastic, Karine. And if you want to discuss anything about fellowship, on my left, your right, at the back of the stage, there's some guys who would really like to. Look, Carol's waving. All wave at Carol. If you want to talk about the fellowship, come and see Carol. She'll tell you about it. Come and meet us. Because really, it doesn't matter what manufacturer you use. It doesn't matter which part of the country you're in. We want you as our members, and we want you to be part of our fabulous community. And of course, talking about our products, we wouldn't be here without our incredible sponsors, all of whom are mentioned on our big banner at the back. Do you know how lucky you are? Guys, we're going to be here all day today and all day tomorrow, bringing on some of the best known and most talented hairdressers you are going to see. Take a seat, get a comfortable one, send someone off for your coffees and lunch. You don't need to be anywhere else at. I'm going to move to the back of the stage as we get into our last 10 minutes of this incredible group. I'm going to come for a little bit of a catch-up, Amy. Tell me where we are with our look now.
So we're nearly complete. All I've got to do now is just to finish off the ends to make it nice and sleek and shiny, to show the definition between the matte backcombed look at the front and the curl, to then the definition with the shine at the back, and also to show off these blue tapes that we've put in today.
Great stuff. And with preparation, because people do talk a lot about preparation, what was the preparation before you came onto stage?
So today, preparation, we prepped by plaiting the top area so that was all set and in place.
Just drop her head forward, just so we can see
Drop
the
your head
plaits on the
forward.
top on camera. There we go. That's beautiful. Perfect. Look at that.
So we've worked down the parting and round the side to give that real kind of strong structure around the front. We've then used kind of this more baby hair around the front to really kind of curl that to give it a real texture. And then again, a different definition through the back to chopstick, a real tight curl in the back to then show the definition between the blue tapes and the straight hair.
Ladies and gentlemen, watch this young lady. This is a star in the making. That's beautiful stuff. I'm going to come to the front now. We're into our final 9 minutes, the 9-minute countdown.
Right.
Robert, where does your inspiration for these incredible creativity come from?
Thank you. Inspiration. What's important, a lot of the people ask me, where do you get your inspiration from? And really, first is you've got to be connected to the way you feel. So you need to be curious about your environment, not just looking at hair, but look at things around you, nature, etc. Fashion is a good one, but sometimes it's too literal. So getting inspired by that, but then let it affect you. And then once you're feeling are affected, your inspiration will start to take over, and then you start creating things that are interested. But most of all, you got to have the courage to try things. You know, when you try things, you don't make errors, you make discoveries.
That's a really interesting point. So in your opinion, nothing that you do is an error. It leads to something else, a different way, a better way.
Yeah, that's it. You know, it's important because a lot of people talk about succeeding and failing, but there's none of that. You only fail when you don't do anything. That's a failure. That's the one thing you can guarantee to not evolve is when you don't do anything. But as soon as you do something, you evolve. And then, of course, your discovery will then give you a path. And then you choose the path that you prefer based on that.
Fantastic. Carry on, we're about 7 minutes in.
Just to finish,
No,
on the look,
please.
I just wanted to say, you know, the essence of that look is simplicity. But it's important to, you'll see after with the outfits and everything else, sometimes it's about adding all the different accessories together that give the character. So it's not always about doing loads and loads with the hair. The hair is a part of the total picture. Think of the total picture before you do it. So simplicity.
Fantastic. A real professional, Robert. Your work is always outstanding. We love having you and seeing what you do. Carolina, your salon is a real creative hub, and it's got a very interesting setup as well with you and your husband, who have two totally separate roles.
That's right. Yes, my husband's a builder, and but he's a real support. Like you see, he always comes to the shows, and there he is. But he's actually he actually was my stylist today as well. So so yeah. No, we are very creative in our salon. We're a very small team, but Jordi's was my apprentice, now qualified recently. And he's done really well as well. He's actually going to be part of the Club Star next year art team. So
fantastic. So another star in the making.
Yeah.
This is what fellowship is all about, guys. The fellowship is all about hairdressers from all over the country, different skill sets, different ideas, different creativity, put together on one platform, no matter which color brand they use, no matter which part of the country, no matter what the speciality, brought together on one incredible stage. Look at the creativity just amongst these four people. And this is just one 25-minute slot today. This is the stage to be at. This is where you need to be. We are the in crowd. We are the ones you need to be part of. If you want some information about our incredible fellowship community, as Karine described it, come and see the guys at the back of the stage here, to my left, to your right, and they will help you with any queries you have about membership. Chaps, we are into the last 5 minutes, so last 5-minute countdown.
Hold it.
Okay, so I'm coming up to the last couple of sections of my look here today. So you'll see that I've taken quite a classic technique, a bit of back combing and a little bit of barrel curling, and I've made it into something that is just quite big and fun and a little bit rough around the edges. So, you know, steampunk, you're thinking Mad Max, you know, we're thinking factory, we're thinking techno factory, so we're moving it and evolving it the whole time. And you can just see, when you do a hair up, break it down. Don't try and do it all at once. Think about your finished look and then break it down step by step as to how you're going to achieve it. And then you'll get there. And I think Robert hit the nail on the head. If you're not trying, you're failing. And seriously, I've done some hairdos in my life where I've thought, wow, that went wrong. But you pick yourself up again and you do another look and you get back out there. And it's so much fun, the camaraderie backstage and everything. So please, just have a go. You know, we're hairdressers, we're creative, we love it.
Okay, I'm going to come across and ask Robert to just do a recap of that look and the preparation. A little recap for us, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so the recap was very simple. A ponytail first, But this one is the kind of ponytail you've got to be very, very strong. So strong ponytail, especially if it's got thick hair. Then I wrapped a string around, so obviously the elastic band, then a string around, then I bent it, and then I created the row, but I wanted a very loose row. You know that rockabilly feel that when it's not very precise, but you get the essence, the roll aspect. So when you see it from the front, you get that feel, and then all the rest is just to give more character to the style.
Thank you, my friend.
A bit of bondage today.
A bit of bondage.
Yes,
There's nothing wrong with bondage on a Sunday. If it was Saturday, I'd say to you, no, we're not doing any of that, but on a Sunday. Sunday's all right for bondage, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Beautiful stuff. Okay, I'd like a little recap from you, please, Amy.
Okay, so yeah, we've finished our look pretty much now. So everything's complete. So we've got the real fine chopstick around the hairline. And then through the back, we've got chopsticks that are slightly bigger. We've got them really, really smooth, sleek back. And then we've got the tight plaits through the top, which give it all different definitions, different diverse, different looks. You know, you could go with an all curled look and an all straight look, but putting them together, you can see the comparison between the two. You can do so much with so many different techniques in hairdressing, but putting them all together, you can really see the difference between them.
That's great stuff. That's fantastic. Carolina, again, a final recap. Tell us what you did preparation and the look that you've achieved, please.
Okay, so I did, from the middle, I did braids just to create a base. I made my padding from recycled hair and tights and placed it underneath. I braided some fishtail braids, and also I added some pieces through the front because there would have not been enough hair to cover the actual padding. And then I've just been gathering them up all on top of the padding and with pins and grips, and just to create the shape and texture. The fishtails were pulled out really heavily, so just to create that kind of like a nice textured feel to it.
Thank you so much, Carolina. Well, it's been about 24 minutes. We're just getting into the final minute now. And I think you'll agree we've seen some quite incredible creative work here today. And this is what the fellowship is all about. So guys, when you finish, if you can ask your model to stand for me, please.
Stand up and I'll take off your gown a minute.
Spray.
If you can remove the gowns and ask the models to step to the front.
Right. You got.
Okay, I think you'll agree there is 4 absolutely incredible looks before our incredible hairdressers leave the stage. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Corinne Gatlin from Amy from Academy Salons, Carolina Saunders, and of course Robert Massialvi, 4 incredible names in long hair work. Thank you very much, guys. You are amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're the Fellowship, and our next live show will be from Shane Bennett. Okay, girls, thank you very much.
They were.
When I was finishing,
Our next show will be Shane Bennett coming up in the next minute.
guys. Welcome back. So, hello to all the viewers there on Facebook and YouTube. If you guys want to gather in and sit down, we've got about a little 10-minute chat here with Robert Eaton. So, welcome.
Thank you. No, thanks for having me.
Thanks for jumping in at the last minute as well.
No, it's absolutely fine. It's fine.
So, I can see you this morning on the Weller stand. What were you up to there?
So we're creating live colour presentations, so bringing to life the entire colour portfolio for Weller professionals, but also kind of working on a vibe that I've done for my BHA collection as well, which is about colour blocking and really bringing to life colour in a commercial way, but still something that's going to be aspirational for hairdressers and clients as well.
So do you find that the work that you do within the salon differs from the work that you do at shows potentially?
Yeah, sometimes it does. I mean, I suppose at a hair show you want to push boundaries a bit and create a stronger statement, but I'm always very much about making sure that we've got something that clients can take away with them as well and that inspires consumers really. And at the end of the day, I'm really proud to be a salon-based hairdresser, so I love the fact that I'll go back into the salon this week and work on some of the looks that I'll see at Salon International and some of the things I've created as well today. So
I think you're very similar to me. We run a full-time column within the salon as well as doing the educational kind of stage work, and you do find that those lines sometimes do tend to blur sometimes. Do you find that?
Yeah, I mean, I think this week in particular has been a mega busy week. We did the Weller Trend Vision show last Monday. And
yes, that was amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, we were really pleased with how it all came across, and we did, we really created a really powerful show, and then back into the salon, and then getting ready for this, and late-ish last night when I arrived. So it's always really full on, as you know as well. Paul.
Yeah, well, you're a very busy, in-demand guy at the moment, I guess. So I myself head up the Fellowship Colour Project, and this year we were delighted to work with Robert on our Colour Project shoot. We set you kind of as no brief, really. So when you approach a new project, whether it would be the BHA shoot or mentoring the colour team, how would you start that process? Is it quite organic, or is it something which you've got a set formula for?
A bit of both, really. So when working with the Colour Project, that was amazing. And it was what happened there, we met the team on a session beforehand, so we all kind of collaborated together, put lots of ideas on mood boards, and then I felt it was kind of my role to take those ideas and kind of bring them together in some way for the team. If it's something for my own work, I tend to constantly be saving ideas all year round, so it's not about just sort of doing a show and thinking, right, what am I going to do? I've got lots of ideas in the back of my mind all the time, really. So yeah, it's a mixture of both, really. But I'm very much about getting visuals, doing mood boards. We've got an inspiration wall in the salon where we just kind of, this is in the staff room, where we just stick ideas up all the time. So it's a great way of us sort of sharing ideas, really.
Amazing. I know that the team thoroughly enjoyed working with you, and it gave them an amazing insight into what goes on and the amount of sheer work that goes into producing a shoot.
Yeah.
And I just take this opportunity to say thank you very much for helping
my
us out
pleasure.
with that.
Thank you for having me.
That was amazing. I don't know if you guys are home, or you guys here have seen the shoot that we did for the Colour Project this year, but we've graced the cover of Fellowship magazine. We've had quite a few front covers from it, actually, and the images just keep popping up everywhere, all over Instagram.
It's amazing to get the front cover of HJ as well. I mean, that was for the team. That is an amazing achievement for any hairdresser, I think. To get
we
that,
have a group chat, like a WhatsApp group chat, and when the team found out that it had gone on to the front cover, my phone was just going crazy with messages.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you a couple of more questions, things I've got kind of on my sheet here. Now, obviously you travel a lot with work.
Yeah.
Where would be the most exciting place that you've worked?
Well, that's a difficult one, really. I think with the hairdressing industry, I'm really fortunate that it's taken me all over the world, really. So back in 2003, when I was in the Fame team, we had a trip to Australia and went to Estonia and Italy, and that was an amazing year because we really, went out and did lots of different things. I've just recently got back from a destination event with Weller, and that was in Morocco. That was an amazing place. Yeah, so loads of different places, really. And I think that's the amazing thing about hairdressing and anybody getting into the hairdressing industry. It can take you in so many different directions, and you can do so many exciting things.
Yeah, well, I've just been lucky enough. I've just arrived back from India, and that's somewhere where, when I started my hairdressing career back in the 90s, I never assumed that it would take me to stand in India, colouring hair. You know, it's just crazy where you end up.
Yeah.
But do you find with the travel and with working, it comes with its difficulties and certain limitations?
I think it's, for me, it's always about a balance, really. So, as I mentioned, I'm really proud that I'm a salon-based hairdresser still, and I love working in the salon, and I think juggling the two areas can be quite difficult. You know, making sure you're getting a creative zone for the work you're about to do, but then equally making sure you're looking after the team members and clients that come into us as well. So I think that's probably one of the hardest things about it. And obviously feeling tired when you get back and get back into reality afterwards. But
so I found, like, when I started educating and I had to run a colour seminar, I felt like I needed to almost turn up and show people something that they've never seen before.
Yeah.
And I quickly realized that that's very hard. It's pretty impossible to do.
I think it is now, yeah. I mean, it's not that, you know, there's been so many amazing techniques and shapes and colours that we've all seen before, but I think it's about reinventing things in your own way. And I think sometimes less is more for me as well, you know.
Definitely.
Keeping it simple. For me, it's all about beautiful hair that's still aspirational to a client as well. You know, I think that for me is what we all as hairdressers want to do.
Yeah, like I found that trying to run these seminars, I found I wasn't enjoying it myself, and I maybe assumed that maybe the students weren't getting what they wanted out of it. So I kind of stripped it back a little bit and went back to teaching them a lot faster, quicker, salon-based techniques, things that they could use the next day.
Yeah.
But I found that was a big mistake that I made. But my next question to you is, if you've made a mistake, or have you made a mistake? And if you did, what did you learn from it?
I think we've all made mistakes. I mean, God, when I think about the early days of my career, I've, you know, mixed the wrong colours up, applied the wrong colours to something. We've all the things that I guess we've all done.
Have you ever applied the wrong colour on?
I have actually, yeah. We had a client with the same name, two clients with exactly the same name, and I got the wrong colour notes out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's one of those things. And after that, I've always checked everything really thoroughly.
Yes.
But one of the things about when you make a mistake is you learn from it. I mean, sometimes I think your mistakes are more memorable than something you do that amazingly well. So, you know, and I think it kind of is what shapes you as a hairdresser and a colorist or session stylist or whatever as well. You know, you kind of learn from it all.
I think sometimes, you know, when I'm teaching and educating, I actively kind of encourage the students to push them into making a mistake.
Yeah.
So they can learn from that sometimes, and it does grow you as a person. But the main thing is that you are acknowledging the fact that a mistake was made and you've learned something from it. If you don't and you keep making that mistake, that's when there's a problem.
I think it's true that whenever I'm educating, I think you've almost got to let people make a mistake sometimes for them to realise what's happened really, rather than just telling them what to do.
So what's next? Where do you go from here?
So a really busy year ahead still, actually. I know we're coming to the end of the year, but obviously some work on the fellowship stage. So I'm here this afternoon. I'm also on tomorrow with the Fame Team legends, so with Errol and Jamie and Sam Burnett as well. So I'm really looking forward to doing that presentation as well. I'm really busy on the Weller stage as well, so come and see us over there, anybody, if they want to see some of the live colouring techniques and some of the things that we're doing over on Weller as well. And then obviously the build up to the British Hairdressing Awards as well. So I've not actually been to look at my pictures yet, but I'm really excited to go.
They're good. If you haven't seen them, check them out. So we're just going to wrap up with a couple of really quick fire questions. So first one, are you analog or digital?
Oh, digital.
Digital, yeah? Saturday night or Sunday morning?
Do you know, it was always Saturday night, but now I've got a daughter, it's Sunday morning. I like my day with her, really. So.
I exactly the same thing. I used to be a Saturday night, but definitely more of a Sunday morning. Thank you very much for joining us today in the live lounge. We'll be back in an hour for some more action. So for you guys who are here, stay tuned, and we'll be back in a bit. Thank you.
Good morning, fellowship. Okay, now we have a really exciting presentation for you right now. I'm urging you to take a seat, come in to see what I can only tell you is going to be absolutely spectacular, because I've seen it backstage and it's brilliant. I'd like to introduce on stage now based out in Belfast, Northern Ireland, a 6 times British Hairdresser of the Year award winner and a global ambassador for Goldwell. Ladies and gentlemen, Shane Bennett. Ladies and gentlemen, Shane Bennett and his artistic team.
Good morning, everyone. And what do you think of our opening models? Thank you so much, girls. Thank you. Well, hopefully, we are going to brighten up your morning. Welcome to Salon International. We are delighted to be here with you today to share with you our new collection, A Distorted Wonderland. I have to say, for me, Salon International is my favorite event. And do you know why that is? It's so nice for us all to come together, to get different ideas and to learn from one another. And it's nice to go back to the salon to share with our clients the different techniques that we learn, the different color concepts, and also, which is really, really nice about Salon, is if you're thinking of entering competitions or doing shows, it's nice to see what everyone's doing. I mean, I personally take a lot of inspiration from this event, and even some of the guys working backstage. I've got my camera out, and I'm getting ideas, and I'm creating mood boards for future shows. Now, for a lot of you guys that know me, you will know that I work very closely with Goldwell. And it's a brand I've worked with for 21 years. We use the brand daily in my salon back in Northern Ireland. And we have a technical team of 10 colorists and 5 stylists. And as I say, creatively, I work for the brand. And I've been very lucky, actually, to travel throughout the world as a brand ambassador. So what makes today very exciting for us as a team is that we're showcasing a brand new color. Yes, we're looking at the new Illumin Play, which is the newest addition to the Goldwell color portfolio. Now, you've seen from the opening, we used the pure colors. How much impact was that? And what's very exciting is these colors are semi-permanent, and they last for in around 15 shampoos. And the really nice thing is they fade on tone, which is really, really nice, and a nice service to offer in the salon. With me on stage today, I have 2 very special girls. I have with me Megan, and I have with me Katrina. So let's talk to Megan a little first. Okay, Megan, how are you feeling? A little nervous. A little nervous. As I say, this is Megan's first time on stage, and Megan is one of our our graduate stylists. Megan's been a stylist now, but maybe 2-3 years. Megan, 2 years in the salon. Yes. So again, has joined the artistic team now and has really now got a passion and wants to do more shows, I think. Yes. So basically, Megan's going to work on Hattie's hair. Hattie's actually a model that we work with quite a lot. And what we like is we've pre-cut the hair. And as you can see, what we've done first of all, okay, if we look around, okay. So what we've done is we've basically worked almost like a double haircut, okay. So we've worked a little short haircut all the way through the top. As you can see, we've disconnected this back all the way through, okay? So just take all that away, all right? And we've just really worked a beautiful shape. We've really worked a lot around the fringe. I personally love fringes. I think a fringe can really, really change a hairstyle. So again, what we're going to do now is we're going to sort of undo our curls. We've created a little bit of texture because I don't know about you, but I find in the salon now, a lot of clients want a little bit more movement in the hair and a little bit more curl in the hair, okay? So we've actually prepared the hair with a conical wand just to create a very soft wave in the hair. We've worked with Style Sign, and we've worked with a curly twist product just to give us that heat protection and that finish on the hair. So I'm going to let you brush all that out and do something very creative and lovely. Great. Thank you, Megan. And now we're over to Katrina. Now, how amazing does this color look? And in a few moments, I'm going to welcome on stage Dorothy, who's my color technician, and she's going to talk about how she created these beautiful colors. I mean, if you can see in the monitor, look at the amazing shine. And from the collection today, this look really is more of a salon feel to it, okay? And I'm sure you will agree with me that one of the most classical haircuts ever is the bob. I just love a bob. But sometimes it's nice to upgrade the bob, okay? And as we can see, what Katrina's going to do now, it's been pre-cut, so she's just going to really personalize it. And this is something that I feel is really, really important for us as stylists, that we personalize our haircuts and that we personalize our work to make it unique to us. Because we have to stand out in the high street nowadays, and we want to make sure that our clients come back to us as stylists. So, let's take a little look. So what we've done, let's just take a little look through here. So again, we've cut this just beautiful classic shape, okay? So again, this is one of our more salon-friendly looks. And again, we've just really curved and wedged slightly these corners all the way through, okay? Just to give it this little bit of a twist, a little bit of a new dimension, okay? So you're going to do a little bit of trimming. Yes? So you're going to trim around the fringe, okay? Perfect. Fantastic. Now, and I'm going to work on the beautiful Bethan. Okay, so Megan has pre-curled all this for me. And it's again a little bit of like vintage styling, okay? It's a little bit of pin curling, all right? So what we've done is we prepared the hair again with Style Sign, and we used like a moussing technique on the hair, and sometimes it's called double boost mousse, okay? And we actually apply the mousse twice to the hair. So sometimes if the hair is a little bit finer, it's always nice to do 2 applications of mousse on the hair, just to give it a little bit more guts through the roots. Again, we blow dried the hair, and then we use small tongs. And we just went in and we've tonged the hair just in various directions. So I'm now going to remove all the pins, and I'm just going to create a very soft, textured look. But in the meantime, I want to welcome on stage a very special lady. And recently we were in Switzerland, and we were doing a show for Goldwell in Switzerland. And the compere of the show, he named her as the mother of colour. And to me, that's a compliment. So she's worked very hard over the weekend. She's coloured all 6 months that you're going to see. So please welcome on stage my colour director, the lovely Dorothy Sturgeon.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you to a few of my friends in the front row.
Absolutely, yes. So Dorothy, I'm going to pass over to you, and I'm going to take these pins out and start creating.
Great.
And you're going to talk through our opening looks.
Okay, thank you very much. As I said, everybody, thanks for having us here today. We love coming to Salon International. It's our 7th year, actually, doing various different presentations. All of our work is supported by us with Goldwell, and all the colours that we have done today, it's all using Goldwell products. And the products, we've been using them for quite a long time now, maybe 20 years, and we love them. And they're fantastic products to use, and we really wanted to showcase some of the new kids on the block that they have brought out. So in previous years, we've been using a lot of Illumin, which is one of their beautiful, really what we would use a lot for shows, but we also would incorporate it in our salon work. And this is really the baby sister in the family, or the baby brother. This is the Lumen Play that we really wanted to showcase here today. I know Shane has mentioned a little bit about it, but from all our models, 6 models that we did, what we had to do first, and as you're aware yourself, all of these models had to get the right foundation, the right base first. So what we had to do was we like this term decolorized. So we've decolorized all our models first. And that basically means it's a removal of unwanted pigments in the hair, whether they're natural pigments or colored pigments. So it's another way of saying lightening them. But what we needed to do was all of the models, bar 2, were lightened up to a base 10. The other 2, we kept them slightly warmer. And we wanted to get that decolorization up to that nice level. And then what we do is we silverize them using Goldwell products again. And silverizing is basically a term for evening out that base. It evens out the tone, and it allows us, so for the cooler tones like the mint and the blues, we need to get them silverized down, cooler palette to work on, and then we can then apply our Illumin Play. The Illumin Play in itself, it's a semi-permanent version of Illumin itself. It focuses on that same HD technology that Illumin has, but it allows us to be much more creative because it washes out. It fades on tone, so when it washes out, it will fade. It's not too an unusual or unnecessary, something you don't want to see, so the colours will naturally blend out of the hair. And again, as Shane was saying, about 10 to 15 washes approximately for them. So we have a range in them. There's 13 shades, there's pastels, and then there's pure colours, and then there's a clear, which we can use to dilute, and also a black. And the black is used to create a smoky character. But I'll call some of the models forward and let you have a closer look. Can I call Lauren? This is beautiful, Lauren. We'll bring her over here to the front, let everybody see. We've used Lauren before, actually, earlier on in the year at another Goldwell event, and she has the most beautiful quality of hair. When her hair is lightened, it retains its texture and shine, which is sometimes unusual with pre-lightened hair. And really what we want to do was we decolorized it really to get it up to a good base 10. And because we were going for a warmer color, when we silverized it, it was more like a pastelizing effect. We wanted to retain a little bit of the warm tone in the hair. You don't need to go with silver. It would create a slightly cooler effect. And we used Illumin Play. And we wanted to go for more a block colour effect. So what we have achieved here is the Illumine Play at orange on this side. If you just give us a little turn there for us, Lauren, and then keep going. And then we've used at pink, and then in the front section and the fringe, we went back down and then we blended that down into at red. All the colours are intermixable, so you can create your own palette of colours. So really the sky's the limit with what you want to achieve. And if you wanted a softer effect of this, you could then dilute it with the at clear, or you could even cool it down and make the pink slightly more smoky by adding a little amount of the at black. But very, very versatile. And the beauty of this is, we're doing this, we don't have to worry, we will get this out. Very often in previous times, we've been kind of stuck with these strong colours.
So again, let's just talk over the haircut. So again, we talked about classic shapes. So again, this is our classic bob, but again, just to upgrade it and just to give it a stronger look, again, we've just created this stepped fringe, okay? So just working at 2 bi-levels, okay? And again, what I find and what we find as a team, it's very important that the stylist and the colors work together, that it's cohesive, especially when you're really working on a color technique like this, on a haircut like this. Now, I'm often asked the question, where do you guys get your inspiration? Well, for us, it comes from fashion, all right? And this past number of years, we've been very, very lucky to work with a young up-and-coming designer called Hope Macaulay. And she's actually with us in the front row. Yes, where is she? She's there, yes. So Hope has created this magical collection, and the collection is called A Distorted Wonderland, and this is something that we then come together from a hair palette point of view. And again, the collection is a little bit Alice in Wonderland, a little bit of a quirky, fun, mystical feel. And again, we felt it really, really fit it amazingly with the new Illumine Play. You know, so again, it just gives us those nice tones that you see in the outfits you're seeing within the hair. So each model, as you will see them presenting, will make a beautiful story, okay? So again, it's a total look, it's a head-to-toe look. Okay, thank you so much, my darling.
Thank you, Lauren. And could I just call forward Aggie? Ailey? Ailey and Aggie. This is our lovely model Ailey, who's come down to join us from Scotland. She's based up there. And what we decided to do, when she arrived, her hair was already pre-lightened, so we just had a root application to do. So again, we got all that pigment out, we decolorized it, and because we were going for a beautiful cool shade, again, we needed to silverize that to get any unwanted yellow tones out of the hair. And then again, to kind of optimize for you today, we decided to go in with 2 different tones of the blue, at blue in Illumine Play. So the surround color, the base color on the roots and through that undersection is at blue with a little bit of at clear in there just so it doesn't go too dark on us. And then through the top lengths and ends, then we did a color merge and we used the at pastel mint with the at blue. And again, it just creates that soft 2-tone, not too different, but when the light hits it, you see all the different shades and tones. And hopefully as this washes out, it'll just get like a nice lighter blue shade, which can look very pretty as well as it's been washed. All the girls were freshly washed this morning, so that you can see them, they've already had a shampoo and they still have retained their colours, which is excellent for the first wash.
So again, as you can see, let's just turn Ailey around the back if we see the haircut. So again, we talked about classic shapes. So this is more on to our classic round, almost bowl cut, okay? So underneath we just work this little under shape all the way through. And as you can see from a colour point of view, having that darker perimeter just defines the hair that falls down on the top. So again, we want to curve all that all the way around. And then we talk in the collection about a distorted wonderland. So with this particular look, we wanted to create this little distorted fringe, okay? So we simply worked freehand and we just literally point cut the hair through the center panel of the hair. So again, it just gives it a little bit of a modern upgrade to what would have been that sort of bowl, undercut, under shape, okay? Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ellie. And then I'll maybe come over this side just for the benefit to get Aggie across.
That's great.
You'd like to join me, Aggie? This is Aggie. Aggie has, again, pre-lighting base. It's been decolorized up. We use silk lift in the Goldwell range to achieve that level of lightening with 6%. And again, because we were going for a cool shade, it was silverized. We wanted a good sort of strength of silverization to this. And then we applied a lumen play, and again, we went for like a block color technique again for, obviously visually it's very strong. And we used to create the turquoise. The turquoise is a mix of the pastel mint and at pastel blue and at green. So it creates that lovely soft turquoise. And within that then in our fringe to achieve that lovely lime green, it's a mixture of at yellow and a little very small amount of the at green. And it just sort of takes that yellowness out of it and makes it that beautiful green. Not something you maybe do every day for your clients in the salon, but it still looks amazing. And all your clients certainly admire this type of work, and maybe you can incorporate aspects. But not many of us ever thought that we'd all be saying that we love green. Most times we don't like to see green.
But it's just this beautiful colour lime, you know.
Lovely.
And again, we talked about the styling, the story. You know, again, you're working with the total look, with the outfit. Again, really working in this beautiful, just keeping the fringe really, really curved, okay? A rounded shaped fringe through here, just cutting in through the ears. And again, then, we then just worked, again, then we can see, we then just worked this disconnected undercut all the way through the back. Again, it shows a little bit of colour popping through the back. And like say, what really is nice about it, again, it just then just sits so beautifully when you just comb the hair down on base again, you know. Again, it's fitting with the haircut. It's a classic shape, but I think, and I do feel, that these looks are timeless. So we could present this in 10 years and it's still going to look as good.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Super.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Aggie.
Lovely. Thank you, Aggie.
So again, I'm just going to talk about my model here as well.
Sure.
I'm just creating this beautiful shape with curl. And I think sometimes people veer away from curl and they don't know how to dress the curl. So what I've used to dress the hair out is I've used a little bit of dust up from Goldwell Style Sign. And again, that just gives me just a little bit of lift through there. And then I'm also using, which is one of my favorite products, and it's a spray wax, and it's called Unlimiter. And again, I can apply a little bit of that through the hair, and I like to use my hands a lot, and I like to create a shape. So sometimes it's nice to create your shape and stand back from it and look and see how it's developing. You know, so I want to create something that's a little bit higher through here and then works through here and it's a little bit more offset. Again, we talked about that quirkiness, that fun element of the show, and I feel Bethan really defines that. And again, you can see through here, we have a little bit of a shorter haircut area, again, just to give it that modern twist. And especially if you're doing show work or photographic work, it's really important that your work has an edge. If you're doing a competition especially, it's really important that it has something different. It has a focal point and it stands out. Dorothy, from this colour point of view, you've really worked more of a pastel look in this.
Yeah, what we wanted to try and do, yes, it's lovely seeing the strong colours, but we wanted to show you the versatility and the broadness of the range. And there is a beautiful at pastel mint, and this has been applied obviously on a decolorized lightened base. Again, the base was lovely and clean, we silverized it. And the at pastel mint on its own, it comes out beautifully. It's strong enough you can see it, and then as it fades, it'll just soften off into that lovely, very light mint. And then we just decided to put a little feature panel in on the other side to show you the strength of the yellow. So the at yellow, that's it in one application, and it's come out really well, nice and strong. So it just creates something just to make it look a little bit different.
And I think, you know, again, it goes back to consultation, it goes back to planning. It's very important that you think out your colour placement and what shade's going to work with what colour.
Sure.
And this is something that we've learned over the years,
yeah.
You know what I mean, by putting what colour works with what colour. And it's always really good. Sometimes if you're planning a show, it's maybe really good to work on a mannequin head and practice these looks maybe before the show or before the competition, and just to see what works. Okay, I'm really liking this, Dorothy. It's really nice.
Lovely.
Thank you so much. So let's look, at Hattie.
Okay. Okay, lovely Hattie. Hattie has the most amazing hair. She's naturally very dark, so when we lightened this, we didn't want to lift it too far. It was just enough really to showcase the colour. Her hair won't really lift past the base 9 anyway, so when it lifts, it's quite golden. So again, we had to silverize it, and when we silverized it, really it was to achieve that lovely coolness in the purple. Now with this purple, what we decided to use, we used original aluminum. We decided because the blue and the pink in it mix very well together to give you this very strong, what I would call Cadbury's purple wrapper. When we were chatting beforehand about what shade of purple, because purple varies so much, and it can either be cool or it can be warm, and that was kind of what we had envisaged in our head.
Stand up for me, my darling.
Stand up for me, Hattie?
We do a little turn round.
Okay, so come on forward for us, Hattie, so that everybody can see. Come over this way. So Hattie's hair, Shane will talk to you a wee bit more about the haircut in a minute, but as you can see, that purple, there's depth to it, there's strength to it, it's intense. And then what we wanted to do was offset it with something strong, so we went for a beautiful fiery copper in the aluminum play. So it's at orange in the aluminum play. And again, it has just give it that offset to showcase and show off the strength of the haircut. But absolutely fabulous take on a colour and take on a haircut as well.
And again, Dorothy, this little side here, I'm just loving this little panel that you've just added through here.
Sure.
Just to define the haircut, if you just look through here. You know, just this little sort of area here, you know?
Like, it's all about just chatting with the stylist and deciding where you want the placement. Sometimes in the salon it's quite hard, everybody's busy, but it is always worth taking that time to stand back and look at them and decide on colour placement. And a little point of interest is always good because it personalises your work. And then it also stops the client from thinking she could do it herself at home.
Absolutely, yes, very much so. And again, Megan, you did a lovely job. Again, just to create a little bit of curl in those ends, a little bit of movement. And again, it defines the colour all the way through. So a very little, again, we use this word, a little bit of a quirky, a little bit of a fun shape. And as I say, Hattie can really, really carry this look off. Again, just defining through the fringe, through the front, just to keep a little bit of strength all the way through it. So again, we have a very strong haircut through the top, and then we've got this element of softness and this fun element through the rest. That's great. Thank you so much, Hattie. You can just go over there. Perfect. Okay, and then finally the beautiful
Very
Anastasia.
beautiful Anastasia.
Really lovely. Beautiful.
Would you like to stand up for us, Anastasia? You see how tall she is now compared to me. If you come forward for us. Anastasia's hair, actually, what we decided to do with her hair had been previously coloured just last week. She'd had a shadow root and sort of peachy coloured ends. So we took the decision that, you know, she's naturally very dark as well, not to lighten it any further. We didn't want to decolorise the hair too far and compromise the integrity of the hair. So we worked around it and decided to show you something maybe a little bit more commercial, which is a little bit more of what you would do in the salon. Something nice and rich for coming into the winter months. So with Anastasia's, we used we did a root colour merge technique on it. And on her root area, if you just put, see, she's so tall, you see I can't see her roots anytime. Put your head down for me, Anastasia. There's a beautiful smoky root in that. And how we achieved that is we mixed at red and at pink as our key focus surround colour, but we put in a little tiny bit of the at black, and that creates that beautiful smoky character on the root. And then we did the roots, took it out slightly, just out about an inch, and then we mixed up at red and at pink, and then we took it out through the lengths and ends. And it really has just created that beautiful smoky root, so you don't get any root glow, and then that beautiful rich ends, but much more commercial and much more salon-friendly look.
Again, that's something that we seem to be doing a lot more in the salon, Dorothy, is more working on the root stretch.
Yes, very much
and then more
so.
fading into multi-tonal ends.
Yes, yeah,
you know,
very much so, whether it be highlights, sort of ombre type thing, but we like all these very much the solid colours, and then showcasing much more shine and condition. And the aluminum play, it's HT technology, it nearly gives a glow shine effect on the hair, and again the beauty of it, it comes away from the hair, so it gives clients plenty of options.
And again, you know, sometimes clients will look at our show work and they say, oh my goodness, you know, you do all these shows, but sometimes we will dilute the looks for our clients.
Yes, we can use elements of it.
We can use elements, we can dilute the colour. So we can give them a hint of mint, or a hint of pink, or a hint of violet, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, even some of our sort of more clients over a certain age now are starting to be much more open to having
Absolutely,
pinks and greys in their hair, a bit of mint, and we're very happy to do that for them. So they can have aspects of it without necessarily walking maybe around like Bethan or like Anastasia.
Absolutely. And if you just stand up for me, Bethan. So again, we just want to create a little bit of curl in the hair, a little bit of movement in the hair, by just tonguing the hair in just different directions. And again, just teasing the hair out and just using your eye just to get the shape. So I want to say work a beautiful shape. I want to then just indent the hair through here and just tease these little areas out. Again, just to give it a very modern twist on the curl. You know, again, as we talked about here, we've got this focal area of yellow, just to really giving us a focal point and just to create that almost like a little bit of a 1980s vibe to it. So again, it's a little bit more vintage, but again, it's the total look. And again, Hope has really outsold herself with this look. And again, we've worked the mints, the greens into creating the total look and into telling that story. And I think that's more or less us nearly rounded up this morning. As I say, today we promised you a collection that was going to brighten up your day, and I hope you will agree with me. As I say, I would like to say a huge thank you to Goldwell for inviting me. I'd like to thank the fellowship. And as I say, enjoy the remainder of Salon International. The models are going to stay on. They're going to do a final presentation. So make sure and get lots of videos and photos. And don't forget to hashtag #IamGoldwell, Shane Bennett Hair, and the lovely Hope Macaulay. So to say thank you to my team, thank you to the fellowship, enjoy the rest of the show, and I'm going to leave you with our beautiful models. Thank you, and take care. Oh, flat.
No, you're going to do it.
No, well,
straight out.
Are you going to do a voice of God?
I'm going to go out. Wow, what an incredible performance by Shane Bennett and the guys from Goldwell. Some incredible hair, and you're seeing it all live here at the Fellowship stage. Next up, we have two incredible guys to share their wealth of experience in a real specialist category. So let's welcome up on stage Junior Green and Rick Roberts.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello.
How are you? Can you hear me? Yeah, that's all right. Sometimes it sounds like you're talking to yourself. So.
Is this on? Yeah.
So, first of all, I just want to say it's a massive a pleasure to come and show. Can you see it? Can you hear that better now? That's better. So it's a massive pleasure to come and show you guys some texture work. And to share the stage with Junior Green. Obviously with Junior, he has been a mentor of mine and someone that I look up to.
Thank you, Rick.
Yeah, I just thought I would shout that out to you. Brotherly love. So, if you've probably seen over Salon International at the moment, a lot of things are actually going quite vintage, quite 60s, 70s. I thought I'll go the same, but bring it down and put it onto texture hair. Okay? It's a very simple way of doing different techniques. So my look is all about the 70s, the 60s, and when we reveal the outfit, it absolutely looks really, really nice. Okay? So I'm just going to pass you over to Junior. I'm just going to carry on here.
Right. As I said, good afternoon, everyone. My model's got a short, pixie, relaxed haircut. Well, we want to do something different, so what we've decided to do is to add some extension, and this is like a synthetic afro. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to place this on and then trim it into shape so it's more defined, you've got more of a shape, so it's more angular. Rick?
Now, with this, we're going to be building up a foundation. Now, when you put any kind of hair up or you kind of do anything, I've always talked about foundation. Foundation is key. How many times do we do a hair up and it collapses? It's because we've not put the foundation in there. And what I've done with this, and I've been saying it over and over again with my career, is that we've done something called a double blow dry, and I'll always talk about this. It's about putting the mousse in, or the volume textures, and putting it in, blast drying this in, and then once it's dry, reapply the volume mousse or whatever product you use. I work with Schwarzkopf. And what that does, it makes a foundation in the hair, makes it a lot more easier and moldable to use. And this is what we've done. I'll just spin you around a slight bit. This is what we've done with this. So it's a lot more molded. She's got super fine hair, and it's just lifting. And what we're going to do is place it onto her head and then add pieces in and embellish it a little bit more. Okay? So I'll just pass you back over to Junior.
Right, as you can see, I'm trying to shape the hair, so we put a bit of a graduation in the back without cutting, but I'm going to go through it with the clippers once I've actually attached all the pieces.
So what we've got in here is just a few soft extensions running through here. These are really, really good. You've probably already seen them. They were called Easy Weft, but they're actually called Hair Made Easy. They're actually here, and they actually hold your wefts and they hold your extensions. They usually suck onto a trolley. You just put them in. But I thought I had a trolley today, but I haven't. So I just thought I'll come and show you. And you literally just you get your extensions, and all you do is hold your weft like that. And how many times when we blow dry, and we're holding it in between our legs like this. So this is really good. It sticks onto the sink, but they are in here, so it'll be good. Just go and have a look at them. It's made my life a lot easier and a lot easier for using extensions.
Where are they?
I don't know where they are in here, but they actually are in the show. So they're Hair Made Easy or Easy Weft. So through the top area, what we're going to do is basically unravel our donuts. Looks like a stocking, but true it isn't. And can you see how much expansion we've got on this now? And what we're going to do is just put this through the hair. Just get a pin. And if anybody's seen me before, how do you open your pin? With your teeth, your ring. I'll always say it again, you never open a pin. Because if you look at your pin, it's already open for you. How many times are you going around pushing that in? Because you've got too much hair in it. It's already open, and just pin it in, and it will hold. So we're just gonna gather that hair up there. This is my foundation.
See, Leslie.
So I just pass you back over to Junior.
Right, I don't know if anyone's been to the gallery yet, but this is one of the looks that I've created for my collection. So if you haven't seen it, I guess it's best you pop over and go and have a look at the images. As I said, when we decided to do this shoot, and on the actual shoot, this was one of the last shots that we did, because it basically happened by accident, because we've already shot, the model started taking off her makeup, and then we started playing around with this wig. And then we found, well, reveal later on, an accessory, and we put it on the model, and we thought, wow, what a look. It came so strong, so we decided to put it in the collection. And it turns out that it's one of our strongest images. Rick?
So, actually, let me jump in there for you guys, because both of you guys are shortlisted for the Afro Hairdressing of the Year at the British Hairdressing Awards.
Yeah, so I'm
Pretty
basically...
good achievement, don't you think?
Yeah, I'm basically up in the British Hairdressing Awards against Junior. So
who's going to win, Rick?
Hey?
Who's going to win?
I don't know.
Okay, who's going to win, Junior?
No, I was trying to be polite.
Brotherly love there, brotherly love. So anyway, we wish you the both best of luck in that.
Thank you.
And like you say, it's right next door. If you want to see some inspirational work, especially in the Afro category, get over and see these guys, their collections, because they are superb.
Yeah, if you look in the Afro collection, you'll see Junior Green, obviously, and Rick Roberts. And you'll see, and then you can make your mind up who's going to win, okay? So what I've just done here...
You're both winners.
Yeah, we're both winners. There's only one, though. So basically what we've done, we just fluffed out this by padding the afro. Afro hair and texture hair is really nice to work with. It's not scary. And what we're going to do is put this up here, and then we're going to leave this kind of texture on top. So you get this kind of jeweled texture, so it's something a little bit easier. So, all you're doing is just gathering that hair up. Very, very simple way of just making something quite effective.
So Rick, whilst you're doing hair, let's kind of try to find out a little bit more about the man behind the hat. How would you describe yourself in 3 words?
Passionate, creative, passionate. He's trying to get me. Passionate, creative, and humble. I'm here to help any of you guys, and I'll always say in my things, anyone ever want to come on stage or come and assist me, please, I'm here, and I like to give back. So that's who I am, and I like to party.
Junior.
Hello.
If you could work with one person, who would it be?
Fidel Sassoon, if he was still alive.
Oh, not me.
And you.
Oh,
Ken.
thank you.
Oh, these are fine.
So this is the other half of my business is Zoe. Zoe's my wife, the boss. And
you're really punching, aren't you?
Yeah, I am basically. I'm punching. But we both work all the time in the salon. I'm the creative side. Zoe does a lot of extensions in the salon. But I think it's just nice working sometimes as a couple if you work with that, but it's just nice to bounce off each other. But yeah, I just wanted to say I've got to drop her in because she's the main woman. So you can see at the moment, all I'm doing is just gathering it in, and we're just bringing up that texture, okay? And just putting it wherever it wants, because once we put stuff into this, it's going to look completely different. But underneath the hair, what I've done is kiss curled all the sides.
Yeah,
okay?
time.
Turn that. Do you see that? Very, very easy. And that's why I've got a toothbrush in my pocket. Okay? I use a toothbrush and just lay the wax or the stronghold gel all over the top and just use the brush. And what this does, it creates these soft little lines here and breaks it up a little bit more, and then you just work with that finger curl or that kiss curl around, and it's quite effective. Pass over to you, Junior. Sorry, I'm just talking a lot.
Right, as you can see, the wig's now in place, or the extensions are in place, and I'm just giving it a bit of shape. So I'm doing it freehand. I started with the clippers, but it works better with the scissors. So I'm just trying to work on my shape. As I said, I want it more angular, not just a round afro.
So,
I was just going to say...
Oh, sorry, mate.
Rick,
No.
You know, the beauty with working with extensions, we've totally transformed our look in the space of like a couple of minutes. And these are great when you're working on a shoot and you're probably strapped for time. So I'd always advise any hairdresser, session hairdresser, have some sort of extension in your kit bag. Because as I said, it took less than about 5 minutes to do this.
And Junior, like just for the audience kind of point of view, were these extensions like this when you bought them?
Yeah, it was an actual wig.
Okay.
And we just cut it up.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, and it's a synthetic wig. You don't have to go and spend loads of money, especially if you're only going to do it for a shoot.
Looking great.
So as you can see, the underneath part, what I was saying about building the texture, so we fluffed it up, so it went really, really fluffy. And then that gives us another foundation that we can pin into. So it basically, do you know when the pad that I put in, it's like gives you that kind of texture. And then we've layered over her natural texture to give us that kind of pop. A little bit more of, how would I say, like the dual texture that I was talking about. But it's really easy, and it's great for shooting or on photo shoots. So the bigger it is, it looks a lot better. Just pass over to you, Junior, while I do this.
Well, as you can see, as I said, I'm still trying to work on my shape, and I'm cutting in there, going in there freehand. And it's getting there, slowly.
So what I'm doing now is actually creating. So we're kind of freehanding this now. And what this is going to do is going to make it a little bit more individual. The key thing is, when you're doing any kind of hair or any texture hair, is, or any photo shoot, is try not to copy. Maybe use someone's work as an inspiration, but don't try and copy. Because what happens, if you let yourself go a little bit more, you create something that's more memorable because nobody's seen it. Does that make sense? Okay? Got Stephen Smart over there with a little cheesy grin trying to put me off. So,
Rick, what were you saying about that? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
What, sorry?
What were you just saying, just a sec?
Oh no, we were talking about Stephen over there.
All right.
Trying to put us off with his cheesy little smile. So you can see out here now, what it is just starting.
We've got time
to create on here a little bit more. Now, I'm going to show you. If I do this with a gold pin, when we don't open it, what happens, you can just hide it straight away. Okay? So you want to kind of see it in a 3D. You want to kind of see it 100% round. If you're shooting, just shoot where you're going to be shooting. Like some of my collections, all I did was shoot the front, and the back was so messy. Okay? But we're not shooting the back. We concentrate too much on something that we're not going to see. So with this one, it's a show. We want to work with the whole surrounding of it. Pass it back over to you, my friend.
How's it looking?
Oh. Hairdressers are not quiet, so come on. Give us a cheer. Yeah, loud, because I know you're all. Come on. Oh, do you want a bottle of champagne? There we go. And if anybody does have any questions later on for texture hair, or come in, seeing I'm back on here with men's hair later on, because I do across the board. So now we've got that kind of shape in there. We're going to start embellishing it, just making it stand out a little bit more. So we're just going to put these in, put them wherever we want. So I'll just pass you over to you, Junior.
Right, I'm just about finishing up now on my my afro. And
can you see now how it's starting to look a little bit different? It's not. It kind of breaks up that texture.
Sorry, Ken.
So these clips are really good. We went on a boat last night. It was on this £12 million boat by a hair company, an extension company called Bellamy. They're an online, and they give us these jewels, or hair jewels, but I'd really check them out. But they just literally bling and pop. And when you see everything together, it kind of works. We'll put this one in the middle, just to kind of start some more. So, Junior, I'm just going to pass over to you. You can explain what you're doing with.
Right. I've got the shape that I wanted. So now we're just going to add a bit of jewelry to the face, because this was the look that I created for my collection, part of my collection.
Bang them in a little bit more. Gonna go a few more. These look good on you, Ken.
Oh, you can. All right,
Yeah.
I'll do it.
So just put this in here. And then what I'm gonna do is just get it to stand up a minute.
Hold on.
I'm gonna use my dryer without my nozzle. Just get you to. And I'm going to use some of this Authentic Beauty. It is by Schwarzkopf, but it is an amazing product. The best thing about this one, there's no alcohol in it. So you know alcohol dries afro hair or textured hair. And we're just going to go in. And we're going to turn around. And we're just going to create a little bit more of a freedom. Implant it a little bit more. Just close your eyes. And what happens with the dryer, it gives you that erratic texture. So it gives you a texture or something that you can't do yourself, because sometimes we try and get it too perfect. And like this little bit, tweak this so it goes higher. Hey, you could use this on a Halloween look, couldn't you? So I'm going to just reveal it and you'll see how everything works. We'll just get one more pin. I've got a pin in my pocket, just to bring that corner in a little bit more. Just tuck that in. And kinda.
Okay, cool.
One more.
Okay.
Because it's a visual. As hairdressers, we are visual artists. And then when you're doing anything like this, you want to always kind of stand back, okay? Because if we go like this, we can't really see it. But if we stand back, we can actually see our whole picture. Because if you kind of see that a lot of artists, do you think an artist would paint like this? Do you think he paints like that, or do you think he paints like that? And then step back and look at his work. We are hair artists, okay? So look at your work, think what needs doing, put one more pin in here. Let's do that. Do you want to show us your model, Junior? Oh, hello.
Right, as just by adding that face jewelry, it's just turned the look totally editorial now. Would you not agree? Very quiet today.
I think it does. I think it does look really editorial. I think anything these days is quite editorial, but
Pull a little bit on the right.
Which bit?
Pop this up a little bit.
Pull a little bit. This one.
Does that look all right for you? Do you like that? Yeah?
This looks amazing.
It's quite easy to do, but I'll quickly why Junior's doing this. It's quite a fierce look what Junior's got.
So Rick, obviously we've just mentioned that you're in the Afro category.
Yep.
You're in a few other categories though, yeah?
Yeah, I'm up for Northeastern Hairdresser of the Year too, so across the board I kind of do everything. That's the thing when I'm a northerner. I have to do everything.
You
Put
do
the cut.
everything. Does your wife agree that he does everything? No. Apparently you don't do everything.
I hoover.
All right, tell me, Batman or Superman?
What?
Batman or Superman?
Superman.
Superman, why?
Because he's got all the powers.
Okay. If you had a superpower, what would it be?
What would it be? I'll fly.
What?
Fly.
Fly. Do you know what mine would be? Electric on the end of my fingers. Because I never forget walking out on stage once before and I was using an electrical tool.
Yeah.
And there was no power. The power had gone on the stage.
Oh.
And the whole thing I was doing was about electrical tool. So it was like, okay, this is going to be interesting. You can't do anything. So,
let me just sorry.
Yeah, you recap.
I'm just going to recap how we've done this. And then what we've done, we worked with the foundation, we worked with blow drying it twice, or blasting that product in, blasting the Schwarzkopf products all the way through this, built up the foundation, the second layer all the way around. What we've done is worked with the texture, and that's created like a fluffy texture, built it up with the donuts inside, unraveled the donut, built it through the top area, pinned them in. And then what we've done next is brought her natural texture through the top area, okay? And then just gone through, embellished it, kiss-curled it all the way through. Got beautiful makeup done by Abby Beaumont, who does a lot of the collections. And it just kind of sets it off a little bit more. If anyone wants any more details, obviously Junior's going to go through details of how we've done it, a close look. We're going to be over here taking a quick picture. But I hope you do like this look, and I hope it does stand out for you.
Awesome.
Thanks, Rick. Like, with my model, Tanika, basically, as I said before, she's got relaxed pixie cut. So to change the total look up, we decided to add the extension, and that's synthetic hair afro. And it was a wig. We cut it in half, basically, and pinned it into place, and then I went in and cut it freehand to create this angular shape. Again, we've added the body jewelry, just to give it a bit of an editorial feel. And then to keep this in place, we misted it with a light hairspray and an oil sheen. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the look.
It looks amazing. Well done. Thank you, guys. So before you guys go, and before we thank them and we leave you the models, just want to say, do not leave this stage in the next 2 minutes, because we have a launch from the fellowship, which is super, super exciting. And we want to share it with you. It's launching next week, and we want to preview it to you guys in the audience and everyone at Salon International. So don't leave. It's going to be shown up on the live lounge. Okay? Thank you guys. Done a fantastic job, and we'll leave you with the girls. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
So, good evening, good afternoon, shall I say, and welcome. Welcome to you guys on Facebook Live and YouTube. Pleasure to have you. We have an exciting launch for the fellowship. The fellowship, we looked at our organization, and around about 3 years ago, we realized we had a great offline presence. Our heritage established us as one of the most creative organizations in the industry. However, we felt that we had a weak online presence. And for the last 3 years, we've kind of worked on developing our websites, our social media, and even at all our events, we're streaming live to the world through Facebook, through YouTube, and live onto our websites. And that, I think, is the change in our industry. So what we have is an incredible new pillar of our opportunities. We have 3 key pillars, which are our events, our projects, and now we have our digital presence, which is called The Knowledge. These guys up here have been part of the beginning of it, but before I get speaking to them, let's have a sneaky look at what the knowledge is all about.
The Knowledge is an amazing platform and is something that our industry is really missing at the moment.
Now that we've finished tonging all of the hair and part 2 of the wig is blended in as well, I'm just going to start working through with a brush just to join the whole thing together.
You've got to push yourself because you don't know who you are going to be. The next Trevor Sorbie, the next Anthony Mascolo, well, that could be you. You don't know. Yeah. You don't know until you do it, until you push yourself to that level.
Education is the absolute fundamental part of our business. It means that we attract great staff, it means we develop our team so they've got a career path. So not only does it give the individuals growth, but it gives the business growth as well.
It's not just about me being this crazy creative hairdresser. I eat, sleep, drink it. I live it. I am inspired every morning. I wake up and I'm thinking, how am I going to make the world a better place today? I want to be a day maker. I am here on this earth to make people stay.
Wow, pretty special, hey? I mean, for me, that gives me goose pimples when I look at what we've developed from the fellowship. So let me introduce you to these wonderful young men.
Yes,
we have Robert Masciave and we have Ian Marshall from Spargo. Now, these guys have kind of had an integral part. And before I kind of just delve into what they've done, I just want to share, The Knowledge is our online platform that will be exclusive to our members. You log in through our website, just like you would to get tickets, and you will have this exclusive content exclusive to you. It's broken down into 3 kind of categories, with inspiration, innovation, and education. And what you'll have from that is education. You'll have step-by-steps by some of the greatest hairdressers in Britain. You'll also have the innovation where the game changers, people in the industry, how did they get to where they got to? How did they launch a product? How did they bring things to market? And I know we'll talk to Ian about that one. And we have inspiration. Inspiration is where, how do we take a show or a shoot from concept to reality? And we have great documentaries with some fantastic people. I can tell you the first one is with Robert Eaton for his show at Trend Vision this year, and it delves into it. So, Robert, you're obviously, your French suave language comes shining through our video.
Well, first, good morning, Ken, and good morning, everybody. Yeah, the knowledge. I think for me, let me just tell you a little bit about what it means to me, because you know we hear a lot about online stuff, online, and we got to be online. But you know, one thing that matters, and we are realizing more and more, is that contents. It's not just about putting contents up there, but it's having structured content. And that's why I think that the fellowship understands that. Having inspiration, innovation, and education, you know, this is the heart of our industry. This is what we play with every day. And to me, that's very important.
Yeah, and I think it'll shine through. Now, on top of that, the obvious is we'll do great hairdressing and great that, but we do have in our industry some major game changers and people who've just done things that none of us have ever thought through for different reasons. Now, Ian, yours is a fantastic story, and when I was actually lucky enough to see your interview in the rushes, and I was blown away. I didn't realize where, why, or how. Tell us a little bit about your journey for where you are now.
I've been hairdressing for...
Yeah, go on.
I've been hairdressing for 23 years. I gave up a career in building to do it, mainly because there was loads of pretty girls in the salon. And over the course of my career, I've done many things, stage work, travelled the world. But then 6 years ago, on the 11th of October, my nephew was born with Down syndrome, cerebral palsy and brain damage.
And it sort of changed my life totally, because I realised that as an industry, we're here to make people look and feel fantastic. But unfortunately, there's millions of people out there that don't get that opportunity, mainly because they can't go into a normal salon. I'd always worked with children with autism, close the salon at night, turn the music off. But then I realised there was nowhere for these children, teenagers and adults to go.
I mean, I think that's the point, you know, loud music, big bright lights.
Exactly.
And you don't think really, but it may suit us as a hairdresser.
Yeah.
But it doesn't suit people with those conditions.
So that was where Spargoland started. I then managed to raise enough money to get a purpose-built salon, built at the back of my existing salon. And for the last 4 years, we've been running it really through my main salon. It's now got to the point where it's gone so big that I need to start looking at funding. I'm overflowing with the clients. It is hard, don't get me wrong. Most hairdressers wouldn't want to be bitten, spat at, thrown up on. Wow. But I love it because you see an impact on the families.
Hey, I just, it's inspirational just listening to it. I got chills down my spine listening because I think
Thank you.
You know, we are a caring, giving industry.
Yep.
And we're really known for doing it to our own people, you know, but this kind of steps out to the man, and I think it's incredible to listen
And
to.
it is, you know, we're meant to be the happiest workers on earth. But there are thousands and millions of people out there that deserve the right to feel as fantastic as we make our everyday client.
I think so. And I guess you guys, you viewers at home, you know, if you're inspired by listening to these guys, their stories, inspired by people like Robert and the work he does, you know, check it out. It's called The Knowledge. It's our third pillar of opportunity. And if you're members, you will be involved in the production and all of the videos and VTs. Just to get into you guys' heads.
Yes.
Describe yourself in 3 words, Robert. In English, please.
Right, before that, I just wanted to add something about with Ian, you know, because I think one thing that is very clear with Ian is that, because you were saying about being spat and be doing it, you know, but it's doing something for a purpose. And I think that's what's important for all of us, to do it with a purpose. Creativity in our industry is key. It helps you develop your mind to help to then be able to think outside the box. And that is what was required, isn't it? Yeah. Thinking outside the box to come up with something new. I had an accident. I came up with a scissors that helped me and that helps other people. So that's what it is. So now to describe me in 3 words, it's always very hard. I think I'm down to earth.
That's 3 words.
Yeah.
Down to earth.
That's 3 words.
You're done.
Down to earth.
You've proper done yourself there, mate.
Right. You could, typical Frenchman. Yeah, right. Why say 1 when you can say 40?
It's 3 words multiplied by, you know.
And
honest and a bit crazy sometimes.
Okay, fantastic. Listen, they are inspiring stories. They're step-by-steps and everything. The creativity within the knowledge will be pretty exceptional. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm going to hand you back to your host for the next hour or 2, Simon Shaw. But we'll just leave you with another look at that incredible VT to share with you about the knowledge, which will be launching 12 o'clock on Wednesday on our website. And as a member, it's free for you. So if you're not a member, go and see those guys over there, and they'll sign you up, and it'll be ready for you to rock and roll. Thank you, and see you later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Fellowship.
The Knowledge is an amazing platform, and it's something that our industry is really missing at the moment.
Now that we've finished tonging all of the hair and part 2 of the wig is blended in as well, I'm just going to start working through with a brush just to join the whole thing together.
You've got to push yourself because you don't know who you are going to be. The next Trevor Sobey, the next Anthony Mascolo, well, that could be you. You don't know. Yeah. You don't know until you do it, until you push yourself to that level.
Education is the absolute fundamental part of our business. It means that we attract great staff. It means we develop our team so they've got a career path. So not only does it give the individuals growth, but it gives the business growth as well.
It's not just about me being this crazy creative hairdresser. I eat, sleep, drink it. I live it. I am inspired every morning. I wake up and I'm thinking, how am I going to make the world a better place today? I want to be a day maker. I am here on this earth to make people stay.
Hello. Totally my fault. I wasn't meant to be on stage. You were meant to be watching the VT, so nothing to do with all the technical issues, just me being a dork. So, good afternoon and welcome to the fellowship stage. Hope you're going to hang around certainly for the next half an hour and then keep coming back and revisiting. Check out the website, have a look at the knowledge, what we've just heard about. But coming up now, we've got a great presentation. I've just seen the models backstage and it's looking fantastic. So the next presentation is going to come from Amica. We've got two people coming from Amica. We've got James Earnshaw, who's the UK Artistic Ambassador. And then we have Naima Lafond, and she's the Global Artistic Director for Amica. Please give a great round of applause for these two. Thank you.
Hey! What's up, everybody? I am Naima Lafond, Amica's Global Artistic Director.
Hi everyone, my name's James Henshaw, Amika's UK Artistic Ambassador.
I'm coming all the way from New York to hang out with you guys. Salon International was actually the first international show I did like 7, 8 years ago, and we're back today. I'm so excited to be here. We're gonna show you some amazing looks from Amika. So let's just dive right into it. Let's bring our models out. Let's bring our models out. There you go.
There you go.
All right. So let me explain to you what I'm going to be doing today. So I love big hair, clearly.
Right.
So I'm going to be showing you some of my big hair techniques. Everyone loves to see how I build a hair and get it so big and get it to last. So I'm going to show you how I do a very big hair updo, all right? I'm going to start getting into that. James, what are you working on today?
So I'm just working on my lovely model, Olivia. So I want to create for you something that's obviously got texture. Anyone that knows me or knows Naima knows that we're both obsessed with texture. So I've just placed the hair into a ponytail to start. And to be honest, I just did it with my hands, just quite roughly. Didn't mind if there was any areas that had kind of looser areas. Just kind of threw it up into a ponytail, wrapped it around with elastic, and then I've just left this little piece spare here. What I'm going to do for you guys today is like a braided twist, and I'm going to pin it into a silhouette shape at the back and then add texture at the front. So I'm going to show you how I can use the Amika product to create kind of cool texture.
All right, so what I'm doing now is I'm pumping some of the Amika Vandal volume powder into her hair. So let me explain to you what I have going on in here. So her hair is naturally like this level, a little bit past the shoulders.
Hold that back.
I have 3 sets of halo extensions in her hair, but I don't sit them how you normally sit a halo extension. I took the string out, folded it in half, and sewed it onto braids right at the center of her hair here. So when I bring her hair up, you'll have all of this hair to work with, all right? The hair around the front is all hers. We're gonna continue pumping the Vandal. The Vandal's gonna give me the grip that I need to do all that shaping and forming, okay? I don't want it to be soft at all. I need the hair to have tons of grip. James?
Okay, so what I'm up to now is I just backcombed the front, and I backcombed one of my Amika favorites, the Undone Texture Spray. This is amazing to backcomb over because it's so dry. It really gives a really great foundation to work with. So I just backcombed that, and then what I'm going to do now is use my 2 pieces of elastic that are spare, as you can see here. Just literally using my hands, I'm going to bring that over the top, clip it into position, and then just using that, I'm just going to tie that over the top, okay? So what that's going to do is tie it into the ponytail and bring it all together as one. Just tie that off a couple of times, and then I'm just going to cut that off.
Large bobbies.
And then what I'm going to do,
Go ahead, down a bit.
just hold that for me. So I'm just cutting off this elastic, and the reason why I've kept that looser is so I can now, with my hands, start to free out this texture, okay? That's why I kept that nice and soft. As you can see, the Undone Texture Spray that's in there is still working as I start to manipulate with my hands. And then also, Olivia has the best baby hairs in the world, so I'm just gonna brush the opposite way to the ponytail and just expose those baby hairs. Everything that Olivia doesn't do on a day-to-day basis and hides them, we're going to go the opposite with that today. And you can see how by just using my hands, it creates a really soft texture around that hairline. So I'm going to start my rope twist. What are you up to, Naima?
So right now I'm putting in a foundation onto the top of her hair because, like I said, I want this updo to sit super high. It's like a very editorial look that we're going for. So I need this volume to start right at the base over here. So we just took a mesh, we just folded it up, placed it right at the top, and it's behind some hair, so you have some hair to flip over it, okay? So when we take this hair back, you're not gonna see it as we continue to build. So I'm gonna spin her this way so we can start building the back of the hair. And let's start from the very bottom. So Jen, I'm gonna have you hold this hair up. You guys, you see all of the extensions that are in here? Like I said, it's like 3 packs that we have, 3 sets. I'm gonna take it piece by piece. The key to building really big looks is to do it in sections. If you take the whole thing and just sculpt it and pin it, it's gonna be big, but it's not gonna be as big as it could be if you did it in sections, all right? So for this, we're gonna use long hairpins.
Okay, so what I'm doing now, just with the ponytail that I have, I'm going to do a rope twist technique. This is a technique that I use all the time in the salon, on stage. It's just super, super easy. So I'm just going to twist both sides of the hair to the right, like so, if you can see, and then right over the top of left. So I'm just going to continue twisting it both sides to the right, and then right over left, okay? I have a little bit of heist on my hand, which is like a texture paste. So it's just helping to control any hairs as I work down with the twists, okay? So I'm just continuing, twisting both sides to the right until I reach the ends. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna secure it with an elastic, and then I'm gonna pin the ends in. I'm just not worrying as well about the ends being out. I'm keeping those quite soft and textured. Cool, so now I've done that, I'm just going to use my hands to massage and exaggerate that shape, okay? And you can see how the braid or twist just expands as I start to manipulate it. Then I'm going to kind of visually place it where I think looks cool.
And this over here is starting to feel a little soft for me, so I'm going back in with the Vandal. The Vandal's what's gonna help me get that grit and grip that I need for this big textury updo. All right, and all I'm doing is folding the hair onto itself and pinning. Just make sure we're not pinning the hair that's in front of it.
Got so much of this. Hold that again.
All right, we're using long hairpins for this. So these are Diane hairpins. I'm not sure if you guys have these here, but they work really well because...
They're what, Diane hairpins?
Yeah, you have Diane?
I've never heard that in my life, show me.
This one.
Oh, Diane, okay, you learn something new every day.
So, you see, we took one section back here. We started the folding, long hairpin. Another section, same thing. So we're creating that volume, but in sections, okay? So we still have that texture happening, but it's not like perfectly coiled curls. Do we want it to be matte? We want it to have lots of texture. So I'm gonna move on to the side here. Hold it nice and high for me so I can see what's happening in here. James, what are you doing?
So I'm just taking a needle, a wool needle, and I've just looped through some more of the green elastic, hooked it under the ponytail and into the twist. And now what I'm gonna do is just work really visually, going up and down through the hair. And what that's gonna do is obviously secure the twist to the head. But I'm just gonna again work visually until I create the shape that I want. And I like how the elastic is on show, so it's like embellishing the hair as I work all the way up. So you can see just pulling, keeping the tension on the elastic until I complete the shape.
Okay. Again, we're continuing to grab the hair in sections. Sometimes you can even use your fingers to kind of section out that hair and kind of break it open for that volume, okay? Always come at the profile and see how it's looking. How big is it getting? We want it nice and high. So I'm going in with more backcombing. When I say I go in with more backcombing, you don't need to, it's like 4 or 5 times in this one big section. And then we're gonna headstrong hairspray it. Hold it nice and high.
So I'm just here continuing, just with my elastic, keeping the tension. And you can see how you've got that really cool contrast of the depth against the color. against the green elastics. I'm just continuing all the way, kind of visually working until I've run out of elastic.
All right, nice and high. And you see, I keep coming to her side because it's important for me to see that height coming in through the side here. All right, we're going to continue just pinning. James, what is like your hero product for this look that you're creating today?
Me and you have very similar favorites, don't we? Again, the undone texture spray is really good because you can see, even though Olivia's hair is brunette, a lot of the time when I use texture spray, it can leave like a white residue, but the Amika products never do. So undone is amazing because you can really layer that up to get the texture, even on darker hair types.
Vandal. I'm really going in with a lot of Vandal myself because I need that grit on the hair.
I think what's great about the Amika products is they're really buildable, so you can like intermix them together rather than putting one product on and be like, Jesus.
Exactly.
That's very stiff.
Exactly, yes. And then if it's not working for you, you can always brush it out. So they're not so heavy that it's not something that you can brush out.
Yeah, definitely. And we all have those moments.
Yeah.
Cool, so I've just worked my way till the end here.
Headstrong.
And then I just cut off the elastic as I worked to the end, okay? So it's secured at the bottom now, and now I'm just going to work on this last bit of hair, okay?
Hairpin.
Cool, so again, just stepping away, seeing how it looks from all angles. And then, yeah, I'm just going to pin this through here.
Let me take a look at you from the front. Amazing.
So again, just using the needle through the base of the ponytail here.
Vandal.
And just tying it off. What's nice as well with the elastic is it's so secure that now I can really manipulate the rest of it with my hands.
Headstrong. So we just threw this side piece over, and I kind of wanted to lay on top of what we were just sculpting here. Now, because it has that Vandal in it and because it's been backcombed, we can go in and place long hairpins on the back end of it to secure it to the hair.
Cool, so I've just popped my Vandal in. As you can see, I use quite a lot of this. That's why we have two. So just spritzing loads onto this hair where I want the texture. And then I'm going to use my hairdryer and kind of dry it in, okay? So on stage yesterday, I said a lot of the time we kind of, as hairdressers, we use brushes so much, which is obviously amazing. But I like to really get in there with my hands and just really manipulate shapes to create that texture. And I think hairdryer is amazing because obviously you get that kind of windswept feel. So I'm just kind of going through on the cold air. The reason I'm using cold air is I don't want to create any heat, I just want to create softness. So I'm just kind of drying it until I'm visually happy with this windswept texture that I've got here.
So you always want to come all the way around and just kind of see what's happening in the back. We're getting that shape, we're keeping that texture. More headstrong. So because we're keeping that texture, we want these soft pieces on the back here, all right? You want to make sure that that texture really continues throughout. James, how are we doing over there?
Sorry, I'm just enjoying my baby hairs over here. So again, just continuing that, using that cold air.
Forward.
You can see how it just visually creates a lot of softness. Cool, so now I'm just going to finish with a little bit of Headstrong hairspray. And Mika have 2 different types of hairspray. This is a stronger one, so it's amazing when you're doing stage work and you really want that to hold. When you use this, the hair is not going anywhere. You can see how it really controls and holds that hair, but in a soft way.
Vandal. And I'm continuing to go in with the Vandal right there at the root. Because I want some lift at the root for her here. Just gonna take a walk around and make sure our texture looks good on all sides. Let's do some pins on this side as well. So when you're doing texture and pinning, a good way to hide the pins is to kind of grab and pinch and then weave the hairpin in. This way you're not going to see where the pin was inserted. When you just grab it, pinch it, and then weave it in, as opposed to just grabbing it and putting a pin in. If you pinch it and twist it and then weave in, it's just gonna look like more texture.
Okay, so just finishing off here, just going along the hairline and just detailing those baby hairs and those hairs all the way down.
Forward.
Let's give her a little spin.
So I just curled this front piece of her hair with the largest chameleon curler, so with this curler, just all going in the same direction. And we're just going in with a grooming brush to smooth it out. And I'm gonna pump some Vandal in it just to kind of air it out a bit so that it matches the rest of the hair. Okay?
Cool, so just finishing up.
Yep, just adding our final touches here. Again, tons of Vandal. Just kind of airing that hair out. Making sure this texture in the front here matches the texture of our updo. So you see I'm going in, I'm kind of spreading it out. You don't want like a soft, silky piece of hair in the front and then the rest is like all this texture. You want to make sure that it matches. And I love to get a little bit of control in some chaos. Like I have like a lot of texture happening, but what pops when you take a picture is like something with like some shape in it. So having this piece in the front that has a cool shape, but still matches all of that texture that's happening, works really well for editorial work.
You know the model's tall when even I have to like reach up to get to you.
Oh yeah.
Cool, so just finishing, so you can see, place the hair into a ponytail, created that second ponytail on top that was slightly looser, use my hands to manipulate that soft texture on the hairline, if you turn around for me, and then again from the back, stitching it the rope twist to the head to create that flatter silhouette, and then just pulling out, and you can see what almost looks like a kind of S shape is just kind of going onto the hair, and then the ends here using the Vandal texture powder and expanding that shape through the back. So you've got that really nice contrast between almost the prettiness of the elastic and then that gritty texture of the, from the Vandal. Thanks, Olivia. If you'd stay there for me.
So I'm just going in with my Headstrong to just kind of finish up the side pieces of her hair. You can stand up. Beautiful. Just make sure we air out this texture a little bit more. Take a look at me. Amazing. What do you guys think of the looks? Looking good? All right, so we have some pre-done models. James looks great. So we did some models backstage. I just want to quickly go over what we did to create the texture and the looks for the models backstage. James, you want to start off?
Yeah, just removing the obstacle from Emma. So this is the beautiful Emma. So Emma's hair is quite fine in texture. Do you want to stand in the front for me so I can go through it? Quite fine in texture. So what I did was braided all of the back of her hair away and stitched it to the base of her head so it had a really flat base to work from. Then I used some clip-in extensions, clipped them all the way up,
Beautiful.
and then used a tong and tonged them all in the same direction. Then what we did is brushed out that tonging, used more Vandal powder, more undone texture spray, and really layered that through. And you can see as I start to manipulate it with my hands, again, that product's really working in there. Then what we did is used, we backcombed the front a little bit, then used a hairdryer like I did on Olivia, and brushing it back. So again, everything has that slight kind of windswept soft texture. Then these super cute pins from Keller that have just come out, these super hot seahorses. Why not pop those in as well? And then again, just spraying with hairspray to expand that texture. I hope you guys like it.
So good. All right, so step up, Holly. This is Beth here. Come on up. So she has tons of big hair in here. So what I did to create this was first, I curled her hair with our tiniest chameleon curler, which is a 19 millimeter. And we just wrapped it, like wanded it, twisting it around the wand in alternating directions going around. And then I took 3 halo sets of extensions, 3 halo extensions. I curled those as well. And then I pinned them into her hair. Because this is for like editorial work, photo shoots, she's not gonna go dancing in this, you can just use large bobby pins to pin it in. So I back combed, front row, pinned in, same thing, pinned in at the top, and then continue to blend. Headstrong hairspray, Vandal volume powder, and there you have it. What do you guys think?
Yes.
All right, let's go this side. Awesome, so that's our time?
Yeah, so we'll leave you with the models now. If you want to all stand at the front for me. If anyone wants to grab photos, feel free. Me and Naeem are going to be over at the Amica booth, so if you have any questions, want to try any of the products, then feel free to come over.
We actually have one product to give away. Where is that? Are we doing that? Awesome. Amazing. James, you want to help me with this giveaway?
Why not?
So we're going to be giving away to a lucky winner in the audience the chameleon curler set. This is so good. If you do tons of styling, it has all the sizes that you need in here to get the job done. Anyone want this? Come on, you guys. I know this is the UK and you guys don't like to be extra like us.
We don't love giveaways here like we do in America.
On the count of 3, I want to hear you scream. 1, 2, 3. Is it back there? All right. I think she's my winner here. Pass this to her. Can you pass this to her?
This one. Naima, you're so good at this.
No, you do it, James.
Do it again. Who wants the confident styler?
Anyone over there? Let's do this side. Come on, you guys. You can do better than that. All right, you in the orange. Pass that back to him. Thank you guys so much. You've been amazing. Have a good one.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Head over to the Amica booth to check us out.
Those giveaways kill me every time.
Wow, thank you very much. Please give a huge round of applause for James Earnshaw and Naima Lafond, UK Artistic Ambassador and Global Artistic Ambassador Director for Amika. Really, really strong show. Now we have something coming up now which is going to blow your mind, I think. I've just seen it backstage, looks fantastic. I'm not going to say too much about them. They're going to be showcasing their latest collection, which is Point Constellation. And I'm sure they'll explain all of that to you. Please welcome onto stage the Rush artistic team.
Hello, hello, hello. Oh, it does work. Congratulations. How you doing, guys? You all right?
Which side
Fantastic being here for this afternoon for the fellowship. My name's Andy Heesman. I'm the International Creative Director for Rush. Alongside me, this is Fellowship Hairdresser of the Year, Miss Tina Fari.
Thank you, guys.
God, Tina, what are you doing there today? That's fantastic.
So, good afternoon, guys. Absolute pleasure being here on the fellowship, as always. What I'm really excited to be sharing with you is our latest concept that we are going to be showing at Rush Live tomorrow. So tickets are over at the stand. I'd love you all to come. So this concept is basically about art installation. So rather than being an art piece, being an installation, it's almost like a human person being part of the art installation. So this is called paint on hardware. So what I'm going to be doing is working with a lot of hair already painted and adding it into the hair to create this really abstract feeling with the hair. So what I'm doing here is I've started off prepping the hair with some pli and some beach waves by Techniart to give it this really kind of raw texture. This feeling is almost like she's been out clubbing. And one of the other things I love is we've worked with Colin Horgan. So he's done all the clothes for the show. And we've done quite a few shows with him, 3 seasons with him at London Fashion Week. So it's been amazing to collaborate with him. But also another artist that we collaborated with this year was a guy called Matt Small, which again, he's done a lot of our artwork for us. So again, when I start to work in the look, you'll start to see it all come together. I'm going to pass you over to Andy.
Thank you, Tina. So, our main collection we're actually going to be launching this year. Obviously, Tina's going to be doing 10 more of these beauties at Rush Live tomorrow, which is midday tomorrow. So any of you interested in coming to see the full show, this is obviously just a sneaky peek. We're going to be showcasing that tomorrow midday in Salon Live. So today, I'm going to be giving you glimpses with the team, bit about Point Constellation. Now, Point Constellation was a collection that we produced for London Hairdresser of the Year. I kind of took an inspiration from the stars, obviously. I see a lot of it in fashion, I see a lot of it out there, and I've taken the 90s influences of undercuts to create something quite unusual. So what I'm doing with the shapes, I mean, I've obviously got a stencil here, so I've turned that round. You guys can see that on the camera. what this lovely little star stencil around the ears here. It's quite detailed. But the shapes are going to basically, when you look along the horizon of the shape, you're going to have vertical dips of up and down, which are going to be areas that are going to be reduced and areas that are going to be expanded. Now this works really well with texture, and it works really well when you want to do vinyl shapes as well. So it's going to be really quite interesting. So this is Sophie. So with Sophie's hair, what I'm going to be doing with her hair today is I'm literally going to scissor over comb a lot of the front off. So simplify the shape a little bit, because I'm going to have lots of detail through the back. I've actually cut like this, almost like crown area through the crown. That makes sense. This almost like star contoured line. So when I turn around, you guys can see I've got areas of disconnection that are going to appear into the shape and give myself the texture that I need. But through the front, I'm going to compact the shape down and work really quite graphic. Okay. Paola, what are you up to there, my darling?
Oh, thanks, Andy. Hello, everybody. So, on from what Andy said, working with the idea of the stars and really taking that into the inspiration behind the haircuts. So there's you'll see a lot of points in what we're doing. So really creating peaks. I mean, with Sophie's hair, I've got another Sophie, this is Sophie Hodge, who we've worked with for years. She's got a really kind of that 90s feel in the undercut through the back. So very, very tight, and then scissor over comb, so you're taking it to skin, and then working through, leaving with that really heavy shape just behind the ear. You've got the 2 points just over the ear to kind of reflect the point of the star, and that's the same on both sides. So we're leaving really just a square section through the top, which I'm going to layer through a little bit more, but that's going to be the fringe area. So it allows her to wear the hair on both sides. So again, just really kind of keeping that versatility, but contrast between lighter and then a much heavier shape through the back.
Fantastic.
So, thank you.
Paola, guys, I'm Chris Williams. I'm International Colour Director. I am going to be talking a little bit later about the colours, and I've got another presentation model to bring on as well. But first of all, I'm going to pass you over to Beck. Unfortunately, we haven't got 2 mics for these last 2 chaps. So Beck, lovely shape here. What are you doing?
Hello, my name is Singi Beck from Rush Artistic Team. I'm so glad to be here. I'm very proud. What I've done here so far, I'll take it one of my interpretation of point constellation. These point constellation, what I've done so far, I'll take a triangle section first and take it graduation with the vertical sections in, and I'm following the hair shape. I'm not following the hair shape, I'm actually over-directing back to the previous slightly, build up the weight on each side area. So which is remove the loss of weight in the middle and get weight out of both sides and get a little bit longer and longer. And what I'm doing now, take it under the diagonal section on the side. You can see, sorry, a little bit more. Take a diagonal section, I'll take a vertical section and slightly go into following the hair shape, remove the weight out. So eventually weight is going to go to the corner of it. And finally what I've done it, make it nice pointer cut, make it nice star shape of the points I created as well, as you can see. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to move on to the top. I'm going to cut it, cut short to longer. Remove the weight out on the top, but keeping all the lengths of nice elongate shape for it. And then finally, I'm going to keep them both of the lengths, a nice styling, give it kind of exaggerate all the shape out, give it nice texture. Thanks so much.
Fantastic. Tina, before I pass over to Ashley, that looks incredible what you're doing there. Do you want to just tell the team a little, or tell the audience a little bit about what it is that you're up to?
Okay, so basically what I've worked with here is acrylic paint. So what I've done is I've worked on a head. So I've shaved the head off so we get that nice curvature on the head. And then I've laid hair wefts over that, and then I've painted on the hair. Been quite sort of sporadic with that, so really creating a really nice kind of abstract feeling with the hair. And then I've just basically glued that onto the hair, and I'm just now setting that into the hair. And then once that's set in the hair, I can then start to really work in the texture with the paint as well. So what's really cool about it, it does look like she just slapped on some paint on her hair. So again, it's almost like, you know, she wants her hair red, but she hasn't got time, she's just going to paint it on. So it's really, really fun as well. So I'm just going to work that now into the texture all the way through there.
Brilliant. Thank you, Tina. Ashley.
Hi everyone. So this is Lydia, my model, obviously. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we're doing. Obviously, Andy talked a little bit about the horizontal plane. When you look at Lydia's hair, obviously we're working with star section is quite prominent throughout Point Constellation. So we started off with a really deep, just below the crown, heavy triangular section through here. So it's really flattened out the graduation through the back, accentuating our star section pattern. And then on the sides of Lydia's hair, we've also got these little cropped in panels underneath, points of weight distributed over that horizontal horizon. So when you see it, it's really, really peaks and valleys of weight.
Peaks and valleys, I like that one, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to pass you back over to Chris, and obviously he can talk to you through a bit more about the colour. Just having a slight move.
He's going to first beat you up.
Yeah.
Beat the model. There we go.
Sorry. Is that right, Clive? Just, they can't see you on camera there, Ashley. It's a lovely, lovely shape. So I'm going to actually let the guys sort of cut for a little bit. I'm going to bring on another model, so just 1 second. This is the lovely Cornell. I'm just going to bring her through to the front here. So the shape here has been worked by Paola, and I'll get her to explain to you guys what she's done in just a moment. But Andy's already said a little bit about the Point Constellation collection and how we've worked with the haircuts in designing that kind of star-shaped pattern. But colour-wise, I wanted to share this with you. I want to talk to you guys a little bit about the colour work that we've got going on. Now, the collection, Point Constellation, that we've done as a photographic collection, is a black and white collection, and we really wanted to work with that colourless kind of feeling. A bit unusual for us, really, to not have very much colour, but I've worked with a lot of blondes, or we worked today with a lot of blonde palettes, with sort of contrasts of greys, and working with that almost sort of colourless tone. Here, we've worked with Cornell's natural colour, because she's got such an incredible base. Just use a little bit of deer light, just give that some shine. And then through the front, we've pre-lightened the panel, and I don't know if you can see there, but we've just got this lovely sort of slaty grey kind of working through the front there that picks up and creates that little bit of a dusky kind of colourless feel to the hair. Paola, what have you done with the shape?
Okay, so on Cornell's hair, I wanted to create this really sort of curved shape, working with almost like a curved moon feeling. So again, working with that whole star feeling, but also I was quite inspired by a bit of a 70s feel. Do you want to just stand a little bit more on this side? So the haircut was taken with the sections through the front, really pulling down, working with a really long fringe area. So everything was cut, working on that round. And then areas throughout the sides, so in little triangles, were left out. You can see you've got this little bit of disconnection on both sides. So that was just over the ear. And then through the back, very simply taking horizontal sections, I worked with a really long graduation, so coming through. And then the whole thing was just set and brushed out to give it that kind of really sort of 70s feeling.
It's great.
Thank you.
Guys, I hope you like the look on Cornell. Cornell, thank you very much for now. Don't worry, we will be bringing her back out at the end of the show, so don't panic. You'll get another chance to see her a little bit later on. What are you up to there, Anne?
As you can see now what's really happening with that shape, what I've done so far. Obviously working quite visual. Now I started the haircut in a really quite simplistic way. I just isolated from front to back and just worked with these really small, slim triangles. And then just scissor over combed, obviously, the hair down. We tend to work with a lot of scissor over comb and not clippers at Rush. Tend to work with quite a soft, feminine feeling within the hair, working really high technique. And this is something you'd see on more of our contemporary courses. If you came to our academy, this is more of a collectional concept that we'd be showing you. But it's all based on really pure technique. And one of the philosophies that Rush run to is strength and movement. So the underneath panel will always be with purity and with preciseness, and with the top, we might work with a little bit more seamlessness. So hence, strength and movement. And it's really a trademark characteristic of us, what we do at Rush.
What's that there, Tina?
So this is the final kind of little accessory to the hair. So again, really wanted to make this, again, it's all about that paint on hardware. So this is the hardware element, and I just want it to look like the paint has almost dripped onto her earrings. So I just think it gives it that final sort of hard, sort of a little bit more of a sort of punky feeling. So these were made with almost like a bit of padding through, and then just work my hair extensions round, and obviously painted, and then they've just screwed on top of the hardware, just to give it that sort of finished look.
They look great.
So you're going to be doing 10 more looks like that tomorrow, Tina, for Rush Live?
Yep, there's going to be 8 more looks like this. So again, do come and join us.
We do this every year. It's in aid of Great Ormond Street Charity. If you are interested in purchasing tickets just before you go home, I know what it's like Monday, 3 o'clock. Everyone's, if you want something to do, it's at midday Monday. So, you can get out at 3 o'clock. Come and see us at the Rush stand. You can buy your tickets there. All the money, proceeds go to Great Ormond Street Hospital. It's such a fantastic, worthwhile cause.
Incredible charity. Okay, so Ashley, finishing touches going in there, I can see.
Yeah, so like Chris said, I'm just about to do the finishing touches on my model. I'm just going to pop a little bit of beach waves through the hair, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the hair dryer to make sure that it's distributed really nice and evenly. We want to create a bit of texture throughout this shape. So yeah, thank you, Chris.
I'll have a little bit of this, cheers.
Lovely stuff.
You don't, that looks amazing, mate. Really cool. Oh, sorry. A little bit of beach waves there as well, a little bit of that. There we go, there we go. Yeah, just spray me in the eye with it, it's brilliant.
So just recapping on Sophie's hair, you can see now you've got a lot more balance through the sides, so keeping it really symmetrical. So just to recap what I did, square section through the top, which was left long, and then I worked on the underneath first to take in both sides down really quite tight, which I finished off with some scissor over comb. The back was completely disconnected, apart from a little bit of blending on the sides, and that was taken, again, very, very short, continuing from the sides with scissor over comb that worked very, very tight, and then leaving a very heavy, almost one length line through the top, through the back area. And then just on stage now, I've sliced a little bit from short to long and refined the sides for you, so you've got that sharpness. I hope you like it.
Sprayed me right in the eye last.
Okay, guys, my finished look. Obviously, it says it what it is. It's called paint on hardware, and it's basically art installation, but on a human being. Again, working with Colin Horgan clothes, and working in conjunction with Matt Small as our inspiration for the paintwork. Hope you like it. Thank you very much.
If you guys want to see, Tina's going to do a little interview after the show. So if you want to get a little bit of an insight into the way her magical mind works, they're going to be interviewing her afterwards. So stick around.
Yeah, don't leave after the show. The live lounge will be on. There'll be Tina and Paul Dennison from Ken Picton Salons talking and sharing a little bit about what they're all about. It's going to be a very interesting chat. So don't leave immediately after. Stick around, see what's going on. Go.
See, I make it look better when I do put my safe next to it, Oh. So this is a glimpse into Point Constellation. If you come to the forward front, girls, if you don't mind.
All right, can I give you a final recap?
Please,
That's okay.
sorry.
All right, turn around for me, please. Again, nice triangle section, lot of point constellation, and lot of pointing area to finish off. Give it a little bit of textures around the top area, remove the weight out as well. Thank you so much today. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Pictures, that's good. What? Hello. Hello, 1 2 1 2. Hello, guys. If you like what you've seen, please come and join us at Rush Live tomorrow, midday. We'll be showing the rest of the whole piece of collection. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure on behalf of Rush. God, enjoy the rest of Salon International. Come on, girls. Let's go.
Hey guys, welcome. Welcome back to the viewers on YouTube and Facebook at home. Nice to have you with us. And hello to everyone in our lovely audience as well. There's a microphone here for you guys if you want to just pick them up. So I'm joined on stage today by two of the biggest names in hairdressing at the moment, Tina Fari and Akin Kanezi. And first I'm going to link to you, Tina. What an amazing performance then. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we've been talking today with the rest of the contestants, I was going to say. You're not a contestant, there's no prize. The other guests, about how would you approach conceptualizing a project like this? Where do you start?
I think what we start off as is quite often doesn't end up how it does, kind of thing. It always seems to divert to some degree. But I think what we do is we start looking at films, particularly like movements as well. So, you know, a few seasons ago we did sort of undergrounds, sort of like a dark health goth movement, but we kind of then spun our own sort of twist on it. So yeah, we look at movements, we look at music. I guess the same sort of thing what a lot of people say when you ask them for their inspiration, but yeah, and then we brainstorm, we get together. Yeah, and it just evolves really.
So I think both you guys are renowned for very strong, very graphic, bold work. Akin, if I can come to you.
Hi, Paul.
When you are working on a stage show like this, like yourself, do you go down a similar route in terms of conceptualizing what you do, or do you just take inspiration from other areas?
I think that most of what we do is a succession and a development and a progression of what we kind of do most of the time, rather than trying to reinvent ourselves.
Of course.
We really enjoy honing it, improving it, and taking it as far as it will go before we then move on to something else. But what we're always looking for is drama. And if it doesn't say wow, then there's no point in doing it. So there has to be something that's going to be a point where it makes people's hairs go up. If we can't get that kind of a reaction, then I don't know, we're trimming hair really, aren't we?
Well, you have to really keep pushing that boundary further and further. We've been talking this morning to Robert Eaton about mistakes. And have you guys ever made mistakes? I know we don't like to admit that we have, but have you ever made a mistake? And if you did, what did you learn from it? I'll put that to both of you.
I've made lots of mistakes, and I've learned a lot from it. I mean, one of the worst nightmares I ever had was when I was on the British Fame team, and we were making these sort of hair pom-poms, and one of them fell off on stage.
Nice.
And so now I'm literally like, I'm going to sew everything in. So I've learned that from it. But of course, you learn all the time. I think a lot of it is the process of elimination. And I think the more experience you get, the more you start to kind of have a feeling whether you think something's going to work or not.
Yeah.
But I guess the most important thing is that we learn from our mistakes. So those mistakes have to be made.
Definitely.
So that's my view on it.
Definitely. So what's new at Hob? What's going on?
Well, our academy is going from strength to strength, and it's very difficult out there, but it seems that after 11 years, things are starting to pay off.
Definitely.
Our team is stronger than ever, and we're doing a hell of a lot of traveling globally. Our work has slightly changed. You know, we need to, as an industry, be aware of what's fashionable and not just do hair for hairdressers. So the development there and the learning there is that you do hair that's technically and aesthetically very progressive, but at the same time we mustn't lose sight of the fact that we are doing it on humans and they like to look good.
Of course, of course.
Our plans are always the same. We're developing, we're growing, we're expanding, and nothing changed there really.
If people are looking to come to Hob for education, how would they go about looking at where to find your courses?
Well, we're obviously one of the education companies in the country. Just look up education. You'll find Hob Education at the top of it. Hob Academy, we're in Camden. We have a very large facility there. Just look us up on Insta and you'll find us. That's where we are. I mean, we are doing lots of shows. I know that Rush, you're doing something tonight, aren't you?
Tomorrow, Rush Live.
In Rush Live,
Tomorrow.
yes. Rush.
We do our own one called Hob Uncut, which is at, in Camden at Dingwalls tomorrow. That starts at 1 o'clock, and if you'd like to come to that, there are still tickets. And that's what we do. We educate. We don't do it because, well, we don't do it for any other reason, and that's the only way forward for our salons also.
Brilliant. So we're just going to wrap up with a couple of quick fire questions for you guys. Catch you off the cuff here. Analog or digital? Into the microphone, please. Digital.
Digital. That's it.
Would you say you're more of a Saturday night or a Sunday morning person?
Definitely a nighter for me.
A nighter?
A nighter.
A nighter. Right. Well, see you guys in the bar later, I'm sure. Thanks, guys, for joining us again in the lounge, in the live lounge. I'm going to hand back over to Ken Picton, and he's going to introduce our next act. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Amazing. Great to have some fantastic hairdressers sharing their knowledge and insights and so on. Stay tuned with us. We've got some great interviews coming up with the Live Lounge. We've also introduced our new digital platform called The Knowledge, which is exclusive to Fellowship members. It's our new online portal that's innovative. Thank you, girls. With innovation, education, streaming. Now, we are absolutely super delighted here at the Fellowship stage to get the next team. They've come hot all the way from San Diego, although some of them live in the UK. Please welcome the Unite Artistic team.
Sit down.
Right, good afternoon.
That's cool.
Salon International. Thank you very much for being here to watch our presentation. And I'm going to go round and chat to the guys so you can see what they're doing. They've just come back from a big show that we did in San Diego for about 1,100 hairdressers. So they're definitely not tired. Gary did Fashion Week New York before that. So Mr. Baker, Gary Baker, our Global Creative Director. What are we up to?
Thank you, Dal. Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be back in the old manor, as it were. I am a local boy from here, only born a few miles away, so I love coming back and doing stuff with the Fellowship. It's very dear to my heart. On your lap. I'm just going to run through and do a little look that we used at New York Fashion Week. I've got a couple of models that I'm going to show you today that I think are very current and show our product line off to its best strengths and usage. And I'm going to have great artists amongst us, and I'll let Dale introduce you those as I just crack on with brushing out my prep.
We'll come back to Gary in a little bit to talk about his runway ready class that he does for hairdressers to actually work backstage at one of the fashion shows. But Melissa, beautiful colour, lovely little shape. You always do the best haircuts. So what are we doing today here?
Hi everyone, my name's Melissa. I'm here from Manchester today. So on my beautiful model, I wanted to show you a classic shape, well, a take on a classic shape. We're working with rounded edges. So through the back, I have slimmed the shape down using graduation on the underneath. Now, usually on a round shape, you'd start through the sides and bring it to the back so that you can keep the back heavier. What I've done on the shape today, can you guys see over there? I have used tight graduation and just pointed into the shape to create this slim silhouette. Through the top then, I've worked with a one length line And what I'd like to show you is how you can create texture through the shape without taking it away from the perimeter. So I'm going to work with something called channel layering. I'm going to start through the top. One section will be left long, one section will be taken short and pivot round like an orange. So that's what I'm going to be showing you next.
Brilliant. We'll come back to you in a bit when you get further into that. Todd, this is Todd Da Silva. He's one of our creative directors in our academy in San Diego. Beautiful work, and obviously you've got a lot of hair to work with here, Todd.
Hi guys. Yeah, I'm definitely not from around here. I think you guys could hear that from my accent. My name's Todd Da Silva. I'm one of the educators at our academy space in our San Diego headquarters. And I'm here today with my lovely model, Matilda. What I'm working with right now is a beautiful round graduation, just utilizing my elevation to control my technique, and then obviously walking around with my body shape in order to control that overall external shape that I'm creating with my lovely, lovely texture here. So I can't wait to show you what I got next.
And you've obviously got some pre-done models we'll look at later that you've done some beautiful haircuts on with some very strong lines in them as well.
Yeah, we're gonna see those presentation models a little bit later.
Brilliant. All right, let's come over to Jason Lydiard. He's been out to San Diego for Global Session twice. Just came back from there, so we've got a bit of long hair we're working on, Jason.
Yes, very long hair. This is Bianca, my model. Just to go through the haircut, it's just very, very long. It's almost one length with some disconnected layers going through. There are some layers in here, but we'll see that slightly when we dress it out at the end. But the main part of this haircut is going to be the fringe. We're going to make quite a strong focal point in through the front here and put an arc in, and then add some interesting layers and some disconnection maybe with a razor maybe, and just make that and just slide that into the sides of the hair. We blow dried this with blow and set lotion and elevate mousse. We combine the two together to give it a good foundation. So it's got a little bit of lift, and then all I did was blow dry it out and just tong through the ends, because this is all about finishing off with the product and creating a strong focal point at the front.
Jason, when you're cutting the fringes, do you prefer to cut them dry?
Yes, it's come back to the old adage where it's a fabric hair. It's different wet to dry. So when it was wet, I cut it, I put a base shape in again, and then when it's dry, as we all know, it shrinks back and it becomes a different texture altogether. So we always finish the hair or finish the fringe, or try to, when it's dry, just purely because it sits, doesn't it?
Brilliant. So Gary, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about our Runway Ready class that we do. So it's a 2-day class called Runway Ready, and it prepares hairdressers to work backstage either at New York, London, or Milan and Paris, which we're doing now as well.
Correct. So it's like a really fast boot camp introduction into the pressures of working backstage. So as opposed to just doing a nice sedate 2-day class on the techniques used, we need to know how far you are along the line as a hairdresser. It doesn't really matter if you're an apprentice or an experienced stylist. We'll take you no matter what. But we then put you through the boot camp where everything is down as a timed exercise. I put on loud music just to increase the pressure involved, and give you everything. Say, like I might do a hairstyle and we're doing 20 minutes, 25, 35, and I throw in little curveballs as well, just so you get a thorough experience of what it's like to work backstage, and that way you don't feel shocked when you actually go along and work there, and also you don't feel out of your depth and you don't feel like you don't know what to do. Everyone works in pairs. They're not working on your own, so you never ever feel like you're left out there on your own, you don't know what to do. You normally put with an experienced stylist, and you'll find it as a thoroughly enjoyable experience. And as you well know, it's been a roaring success in New York. We've taken up to 50 hairdressers in one time, and now we've expanded, and we're now doing Paris, Milan, and London as well. So I thoroughly recommend anyone check out the Salon Success website. We'll have some more information about that moving forward. But also, you can come to New York and do it under the Unite umbrella with us over there as well.
So as Gary was saying, he had 50 hairdressers, which was his team in New York, literally back at the beginning of September. So after Gary is trained, and Gary's got a new nickname, Gary, now, and working at these is the...
They call me the Gordon Ramsay of hair.
Ramsay of hairdressing.
I swear as much as he does.
He doesn't hold back. But having 50 hairdressers in your team in New York, that's pretty amazing. So we're doing anywhere from, 30 plus shows?
Yeah, we've done 17 shows in New York just gone.
Yeah.
and they ranged anywhere from between 10, 12 models, and we've done a huge presentation for 7 designers, over 70 models in 2.5 hours. So everyone gets a great experience. It's not a case of you're just going to feel like you're holding pins. You will be thoroughly engrossed in everything you do. Check out our social media, it's always on there, and you really will get a taste of what we're all about.
I think that's amazing. Being able to have hairdressers that want the opportunity to work backstage at one of the shows, this is a great example of what Unite's doing to get our guys back in there and working backstage. So, Melissa, working through some layers now?
Yep. So I've already completed one side of the channel layering. So what I'm starting with is from the center, short, the next one pivot, long, short, long. Just trying to reduce some of this weight through the roundness of the head without taking it away from the perimeter at the bottom. So what you'll create is a very seamless blend that just provokes the texture. So I'm going to work all the way to behind the ear, and then I'm going to do something slightly different through the back.
Perfect. And Todd, obviously you're working with a bit of graduation through this shape here with a beautiful hair texture you've got there. But one thing I wanted to chat to you about was you run the social media for professional in our company, which is pretty different from our consumer.
Yeah, so our Unite Hair Pro page on Instagram, really dedicated to the craft, really dedicated to you hairdressers that are working behind the chair, and really focusing on delivering our video work. A lot of our collections are on our Unite Hair Pro page, so be sure to follow that page if you're not already. And we got a lot of exciting things coming up.
Dale, I think it'd be just great for everyone to know your own history, where you started, why you're here, why you're back.
Okay, well, I am the founder and CEO of Unite, and just like yourself, I'm a hairdresser. I started in this industry when I was 16 with a company called Vidal Sassoons, which I was very proud of. Worked for them for about 9 years in London, New York, and Los Angeles. And
Did
then
you
when
know that
I
if you're on the edge at the
Vidal
front, you've got to lean
Sassoons,
in? Did you
I
hear
started
that?
my first salon in Los Angeles.
At the end, when
and then stupidly opened 4 more with about 100 hairdressers working with me. So I think that with Unite, I tend to understand what the hairdresser goes through every day. And our motto at Unite is how can we make the hairdresser's life easier? And again, through this kind of education, through business education, and obviously creating a product that works for hairdressers, I think has been pretty enjoyable for all of us. And this September just gone was our 16th year, and we're very proud of that as well. Obviously, 16 years in the industry. So, thank you, Gary, for that. I think the other thing with our school and academy that we have in San Diego, which is in our headquarters, we have a studio where we do a lot of live streaming and film all of our videos in there. And what Todd was talking about with obviously our social media and then having all of that for professional, twice a week we have the full days, usually on a Thursday and sometimes on a Friday. We're filming content all day long for our YouTube channel, for our website, and obviously for social media. So I think that's very important. I think also hairdressing and education is changing very much as well. I think in the future, a lot of education is going to be, dare I say it, but on our phone, and we're going to be looking at a lot of education through that. So that obviously helps when somebody wants to come on a course to the academy. Todd, do you just want to explain a bit what you're doing with the fringe there?
Right now, I'm just accentuating her beautiful features by just creating this nice round shape coming through the front, using quite a bit of tension through the front area, but really making sure that it's going to not go ahead and like jump up on me right here in the front area. So keeping quite a low type elevation just to really accentuate things, make it quite dramatic.
Brilliant, it's looking lovely. Jason, what have we got going on the fringe area here?
So we're just over-directing and pivoting a quite a strong, almost like a graduated, almost like a very, very short graduated bob on the front of her head, actually. Just a very, very over-directed corner. And what that does is it just allows it to arc. And we've got a strong kind of arc shape going through, but this little layer just helps it fall into place.
Lovely shape. I quite like those strong fringes like that with the longer length.
Melissa's got one going on as well, so I thought we'd make a bit of a theme of it. It'd be quite a nice touch, I thought.
I thought you meant my personal one then.
So Gary, is this the kind of look that you'd be doing at Fashion Week, or is this something that you feel?
No, we did. We had literally as soon as I got off the plane, I was asked by the designer we had to do 15 dishevelled finger waves. So I've just decided to bring that out through here. We've got a combination of that dual texture of dry and wet, and something that's going to run through the theme of when you see the girls come out, of really what has sort of gone on, especially backstage a lot in the last sort of couple of shows. I don't know where the reference is on purpose, but I'm sort of finding this French Revolution era type hair become really relevant. I mean, the legends of Eugene, Sam McKnight have did some as well. We done for a show when we were in New York. So I was asked to do some sort of very French Revolution type hairstyles, and then we mixed them up with finger waves. So yeah, all very current, not precise, not to make them look old-fashioned, not too 1920s. So that's a bit of a nice breather that we don't have to go too crazy and too perfect. It's just to get the shape in there and get the feeling of it.
You know, education like this is obviously much needed, obviously for all of our stylists, all of our team in the salon, keeps them motivated, keeps them moving forward. But at Unite, we also believe that business is a huge part of what we do. And I'm sure all of you here know David Drew, who will be up here comparing this afternoon. But David and I teach a course called Paramount Business, and we teach a course called Paramount Leadership as well. And it's literally manuals that we wrote about 6 years ago, and they really help the salon from A to Z. Also on goal setting, motivation, how do you lead your brand? And again, we say brand because I don't like to use the word business too much, because I think the word business can be a little bit boring for us hairdressers and the creativity. We all own brands, and it's about expressing our brand and getting our brand out there and utilizing brand, which creates culture, and your salon or your salon group has that culture with the brand, which goes a lot further. So, Melissa, you just opened the front up there and I saw that brilliant makeup on your model's eyes. It's fantastic.
I know, it's such a shame that I've covered it with the hair. The makeup is fantastic today. What I'm now doing through the back is using the points of my scissors and just softening this graduation that I've done. So I really want to make a feminine feature of this outline through the back. It's really hard when I don't want to have my back to you guys.
Okay.
So all of the clothing that you're seeing today as well, the styling, it's a stylist that we use here in London, and we just had her out in America for the large show that we do twice a year called Global Session. And as I mentioned, we have about 1,100 hairdressers, and we have about 20 artists from around the world. A couple of them that obviously are on stage here today from the UK, Melissa and Jason. But we've also got some amazing artists that we work with here too. Corinne Jackson, who you just saw earlier, phenomenal hairdresser. We had her out in the US as well. Brendan O'Sullivan and Matt Stark, all from the UK, came out and worked on stage for our American clients. So Todd, working with a little bit of product through the hair now?
Yeah, so I've been prepping her hair with our Boeing curl spray. It's our leave-in moisture spray. And then currently I'm working our Boeing moisture cream. Obviously our curly clients, that's what they're really needing, right? A little bit of extra moisture. So that's what I'm working through the hair, and then I'm about to diffuse it.
Fantastic. We'll have a look at that when it starts drying through. That's looking really nice, Jason.
It's just, all I'm doing is there's some length just extending through the sides. We're just framing her jawline just to open up her face a little bit, because the fringe will accentuate her cheekbones, but we're just trying to frame her face nicely just before we dress the long hair out, and it'll just give a little bit of a quirk to it.
Melissa, should we bring one of your
your
pre-done
head
models out so you can have a quick look at that and see it? Would that be a good time to do that?
I think Gary's going to bring his presentation models out.
Okay.
Yeah, we can bring them both out, by all means.
out?
Yeah, let's bring them both out.
Can we have Melissa and Gary's pre-done models out, please? If Zoe could bring out Melissa and Gary's pre-done models, please.
You all right? Okay.
I'll have to run backstage and go and grab them.
Yeah, somewhere.
So I'm using a combination here of Session Max hairspray and Root Energizer. Root Energizer is a really strong root lift. It's like a mousse, but you know, it's a real strong prepping agent. Comes out like a mousse, but you spray it right on the root base. We've done this as our signature thing for about 6-7 years now. We've done it first in Paris, and it turns the hair into like a plastic shellac. So just wanting to use what type of combination you use, it's already really soft. It's already gone off. So the difference with this and using hair gel will always crack. So I can use this as like a clear shellac over the whole of the hair, create real plastic looks. Depending on how much hairspray, water, and Root Energizer I use and the porosity of the hair, you can just keep working with it. There is no point ever where you actually, what I call, lose the hair. If you just need it to be tackier and a bit more shinier, I'm just going to use more hairspray, apply that in as close as you can, almost like it runs like a river. Comb it down with the back of your comb. I want to show you something here as well that's really relevant, just using the tailpiece. Anyone who struggles with really, really precise ponytails, getting the hair to hug the head, which is really important when we do fashion work, the subtleties of making sure it hugs the occipital bone and goes down to the nape of the neck. No difference to when you're doing haircuts. If you struggle with that, place your comb in the inside through here where your lumps are and just run your comb down. That removes all the bumps. So I'll just show you once again. If you've just got a lump inside, put your comb through here and just run it down. That will take out all the bumps you've got and create a really, really perfect, smooth ponytail or base to hug the head shape. And as you can see, the hairspray's gone on. I've dried it off with a hairdryer, and when it turns it back into that shellac, and I can already touch it. So it looks soaking wet, but it's bone dry. Fantastic.
Great. So we've got a couple of pre-done models, and I think it's nice to see the versatility of what United's got. Some strong haircuts and some haircuts with some real shape to them, and then a lot of dressing as well, because obviously all of the backstage stuff and editorial work we do, that's where the products really excel too. So we've got lovely pre-done from Gary and a lovely pre-done model from Todd here as well.
So I'd like to talk you through it. Once again, that Marie Antoinette vibe we've got going on. The hair was prepped with booster spray and just used a mini crimper through the whole lot, brushed out, and then just used copious amounts of texturizer to build up my shape. This is something that we had to do for the runway look. As you can see, it matches the dress. Spin around for me, young lady. And it was all the details of that era of the French Revolution that went on. We just used that purely as a reference for the designer. And I just love creating that. I think it's taken us on a journey what we haven't done before. The most time-consuming bit is when you actually do the actual rolls. Is making sure they come out and they're perfect when you take out all your pins and grips. Todd, you want to talk through your haircut?
All right.
Yeah, so it's kind of shaping up how I imagine. Again, what I did was just a beautiful round shape, diagonal back subsections, utilizing graduation to build up her already beautiful curls. And now I'm just working it through with that diffuser and a little bit of texturizer just to piece it out and kind of shake it out a little bit. It's very fun.
That's brilliant shape, Todd. Excellent.
Thank
Love
you.
that. You show some appreciation for some of that work would be lovely. Thanks, guys. Thank you. And then, Todd, do you want to take us through your second haircut here? I'll do this.
Yeah, so this is my presentation model that I worked with on backstage.
All right, come on.
And what I did here is I created this almost square type layering technique through the crown area. Really strong dramatic line coming through that parietal ridge area. And then I worked a couple panels of our color here I actually secured it earlier, and I'm just using a freehand technique just to shape it. So I think it turned out quite nice.
So I'll just explain the technique of my beautiful model over here, if you want to stand up for me. We started with a classic rounded shape, and we've layered it through using channel layering to create a texture. Therefore, it doesn't get rid of the perimeter, but you've got this beautiful texture that can be provoked through. The products that I've used to enhance the texture is the glossing spray mixed with a cocktail of my favourite texturizer spray. It's dry and isn't too heavy for the hair. I really hope you like the look. Thank you.
Fantastic. And then, Jason, we're just finishing up now. Some finishing touches on the ends. Bit of texturizer.
We're just putting the best finishing product in the world, texturizer, through the hair. Like Melissa says, it's a real dry finishing product, but it does exactly what it says on the tin. And we're just teasing through the hair, just making some of the texture come alive, just making it pop out a little bit.
Fantastic. We'll just take the model up the front.
Thank you so much for coming out and seeing us this afternoon. We're going to take the models over to Salon Success stage. If you would like to have a closer look and a bit more of a photographic opportunity.
Step right here.
Come and talk to us about any questions on the product range. We're going to be there all the rest of the weekend, Sunday and Monday.
We'll be on the Salon Success booth as well later on today. So anybody wants to come over and learn a bit more about Unite, ask some questions about us, who we are and what we're really doing here. Basically trying to work with all you great hairdressers. So take a look at the models. Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate your time.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you, the girls from Unite. Incredible. Thank you very much, girls. So, as I told you, hot from San Diego, the artistic team of Unite. I think they did a fantastic job. Models look incredible. So just let you know, don't rush off from the stage. We got lots more packed stuff coming, including some incredible interviews on the live lounge with some of the best hairdressing artists from the whole of the UK, as well as some fantastic teams coming up. Next up, we have, representing L'Oreal Professional, the Contemporary Art team.
Hello. Hi guys, good afternoon. My name is Hannah. I'm one of the educators for L'Oreal Professional. I'm here this afternoon hosting for Contemporary Artistic Team. I work with the guys in their salon, so I educate them and I work really closely with them in their salon. So it's an absolute pleasure to welcome on stage the Contemporary Artistic Team.
Oh, Claire. Thank you. Hello.
Hi everybody, welcome to Salon International. It's great to be here today to represent L'Oreal on the fellowship stand. I'm joined on the stage by two members of the Contemporary Artistic Team. We've got Claire Morley and we've got Stephen Chapman. And what we're going to be doing today is to share some looks of our latest collection collective. So I'm just going to start kicking off working with my first model, Audrey, over here. I'm going to pass you back over to Stephen. He'll take over and tell you what he's doing on his model.
So hi guys, my name's Stephen, as Alan said. So this is my amazing model, Holly. So with Holly's hair, I'm going to be showcasing you different ways of textures, techniques, how they look blow dry style, and then especially more utilizing your products and the best way to kind of utilize them for blow drying, styling, and doing everything that you need to do.
Hi guys, I'm Claire. I work as an artistic director for Contemporary. I've been with the company for 18 years and work with the art team as well. For my model today, we've gone for a sort of mullet type look. If you just turn around. Keeping quite a bit of length through here. I'm going to work with a lot of texture because we're seeing a lot of that coming back through at the moment for trends. And we're going to keep a real nice strong fringe here. Okay.
So I'm just working on my model now, Audrey. So what I've been doing earlier on today, I've pre-cut that. She came in earlier for Bob here earlier today, so I've pre-cut
what do I need?
Most of the sort of look earlier on today. So we've gone for quite a short shaven look underneath, a bit of detail. So I'm just really working on the bit strong baseline now. And so once I get going, I'll be able to take over and tell you what we've done.
So on Holly's hair here, I'll just show you as I turn her around. When Holly first came in earlier, she had a little bit more of a wedge at the back. What I was wanting to do is create a real nice bit of softness as it flowed all the way to the front, but I still wanted to keep a bit more of a stronger disconnection, but looking a little bit softer through here as well.
Stephen, what colours have you used on your model's hair? Because we've got that really beautiful green through the front.
I forget about that when I'm talking about things. So with the front area, what we done was we actually lightened up the front area and we intermixed in the My Colourful Hair. We've done equal parts of the Caribbean blue, and then we then also used half of the iced mint. And we just applied it straight on after a freshly shampooed hair, rinsed it, and then there's no need to condition.
Beautiful. So it's really nice that you've intermixed those two colours together because it's given us like that kind of jewelled green kind of finish on there, which is really, really pretty, isn't it?
Well, the main idea was a bit more of like an emerald greeny kind of tone to it, but obviously different hair takes differently to separate colours based on obviously how it's lightened and things like that. So I was actually really pleased with how well it actually lightened in the hair.
Is there any logic behind the placement that you've done with that as well then?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Is there any logic behind the placement that you've done with the green through the front?
It was more just to kind of add a bit of texture. So with regards to the fringe and the way that it's sitting, it's more to kind of show that kind of placement as you're swishing the hair around, adding a bit more natural movement and something with a bit of interest as it flows through.
Thank you, Stephen. So I'm still working sort of through a model's hair. So I pre-cut quite a lot of it earlier, so I'm just really not finishing off to show you how we created the sort of style. So I'm just working through that. But just to let you know a little bit about Contemporary, we're a northeast-based company in the northeast of England. We have 9 franchise salons and an education centre based up there. So we offer many different courses from classics to intermediate to an advanced in our academy in Middlesbrough. So just working there. So the collection that we're working to is a collection where we've got a lot of strong perimeters, but sort of soft interiors. We're finding that we're doing a lot of, I mean, really over the last 2 or 3 years, there's been a tremendous shift in sort of more natural and done in sort of raw textures in hair. So we've just been continuing to work with that with our recent collections. But this looks quite a versatile look because you can dress it out to be a really short haircut, but at the same token, it could be something quite strong, quite dramatic. So obviously, for Salon International, we've gone for something a bit stronger with it. And I'll just show you, I'll turn the model around in a minute to see what we've done at the back of the Audrey's hair.
Okay, so with my model here, what I've done with the texture, because I've got a really strong perimeter, and what I've wanted to do is create the texture through here, but keep it quite a strong texture. So what I've done is just go in and just to actually take out triangles of the hair. So it's a bit more of a heavy texture you're creating, which is amazing if the hair's a little bit finer as well.
So my model, Audrey, in terms of colour, we've been working with L'Oreal Anoa colour. This is an oil-based product, and we've gone for sort of a really sort of dark brown base free, which has given it a tremendous amount of shine. But we've gone over it with the colourful range, so it's almost given it like a green sort of tinge to the hair. So on stage in the lights, it pick it up really well, having that sort of tone.
Just to repeat that there, if anybody missed that, Alan's actually done a colour wash with the colourful hair in iced mint. So the colourful hair range can be used as a wash over any kind of colour. And like Alan just said, just by doing that, it's just given us a really kind of high sheen finish on there. But when we catch the light as well, what we can see is those kind of jeweled green pigments through there, which just gives the haircut something a little bit different rather than it just being just a base 3.
So I do apologise if you can't hear me properly with the hairdryer on, but as I've now finished just softening through the back area from where we'd blended in the disconnection at the back, now what I'm wanting to do is really kind of add a little bit more emphasis to the thickness and the bulk that we still have through the sides from the disconnection that was previously left. So I'm blow drying, I'm lifting it right the way up, trying to create a little bit more of a smoother texture on the ends so it gives more of an area, lighter feel. And then when it comes to styling, you'll then see that I'll be moving on to the texture dust, which will then keep that airy, lighter feel to it as well.
Okay, so for colour for my model's hair, I've worked with the L'Oreal Colourful Hair just through the underneath here for the fringe, just to emphasise the haircut, and the soft panels here around the side. And then through the rest of the hair, which was already pre-lightened, I've used the new L'Oreal Glow L.02 and L22 with 12.5 volt. So it's a new range, isn't it, from L'Oreal?
Majorel Glow is our new permanent range within Majorel. Glow is designed to give you more translucency, it's designed to give you more shine. And what we use with Glow is we use less base in the shades. So what you get is real shine, you get pigment, and you see the reflex on the hair. Like Claire said, we've used LO2 and we've used L22 mixed together. So by doing that, it's allowed us to get that real soft, delicate pink in there as well. She also added a little bit of clear into a mixture. So by putting the clear into the mixture as well, we've got that soft pastel pink on the hair.
Okay, and then just to finish off my model's hair, I'm just using some of the L'Oreal Beach Waves. And then I'm just using the heat on my hands just to sort of mould the hair into place where I'd like it to go so it doesn't look too done. So I can use the heat of my hands here to just bring these out.
Thank you, Claire. So I'm just really just beginning to sort of personalise and finish off this haircut. But as you can imagine, cutting a haircut like this, there's nowhere to hide in it. So it's all the devil's in the detail with it. So don't trip over your products, but the hair. There we go. Okay, I've got them, Hannah.
So, as you can see, I'm just softening the back area.
Work a little bit of product in there.
And with softening through the back area, just adding that nice little bit of texture, it's then just going to help make that kind of fluffier edge to the haircut work really nicely. On a slightly different related topic as well, obviously, within the company, I've actually been really fortunate, which I've been able to get a part of the L'Oreal ID Artist team. So when I actually joined in 2013, I think, they changed the rules, so I actually got to do 2.5 years. So I ended up with half a year more than everyone else. So winner. Got more holidays as well. So, but the L'Oreal ID artist really helped me build my foundations and hone in my skills to really kind of get myself out there into the art team, to be able to do things like this, to be able to present to you guys. Like the stage presentations that we actually got taught from like Simon Shaw and things was just absolutely amazing. If there's anything, if you guys are L'Oreal or whatever color brand you are, if there's anything like that out there, please go and do something and get yourselves involved in it, because the amount of confidence that you get from it is unbelievable.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. So I will just take the gown off for a moment and I'll finish my first model. So our body turns round. You can see what we've done as a complete finished look. So I've just been working with the L'Oreal sort of Airfix and some of the ring light. And what I've tried to do is, despite the fact that I've cut it really straight, I've really just want to bring a bit more sort of texture in it. So we talked about that sort of rawness and undone sort of feeling to the hair. And that's what I mean, we're using the L'Oreal product to create that. So that's how I finished off this look. So the model's just going to stay where she is at the moment and we'll come back and finish. So I'm just going to bring on Brad from behind stage of one of his models from earlier. So you want to come right to the front, Brad, with me. Over to that mic there, Hannah. Okay. So this is Brad's catwalk look, isn't it, Brad? Do you want to say a few words what you've done today?
First of all, I had to extend the hair, so we had to do more of like a cage effect with elastic, and then I had to add the hair with pins, just a really quick way just to get the model's hair in, because they only had an hour. And then I built it up with elastic just to give it some strength, and then finished with a ribbon. And then I actually took my inspiration from James Earnshaw. I follow his Instagram and take a lot of my inspiration from Instagram just to give some fresh ideas on a modern classic, really. So I wave the ends with a GHD technique called the wraparound technique, which just gives it a really soft, airy, like fluffy texture. And then just teased it out with a manta brush and some Savage Panache. And
okay, Brad.
Really.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So the model's going to stay at stage at the moment. So Stephen, how are we doing?
We are done.
Right, he's done. I mean, 43 seconds to go.
I know, I'm on time for a change.
It's always late. Okay, girls. So I'd like to say thank you very much for watching our show, and I want to thank the L'Oreal for sponsoring us in the Fellowship of British Hairdressing. So thank you very much, Contemporary Art team. Yeah.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much to the Contemporary Art team representing L'Oreal Professional. Now, don't go away. We've got a super, super treat for you guys in the audience. He's coming up by himself, so I think you should give him a big round of applause. And I know he's going to entertain you for the next 15 minutes if we can get him off after that time. So please welcome a really good friend of mine, amazing hairdresser. He's going to share all his secrets with you, Mr. Desmond Murray.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute great pleasure to be here today and seeing all of you lovely faces. So today, what I'm going to do is share with you my latest collection, Parisian. So I do a pop-up shoot, and the pop-up shoot consists of lovely commercial wearable images, and Parisian's part of that pop-up shoot. So can we have on screen, please, my image? No? Yes? Anyway, don't worry. Okay, so this is part of my Parisian collection. This is called the berry, because she's actually got a berry on top of her head. So what I've done here, how I've created this berry is quite simple. Back comb, a chopstick, roll it in, then pin it, then I've created this berry. So what I'm going to show you today is the way I do my waves and how to manipulate waves. So I've actually set this on a barrel curl, on a tongue. So literally, all I've done is wrap it around, but I twist it as I wrap around, so it's peaks and trough, peaks and trough. So that one goes clockwise, that side goes anti-clockwise. So I'm going to take these out, and the trick is, if I've done this, and I've done it well, it should give me a lovely crest of a wave. So again, I'll just go over the VT that you've seen. I've been quite fortunate to get through to 3 categories of the British Hairdressing Awards. One's London Hairdresser of the Year, the other one's men's, and then we've got through to Art Team, which is great. So this look is one of the looks I've done for my London. And what's really interesting, I try and take lovely commercial hair and give it a little bit of a twist, if you like. So all we've done here is exactly that. And in regards to colour, we've done the colour today, which was absolutely awesome. So at Matrix, we're doing a blonde tour. So what that blonde tour consists of is everything blonde. However, here we've got a brunette, but we've done a little bit of balayage through there using our new Matrix pre-lightener. And we've had a lot of fun on that blonde tour because we've done an awful lot of lovely looks, just using blondes and just having fun with blondes. And again, you know, the hair's all very commercial, very simple, very wearable hair. Okay, so just taking these out. Just make sure there's nothing left. And what I've clipped them with is, have we got a clip there? I've clipped them with these clips so you don't get a dent in the hair. So if I've done this right, I should end up with a lovely wave. So where are we? Let's do that side. You can see. So what I'm looking for is a lovely crest of a wave that I could latch onto. And that will work. So that's looking really nice at the moment. So what we're going to do is amplify that and literally work a little bit more. So just back brush the underneath, just to give us a little bit of height. And we do that all around. So all I'm doing is very gently back teasing with a wide tooth brush like that. Just to manipulate the wave. So from here, the front for me is the most important bit. Once we've got the front, then the rest, it'll just do its thing. So let's get that front in there. So literally just pop a clip just to get that lovely crest, and pop another clip there just to get a lovely crest. And through there, again, just to get that sitting there quite nicely. That's working quite nicely, if you can see that, guys. And then we're going to do exactly the same on the other side. So just pop a clip in there and utilizing your brush and literally just go with the flow of how that's waving. Just kind of bend that to where you want it to go. And just to keep that under control, pop one there. And now all I'm going to do is literally, where it crests, I'm literally just going to manipulate that with my fingers and just pull out that crest. And just let the hair naturally do what it wants to do, really. I think the main trick is to get that crest through that front area, and then all you're doing is doing peaks and trough after that. So I'm going to go back in there. I'm just going to put the irons on very quickly. You might have to hold that as well, please. So with the irons, I'm literally just going to manipulate that hair. Just a little bit of spray. So the spray I'm using here It's number 4, and it's Volume Fixer by Matrix. And it's a very light hairspray, and all it does, it just manipulates that crest for me. So it gives me a little bit of guts as I'm working. And then hold that, please, darling. And so then, with my fingers, just going to break that up a little bit. So we've got a little bit more of a shape. And, you know, what I find exciting with dressing hair in this manner is the fact that your fingers are really important. When you're doing styles like this, at the end of the day, it's all about a shape, it's all about a feeling, and it's all about utilizing your fingers and utilizing your tools and your products in order to create an end result. So you can see that's looking quite nice already. And I'm just going to do the same on this side. And then just utilizing my fingers, a little bit of back brushing with my fingers, and look at the front, see what the front's doing. And then the pièce de resistance for me is, you can pop that down there, darling. These plugs are miles away. Right, so with the hairnet, just going to do a little bit of hairspray. And if you'd like to assist me, please. If you'd like to hold that hand. Got it? So we're holding that right flat on the head and that flat there. And with a diffuser, just dry that in. So the trick is that front area is the key. And once that's dried in, then the rest of it will fall into place. So there you go, and now we're going to take that out. And just to finish off with a little bit of height riser. This is like my favorite product. And all this does, it just makes the hair aerated, gives it a little bit of volume, and it gives it loads of texture. Just take that out, and that. Brilliant. Guys, there you have it. I hope you've enjoyed my first look. Thank you very much. We'd like to stand up and just turn around, please. And if I can have the next model on, please. Where is she? She's done a runner. So, to save a bit of time, my next model's already done. I don't know where she is. So, if you give her a round of applause, please. So what we've done here, quite simply, I'll show you with the irons, is get a strand of hair. And all we've done, quite simply, is to bevel the irons under the hair like so. And that gives us this peculiar texture. And this is one of the looks I've done for my collection for the awards. And what was really nice for me is the fact that I could play with texture, play with waves, and just create something a bit more modern, but utilizing like an old technique. And with my fingers, just kind of dress it accordingly and just break it up. And I'm a great fan of just manipulating the hair and let the hair do whatever it kind of wants to do within reason. And I love the texture that it gives you. So we've done a lovely colour today. I actually didn't do this colour. Lisa done this today. So we used disco silver and with a little tint of just to soften out the colour a little bit, because we wanted just a tint of a purpley, kind of pinky kind of feel to the hair. Awesome. There you have it. So guys, it's been an absolute pleasure being here. I'm going to say a few thank you. Thank you to the Fellowship for giving me the honour to be here today. Thank you to Matrix. Thank you to the makeup artists, clothes stylists, and anyone else I forgot. So guys, I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. Have a great afternoon. Thank you very much.
Des, just a quick thank you to Des. So it's brilliant to have
Thank you, mate. We need someone to clean.
Yeah, if you want to see it, well, don't go. If you want to see his collections, get over there, because he's in loads of them. Yes. And probably shot a hell of a lot of them.
Quite a few of them I have, yes.
He's a super talented hairdresser. But don't go away, because he's coming back up to the live lounge with another special guest, and this is not to be missed.
Awesome.
So thank you, Des.
Thank you, guys.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
I'm the Chancellor for the Fellowship for British Hairdressing, and I have these very cool guys with me this afternoon. So we have the amazing Jamie Stevens.
Hello, everybody.
And Desmond Murray, who
Drinking again.
Hi, guys.
breaking our set. So whilst Des calms down, because he has just put on such a brilliant show for us, let's have a chat with you, Jamie. What have you been up to this weekend?
So I wasn't here yesterday. I'm doing a few bits in the salon, and I've just become the new European ambassador with Errol for a new hair extension company called Bellamy.
Wow, congratulations.
And we were on a £20 million boat last night.
You're on a £20 note.
£20 million
20 million.
boat.
Oh, boat. So, wow, you've got your own money now.
No, not yet.
Really? Almost.
And we've just come from the two of my young guys have been on the HJ sort of youth talent stage.
Oh, cool.
Which was good.
Congratulations. And you, Des, you've been rushing around getting the show ready.
Do you know what? It's, I'm sweating like anything. It's taken, the traffic to get here is horrendous. Thank you, Jamie. So I just about made it in time. But this morning, got up at 4 this morning, prepping and stuff, and now we're here.
But the girls look beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Really
Thank you.
gorgeous styling and everything.
Thank you.
Perfect. So, I mean, you've got a bit of an empire going on now, Jamie. How are you fitting everything in?
Well, do you know what? I've done a couple of interviews recently, and I've had like a real transition. Is that the word?
Yeah.
So I have become a dad. My son is nearly 2 years old. And in that 2 years, I decided to open 2 new salons, which was a bit crazy. So to go from 2 to 4. And I have to say, on one hand, it's amazing, obviously, building that sort of empire, doubling the staff. But if I could turn back time, I would never, ever, ever have done it, being super honest. It's super stressful. So we've got 4 sort of medium-sized salons, but we're actually just in the process of basically expanding 2 and then merging the other 2. So,
okay, cool.
yeah, giving myself more shit and stress to do.
As always.
Standard.
As we do. And you, Des, I mean, you are a brand ambassador, you are in a salon, but you're also an award-winning photographer as well.
This year has been an amazing year for me in regards to hair and photography competitions. So I was fortunate enough to win men's which, yeah, thank you.
Oh, we're up against each other, aren't we?
We are, aren't we? Yes. May the best man win.
Yes,
I haven't actually seen the images yet. So,
I have.
I'm looking forward to that. But what's been great, yeah, so I was fortunate to do that. And then I decided to start entering some international competitions. So I entered Behind the Chair. And I was lucky enough to get through to 5 categories.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And
not lucky, Des.
well,
I hate it when
hard
people
work.
say you're
It was
not
hard
lucky.
work.
You're not lucky.
But you know what? I think at the end of the day, things like that, I think it's down to personal taste. Because, you know, some judges will probably love what I do, some judges would hate what I do. So there has to be an element of luck in there, I think. But obviously, I do what I think, what I like.
Yeah.
And I think that what people would like. However, some people like it, some people don't.
Yeah.
So what was great, I thought, well, I've got through to 5 finals. The best thing, well, I should really go. So I decided to go. And what was good about that is I met a lady a couple of months before that called Vivian McKinder. And she was up for an award as well. So I rang her up and I says, are you going to Behind the Chair? She says, yeah. She says, why don't you come out a week before, do a shoot with me, and then we'll drive down to Washington together.
Amazing. Road trip.
So we've done that, and it was amazing time spending time with Viv, because she's an awesome hairdresser. I don't know whether you guys know of her, but she used to work at Vidal Sassoon, and then she was Trevor Sorby, and then she just stayed in the States.
Yeah.
But she knows all the old school Marcel waving and stuff like that, and I was picking her brains left, right, and centre.
Yeah,
so that was great. And then went to Behind the Chair, went to the awards, and I thought to myself, it'd be really nice to come back with at least 1 award. Anyway,
How many did you
three
get?
came up, and then I didn't get anything, and then Rick won an award, and I'm thinking, I don't believe Rick's won with one of my pictures, and I haven't won anything.
He shot Rick's pictures, that's what he said.
So really quickly, because this is quite ironic. So I sat next to Vivian and I sat next to Antoinette Bienders.
Yeah.
And both of them was given an award out. And it was one of my categories. And I said to both of them, I says, wouldn't it be funny if I won that category given the award out? So they came on the stage and they went, and the winner is. And then Vivian says, I don't believe this. Desmond Murray. And I was like, oh my God. So I ran on stage and I was like, you two. And then right at the end, the last award came up and I was in that category. And I was really happy just to go away, come back to England with 1 award.
Yeah.
And then luckily, I won a 2nd award and I was really shocked. So that was really great. Really good.
Amazing. Congratulations. So
Thank you.
really quickly before we wrap, just some quick fire questions. Milk chocolate or dark chocolate, Jamie?
Milk.
Marvel or DC, Desmond?
Sorry, say that I can't.
Marvel or DC?
Marvel.
Marvel. Heels or flats?
Flats. Oh no! For sexy women, heels all day long. Sorry. Whoa! I thought you meant me.
You're married, mate. Sexy women.
No. Women always should wear high heels.
And I think
Sorry.
with that one, we're going to end it. Thank you so much, guys.
Awesome.
Thank you, everyone.
Cheers, guys. Thank you, guys.
Bye. Thanks, Ashley.
No, the fellowship goes first. Always fellowship first.
Voice of God.
Salon International, please welcome to the stage 4 times British Hairdresser of the Year, Akan Kanizi, and the Hob Creative Team.
come out, guys. Hi guys, how you doing? Yeah. Okay. Quite strong looks today. We really want to push hair cutting, hair colour back into the streets. I'm sick to death of this long hair and balayage. We need to make a statement out there. We need to get people excited, and we need to make them look beautiful. Okay? So it's not just about cutting people's hair off. This isn't the 80s. It's now. It's 2019. Cut the hair off, make it geometric, do what you want, but make them look beautiful. That's the difference, okay? So I'm hoping we've achieved that. I'm going to start off with my first model will be Lexi. Lexi, come forward, darling. Okay, so for me, Lexi wanted to keep her length, so I left her a little band all around the edge, and there's a length. Okay? It doesn't have to be all of it. You can leave some length. It's about moving hair potentially, rather than very static hair. Don't forget, if you're used to having all of this hair, you still want the hair to move around if you're a girl or a guy. But keep the precision and keep the geometry. Keep the hair cutting going. Keep your technique going. The hairstyle is in two halves. You've got the front and the back. The back through here is very short, and it disconnects from the short layers. That's what gives us this nice tip out. It's also through the sides here, and this gives us some movement when she's walking. It just separates and gives us a little bit of movement. Not the best jacket for this haircut, but we do all learn. Through the top, my main objective here was that Lexi wanted something that she could play around with herself. Now, the thing about this is I saw her yesterday, and she had it in a ponytail, and now she's got a bob. Okay, that's great. If you can give your client those kind of hairstyles that they can change and own themselves, then it's theirs, and they love it. So it's a short hairstyle, it's a longer hairstyle, but it's hers, and she can play with it. She can make it messy, she can put it to the side, it's got texture in it, so again, you can do different stuff with it. It can go, don't be scared of your hairstyles. You can do that with it. If it doesn't look good when you bash it, then it doesn't look good. It needs to be confident. So I'm going to leave her messy like that now. Thanks, Lexi. See how the sides move?
How you doing, Colin? I'll grab over.
Next. Thank you.
Okay, great to be here, guys. So for me, Tiffany, if you don't mind coming over. For me, when we started the casting for the models and we looked at the lineup and we were thinking about what haircuts, what colors we were doing, I was entirely concerned because we didn't have much strength in there, but somehow we've managed to pull it off and create a really strong lineup. Lines are back in. We've worked a lot of texture, a lot of double fringes, a lot of layering. But as you can see, great, going back to a little bit sort of the 60s, a bit more lines, using the lens as sort of almost like arrows towards those features in the face. So for example, here with Tiffany, we worked a really nice sort of V-shape at the back, elongating her neck, pointing towards the corners of the lips. This bob was cut, graduated through the back with diagonal sections all the way towards the front, always bearing in mind where my end point was, which was the corners of the lip. And then the top layer, because you've got the two different colors, the dark underneath and the beautiful red that I'm sure Warren will talk to you about later on. I finished off with texturizing scissors to get that really nice blend, because as much as it's about geometry and strength and the haircut, I wanted to move, I wanted to be wearable, I wanted to, exactly what I can just say, just be able to bash it around and just fall beautiful. So I hope you like that one, guys. Thank you.
Cool. Tiffany. Tiffany, you stay here. And Lexi, do you want to come forward as well? Okay, so afternoon, guys. Welcome. My name's Warren Badagians, and I'm head of technical at Hob Academy and Salons. So I'd love to talk to you about Tiffany and Lexi. So I'm going to start with Tiffany. So overall inspiration comes from Bauhaus. So Bauhaus is 100 years old this year. So I took main inspiration from this. So I wanted to create strength and geometry to go with the haircut. So what I've actually done is I've utilized the section of the haircut for my color placement. Through the underneath, I've worked with Colour Touch Plus, and I've worked with 44/07 to create more of like a volcanic ash through the underneath. Through the top section, I've actually pre-lightened the hair and used 1.9% from the roots through to the ends. The overall inspiration for the colour through the top, I took from like a purple sky night. So I worked with purple, magenta, and red to create more of like this futuristic purple tone. With Lexi, again, Lexi is a little bit of a colour chameleon. She's been blonde, blue, mint green. What we wanted to do today was to create something that looked a little bit more like 80s Brit punk, but to have more of an expensive feel, so a little bit of Saint Laurent feel to it as well. In terms of the technique, again, utilising the haircut as main inspiration. So we've worked with Colour Touch again, and we've created more of like a volcanic red through the perimeter section. And then where we have the length, we wanted to create a little bit of texture with colour. So we pre-lightened areas, and we've worked with more of what I'd refer to as like a magenta pink. And we literally just worked the pre-lightener through the perimeter and in certain areas through the front section as well, just so you have a little bit of strength, but then also texture with the hair colour. Cool. Thank you, ladies. I'll let you go back.
Come for it. Okay, this is Abby. So quite an aggressive haircut, and it could really look quite ugly. If you look at what it actually is, it's a short hairstyle, it's a crop with a longer piece in the top, and that's all it is, and then a couple of side bits. The simplicity of it is what makes it work. It's based on quite out there ideas, like really push it, but never lose touch of the fact that she's going to be having dinner with somebody later, and she doesn't want to look like she's just been attacked by a hairdresser, okay, or she's just come out of the hairdresser. So potentially, again, this has one of those potentials to go something a lot softer, thrown over to the other side, chucked behind her ear. I mean, for me, it really is about versatility at the moment, and just making hair wearable as opposed to hairdressers' haircuts that basically we're showing off what we can do. Yes, do that. Use your strength, use your precision, play with it being really crazy, but at the same time, getting away with it. Precision doesn't mean just geometry. Precision means everything you do. Even choppy, messy hair should be based on precision, because precision is your way of learning. Okay, your brain doesn't really take in messy very well. It takes on precision. So keep it simple, but think about the overall look, and keep looking in the mirror. Is she looking good? Is that suiting her? Is it not suiting her? Because the difference between a client or a model that loves it or a model that's crying is if she thinks she looks good or not. And if she doesn't look good, she's going to be very upset. So you have got to look in that mirror and say, does that suit? Does it make her look more attractive, okay? So use your eyes more than your scissors. Lovely colour.
Cool, yeah, colour. So guys, you can see, at Hob, education is the heart of everything that we do. So colour cut is a total look. So I actually utilised Abby in the academy maybe about 2 weeks ago in one of our creative courses. So in terms of what we wanted to create, overall inspiration, green is huge for 2020. So it's one of the biggest colours of the season next season. So we took inspiration from this, also from like a peacock feather as well. So we worked with the haircut, and what we done was we pre-lightened certain areas. So where we have the strength through here, and the strength through the front, we worked again with pre-lightness. We worked with blonde or cream, and we worked with 4%, and then we've actually worked with Colour Fresh Create to work with like a peacock blue and peacock green as well. Just as well, like a big plug as well. So tomorrow we have a really big show, Hob Uncut. There's still tickets available on the door. So if anyone wants to have a little bit more further knowledge of how we colour, how we cut, demonstrations, feel free to come and see us tomorrow at, I think, 12 or 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock at the Wolves in Camden.
Yeah.
Hob Uncut. We're doing it annually now. twice a year. But we'd love to see you there. There's still tickets available if you'd like.
Cool, that was my big plug. Okay, Abby, if you want to take it over there again.
Thanks, Abby.
Cool. All right, thank you, Daisy. Okay, so going back to what Warren was talking about, Bauhaus, function over form, it needs to be wearable, it needs to be beautiful. So this haircut is slightly unusual because normally when we work with a mallet sort of look, we kind of sort of go down the route of Lexi's hair, sort of cropping the back, showing off the head shape. In this case, I've decided to just leave it the one length haircut. The trick with these sort of haircuts is when you work such a strong geometric shapes through the front and through the side, what you can end up with, obviously as hairdressers, we're very good at blow drying and smoothing hair out, but when they do it at home, it looks rubbish. So what you actually need to do, you need to work with the underneath slightly disconnected, so that area is slightly flatter, it moves, and it's really, really easy to style. So the way that I cut this, underneath there's a shorter layered fringe. Over the top it lays a longer one that's also layered. So that's why you get all this sort of choppiness and it actually moves around. And then there's two triangular sections just placed over the curvature of a head, just here and same on the other side. And what that allows to do, it gives you a really flat shape through the sides, and again you can move it a lot. If you want it to look a little bit stronger, all you have to do is just comb it down, but I really like the softness when it's pushed over to the sides, and obviously a little bit more strength through the sides with these lines. Again, framing the face, pointing at those amazing cheekbones. Yep. Colour, Warren?
Yeah, cool.
Lovely.
So I think a key point to talk about when we talk about education as well with colour is at Hob we always look at the complexion, the undertone, the eye level, and when we look at Daisy, what we wanted to create was a very like milk white feeling towards her skin tone. So to work with this and to bring the eye colour out as well, when she came in, she had a natural level, which was a dark blonde, so she's around about a level 6. There's a few lightened pieces towards the length and ends. And for me, what that done, it actually drained her complexion and it drained her eye colour. The most complementary colour for Daisy is either one of depth or super, super light. So what we wanted to do was work again with the haircut and give it strength. So because we're working with a finer textured hair, I thought to go darker, it's going to give more width to the hair as well. So we've worked with a blue-black through the whole perimeter in colour touch, and then to really showcase the fringe off as well, we pre-lightened and we've worked with pure tone, so we pre-lightened to a very pale yellow, so a level 10. It's really important that when you work with pre-lightener, and especially with like to create neon colours or pastel colours, to achieve your very pale yellow. And through the fringe area, we worked with O-Stroke 88 in colour touch, and we just wanted to leave it on for 5 minutes to create a blue-black or like a navy blue just through the fringe area, just to really connect with the eye colour and bring it out. Cool. Thanks, Daisy.
Okay. Annie Sophie, I mean the colours here are fantastic. I mean the haircut I love, but after it was coloured it really sets it off for me. And working with your technicians is really important that they get your vision and then you've got to get their vision, all right? But to show off the two sides of this haircut, and it really is a haircut of two sides. If I comb it down the middle, you've got a crop on this side, and then you've got the longer layers on this side. And what sets the colour off is the graduation in this line. So how I cut the line in order so you can see the dark bit underneath is I held it down tight and cut it so that when it jumps up, the dark hair comes from underneath. So you need to work with your technician. You know, if you're a cutter, think technically, think colour. If you're a technician, think cutting and get that synergy together. And that's how you get that kind of fantastic synergy and that kind of partnership that creates some wow looks. So the haircut is, again, very simple. It's just a short haircut. And actually, how I think of it is like this. It's a short haircut up to there. It's just a crop. And then I've got a long piece over the top. So that's my visual. That's my focal point. It's not complicated, but it is difficult to know where to put these focal points. But keep it very, very simple. The more complicated it gets, the more hairdressery it looks. Whereas you really want something that's very simple, so that tomorrow morning when she wakes up, she still looks good. And so your emphasis is on your technique and your development in your skills and your craft, as opposed to creating things that are artistic. Try not thinking artistically. The artistic thing is a little bit like a sprinkle on the top afterwards. It's the craft, the craftsmanship that will make sure that she looks good for not only 3 days and when she washes it, but 3 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, however long it is. And when she goes out, she doesn't have to worry about how she looks because she knows she looks good. And that's the progression of the development that you learn if you're thinking that way. Keep it simple. Okay, talk colour please, Warren.
Cool. Yeah, again, all models are obviously a true collaboration, but I think with Akin, what we wanted to create here with the hair colour and haircut was to add some strength and also some softness as well. So what we've actually done is Anna Sophia, her natural level is a blonde, so she's about a level 7, so really easy canvas to work with. We pre-lighten the whole hair, and then what we wanted to create is, again, I think for me, inspiration here has a bit of the element of like Bowie, it also has an element of like Brit punk as well. But I really get inspired as well very much by like nature. So here it's a little bit of like inspired by like molten lava. But you've got oranges, you've got fire reds, you've got more of the light a bit through the front. So we pre-lightened the whole section and we achieved a very pale yellow. And then what we've done is we've worked with pure tone on the whole hair. So we've worked with a gold copper on the perimeter. Through the section here, we've worked with relights and colour touch, and we've worked with 3-4 as well. And then through the length and end, again, pure tone, and we've worked with Colour Fresh Create, and we've worked with red and orange mixed together. When we talk about tone as colourists, we say that it has to be on for up to 15 minutes, up to 20 minutes, but colour is different to everyone's eyes. So in terms of the tone, the overall colour I let develop for 15 minutes. The perimeter we left on for 30, and my top section here was literally on for about 60 seconds, and then it was off, and I was really happy with it. Again, we bleached the eyebrows as well, just to give it a bit more strength. Yeah, cool, thank you. Cheers, Anna Sophia. And then one more.
Yeah. Okay, so last but not least, Nicole. I do really love the colour on Nicole, and this is something that we didn't really discuss, me and Warren, but it's really nice to see the understanding that he has in terms of looking at a haircut, being able to put exactly what he needs in there with the colour. And he's actually worked exactly the same way that I've cut it. I've worked with really strong fundamental shapes on the underneath and really textured and soft through the top, and the colour is just exactly the same of how I've worked my haircut. Haircut wise, really, really simple. Slightly wedgy through the back to start off with, working with really heavy graduation coming into the middle, leaving the top slightly disconnected, working from wet to dry. If you guys don't work from wet to dry, I really recommend you try it because it's great. Because as you're working, you see how the hair is falling, and you shouldn't really be looking at the hair thinking, oh, I'm going to have to blow dry that. The haircut should just be forming itself. So this is a way that we work at Hob a lot. Graduation through the back side, slightly layered out. I wanted to add a little bit of strength, but not too much. So the layers started quite low and sort of brought it up slightly higher. Top, completely disconnected. By the time I got to the top, it was almost dry, so I started working with texturizing, slicing, and texturizing scissors to achieve, again, a little bit of strength, but at the same time, overhanging pieces. I wish you saw her hair when she came in this morning, because it wasn't washed for a few days, and it looked great. Yeah, so I'm going to try and simulate it, because her hair always looks better when it hasn't been washed for a while, and it's just wild, but I love it. It's got that amazing sort of texture. You like this one, don't you?
I like
Warren,
it, yeah.
He likes that styling. So I'll let you talk about the colour, and I'll leave it like that.
Yeah, of course. Cheers, Nesta. So overall inspiration for hair colour, especially the way you've just left it, is like a 1950s demented housewife. That's the overall inspiration for colour. In terms of what we've done, again, really working with the suitability of the haircut. We've worked through the underneath to create like a rich espresso, and then through the top section, I've actually got my tobacco brown as I've intermixed my products. So I've used high lift from Weller Professionals, but with a lower activator. So I've used 12-stroke 89 with 4%, but then I've intermixed brunette mahogany into the product as well to create more of this tobacco brown through there as well. Again, with all the models, if you have any questions, we'll be literally over to the side. Any colour questions, haircut, if you want to take pictures. Also, I'm going to plug Hob Education as well. So we have some amazing courses that you can see online, on social media, and in 2020 we have some amazing new courses as well. So feel free to drop us an email or a DM. But thank you very much. Get it in, right?
Thank you all for watching. We'll just let the models to give you a final finale and maybe see you in Camden or see you at the Alternative tonight or just see you. Take care. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do this one.
Let me do this. Well, thank you very much indeed. Akin Kanezi and the Hob Academy. Wasn't that great? Beautiful work. At the Fellowship for British Hairdressing, we pride ourselves in bringing to you the very, very finest standards. If any of you around here thinking about becoming a member or wondering how you become a member and how you get involved, please go and ask our lovely team here at our front of house. We're not frightening. We welcome new members. We're always looking for new members, and you might be surprised at how just affordable it is. Please also, ladies and gentlemen, take note of our amazing sponsors, and please, Salon International, give them a round of applause, because without their support, the Fellowship for British Hairdressing could not do what we're doing this weekend on this stage. So our next section, which we're going to bring to you, is a men's hair section. We've got 4 really creative, talented guys, and I think we'll all agree that men's hair has become a very important part of our salon business culture. So, ladies and gentlemen, Salon International, please give it up for the fellowship stage men's hair team.
Have a little seat there. Hi, everyone.
Take a seat, buddy.
How are you guys? Hello.
Come on, Salon International. Show your appreciation. These guys are out
I know,
here.
it's a bit... Is everyone
We're all
hungover?
friendly.
It's a bit quiet. Woo! That was quite good.
That's quite nice, wasn't it, Jonathan?
That was lovely.
So, Jonathan, great to have you on stage.
Thank you very much.
For your information, ladies and gentlemen, is our barber project leader. So I can't think of anyone better than to start talking about what he's going to be doing today, and also a little bit about men's hair. Jonathan.
Thank you very much. So, as David said, my name's Jonathan. It's a real pleasure to be here to showcase some lovely men's hair for you, and obviously I brought Warner for the girls and boys, if you like. He's a good-looking lad, so I'm sure you can all enjoy it. Like David just said, I'm the project leader for the Barber Project, which is a really exciting initiative that the Fellowship have been doing to help deliver more men's hair and more men's education to hairdressers around the country. It's been a really exciting year. We've done a show with the team yesterday. We've got a show tomorrow. So if you're around, make sure you come back here tomorrow afternoon to see the guys showcasing their work and what they've learned. So what I'm going to do today with Warner is I'm just going to do a little bit more of a textured haircut. I think, there's a lot of skin fades and, especially here today and over the weekend, you're going to see so much. So I want to do something a little bit longer, a little bit softer, nice bit of texture, bit of cutting, bit of fun, high fives. It's all good.
Jonathan, we look forward to watching that look develop, and we will come to you. Now, Mr. Rick Roberts, ladies and gentlemen, he's a prominent member of the Fellowship. He's a nominee for Afro Hairdresser of the Year at the British Hairdressing Awards. I think that needs a little bit of a celebration and an applause. He's also a nominee for Northeastern Region Hairdresser of the Year at the British Hairdressing Awards, and he's the current Schwarzkopf Creative Director. Mr. Rick Roberts, what are you doing today, please?
So guys, I am basically in these guys' world. I do barbering, so I do quite a lot in the salon. I actually do from colouring, cutting, afro, texture, and I do barbering too. I've actually brought my client today all the way from Beverley because I just feel like I just wanted to show he's got great style. So all we're going to do is just do a little bit of a soft fade around the front, show you how to just do something a little bit different on the fade, and then we're going to drop this line out just to kind of see it kind of dropping around the edge. And then over here, we're going to drop a little bit of detail and follow this line and just kind of fade them in and just show a little bit of fading. I know, like Jonathan said, there's a lot of fading here, but sometimes it's a little hair hacks or little techniques. A lot of people can fade, okay? And then we're going to work just a bit of texture through the top.
Cheers, Rick. We look forward to watching that look progress, and we will come back and you can talk us through some techniques. So, a great guy, Josh Growcut.
Hi, how are you doing?
Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Josh is, again, been with the Fellowship a number of years, and he's a member of the Barber art team, and they're a prominent Fellowship member. So, Josh, talk us through a little bit about what you're doing today.
Okay, so today what I'm going to do is give us the take of the ket wig. The ket wig is a Scouse word. When a person went to prison, they got fed up of shaving their heads. So they kept constantly shaving their heads. All of a sudden they realised, nah, fed up with that, want to start growing our hair. So what they done, they just literally left these big wigs on their heads. Big mops of hair. So when you start looking at them, they're getting a bit cooler looking. They thought, nah, It needs to have a bit more structure to it, a bit more love. So we're kind of now developing that Kettwig, trying to give them a bit more love. So we're going to get a sort of a Ramon-esque style, that 1974 New York City, kind of bit of a grunge, early grungy feel of it. Plenty of texture, plenty of body to come through it. Just completely change it. The great thing of these, all our clients and models we use are our clients. So we go around, find really cool models for our clients.
Head back.
Because if we can use them all the time, perfect. And that's all we want to do.
Josh, we will come back to you. We'll let you crack on and develop your look. So Reno.
Hello, everyone.
Italian, ladies and gentlemen. Any Italians in the audience? Reno,
no Italian
great
today.
business. There's plenty of Italians here. They're just shy, Reno. Yeah, d'accord.
Hello, guys. My name is Reno. I'm from Manifesto. We are so happy to be here today. It's the second year for us. And also, for me and Manifesto, we are so proud to be with these beautiful people like Jonathan Hendrio, Josh from Barber & Barber, and Rick Roberts. So what I'm doing today, basically, before we was talking about skin fade, in the last 2 years was quite like everyone that was doing skin fade. In Manifesto, we do salon, we do education, but also we do session work. What is really on trend now is do something called mullety, slightly bit longer on the bottom. I want to change a little bit this today. I want to do something really graphic on men on the side, which is quite hairdressing. I want to do something quite fashion on the back, like slightly bit longer. But at the same time, I don't want to forget this kind of barber stuff that it was quite cool in a few years' time. So there is too many ways to do like a line. Can be by finger, can be like by comb, but also can be by clipper, like that. Sorry, I'm big shaggy. I'm very nervous today. Cool. So what I'm thinking to do at the moment on the side is something quite like blunt and graphic. And what really inspired me to do that is my model bone structure. The fashion is quite changed. Before, all men, they want to be handsome or something like that. Now, if you look at the new trend, right? All guys, they are not too handsome at all. They want to be more character. If you look like agencies, model agencies like Tomorrow is Another Day, if you look like Balenciaga, if you look Gucci, you know what I mean. So, thank you.
Thank you, Reno. We'll come back.
I don't want to speak too much. Sorry, I don't want to. Yeah.
Don't you worry. Go on.
Cool.
We'll
Thank you
come
very
back
much.
and we'll see that look develop. So, Jonathan, your nice little bit of scissor over the comb going over there.
Yeah.
Walk us through it, please.
So basically what I'm doing, I'll give you a little bit of background. Warner is a model and he's also one of my clients.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
And I was doing Warner's hair for quite a while. And Warner done the one thing that every hairdresser in here hates when their clients do. Didn't you, Warner? What did you do, Warner? I was busy, which meant he was impatient, couldn't wait. So he went and saw someone else, and what did they do? They ruined all my hard work. I don't know who it was, so I'm not going to name names. So what I've been doing for the last 6 weeks is trying to get him back to where we were. And what he had was a nice little bit of hair through the sides, nice bit of softness and texture through the top, and that's what we're doing. So the reason I am using some scissor over comb is if you can see at the back here, it's got quite a difficult hairline to work with. So literally, a little tip for you all on dealing with this. When the hairline grows in, what a lot of people do is they get some clippers and they go right across it. What happens when you do that is this goes really short and doesn't blend in, so you end up with this V, and it looks like he's had a bit of a crazy haircut, which I don't want to do. I want it to be nice and soft. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to come across it with my scissors and literally just take those ends off. And all that's going to do is just give me a nice, soft little finish, and then scissor over comb. Yeah, it's not, don't see much scissor over comb anymore, do you?
No, ladies and gentlemen, come on. He's making it look very, very easy. I'm admiring his static scissor control. Just working.
Oh, that was a
nice
big
start
word.
there,
Yeah.
you see.
Static scissor
Static
control.
Scissor control. That's what it's called, Jonathan. And just give us a little bit of that again. Let's just zoom in on that if we can.
Oh,
It's
yes,
absolutely
look at this.
poetry in motion. And for all you younger team members out there, you need to be able to work that muscle, and you should only be working with one blade so you don't pinch the skin, no risk of cutting yourself or cutting the client.
And also, actually, these are special scissors that Ukin, the guy who was on before, from Hob, obviously legend, he made me get. They click, so you can hear them. So you like conscious cutting, they probably talked about that, but that's also a good thing for scissor over comb. So Ukin, if you're still here, thank you.
Jonathan, we will come back a little bit better.
Jonathan, mine click if I take this off.
Yeah. I know, but then they're broken. You cut your.
There we go.
You cut your. Try cutting with them now.
I'm only joking,
yeah,
Jonathan.
See?
Mr. Roberts, stop being a menace.
So,
talk us through, because you're doing some great work here, and you're working with freehand clippering. Now let's talk to us about the do's and don'ts.
So the freehand clippering is all about pressure for me. Is if you're putting too much pressure on it, it's basically going to take too much of the hair off here. Okay, you've got to basically think this is the best way of. If I do this and push it into the here, I'm going to take too much hair off. But if I balance it and just use this and just watch the angle and be a little bit more freer and just kind of watch how that angle is working. But if I push more pressure in and go up, automatically I've got to take off and create another line. So when I'm blending, there's a great way of tip. Instead of just going like this, I go in circles, okay? Because I'm not creating another line over the top. There's a lot of guys that are really easy that can just go up, but I go around in circles, and what it does, it just softens that line. You probably can't see over there.
We've got a camera on you, Rick.
Oh, you got a camera? Okay, okay. So let's see here. Okay, so you see here, this bit. So we're just dropping this over as like a little shadow line. And all I want to do is go in circles and just use the corner on my clipper.
We're friends now.
Just pull your body weight. The camera's behind you, Rick. Just there. Just
hello, camera.
Zoom in.
You all right?
There we go. Let's just zoom in on that camera. Let's watch that technique, ladies and gentlemen.
So the pressure.
Is a common mistake that Rick's helping you with.
So if I go like this, I'm going to do it and I'm going to make a mistake, okay? I shouldn't, but I will. So if I push in and go up, I'm going to end up taking too much weight away, and I'm going to take it closer to the skin. But the best way is basically use your pressure so it goes up and down, just to kind of soften that angle. Now, one other thing that I work with, and I do it with all my cutting, is basically the different colour combs. So different colour combs, what do you work with different colour combs? Do you buy them because they're just different colours? Or do you know what they do? Put the hands up if someone knows what the different colours of the combs do. Anybody? Go on. Perfect. It's different colours of hair. I'm going to use this on dark hair. I'm going to use this on blonde hair. And this is very universal. Okay? And I'll use a clear comb. Oh, clear comb. Oh, it's in my bowl. A clear comb, which is a universal one, which I've done. If I'm going to use black hair on this, I'm not going to really see it, am I? But if I see it on that, I will. So it's just a nice way of knowing that your different colours work with different coloured hair. Okay? Just little hair hacks.
Rick, we'll come back to you. What I love about Rick is he works on many, many different hair types. He travels the world. He's got a lot of knowledge. He's an expert at Afro as well. And he's got a lot of educational ideas. So we'll come back to you, Rick. So Josh, nice to see you working on something what I call mid-length.
Yeah, exactly.
Talk us through some of your techniques.
Right, so today what we've done, Paul's actually a customer, and he lives just and works opposite our Soho store. So when I saw him on Saturday morning, I was like, wow, you're the one I need today, this weekend. So what we've done today, we wanted to keep a lot of the length, we wanted to strengthen all the lathes. So what we did was just blunt it off the bottom, and we worked from the obstacle up, just so when we elevated and cut it, it's going to lay flat just off the obstacle. So we still get a nice shape, but we don't lose too much length, but it keeps it lighter. When I've worked through the front, we've taken nice square panels, but every time over-directed back, just the last panel. So I left enough weight and length on the front. All I'm doing now is to just taken a nice V-section from the length of the eyebrows. So I've taken the width from the eyebrow, just brought it to the bridge of the nose, just up. Literally now I'm going to dry it, no touching. I've put a little bit of mousse, which I got off Mark Woolley earlier. Thank you for that, Mark. So literally, a little bit of mousse, not going to touch it too much. We want it to really let all the natural curl, all the natural wave he's got on his hair just to come out. The more I touch it, the more volume is going to come, the fluffier it's going to become, which I'm not really wanting just yet. I want to try and get as much moisture out of it before I touch it again.
Thank you very much indeed, Josh. We'll look forward to that look being completed. So Reno, you're putting a nice weight line in there. Talk us through some of your techniques, please.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. So when I've been training hairdresser, at the beginning, hairdresser, they was telling me how the technique important it was, right? When I started to do like a fashion session work, everyone there was telling me like something else. What I really understand is nothing wrong in like to have like a very good like fundamental structure, but at the same time like haircut is like when you like something, you can't like just like be focused on the technique. Sometimes you have to like work with your feeling as well. So now I'm just like combing the hair in that way, and I'm thinking like this is too long, but I don't want to do nothing too straight and graphic like the sides. You know, I'm just like thinking to do something. Sorry, my model is very tall today. So I'm just twisting it, and I'm just creating something by my feeling now. So when I do men's hair, 50% is technique, the other 50% is feeling. I'm really like, for me it's not like a job, it's like more like a passion, right? So when I do something, I want to really enjoy to do it. So if I use just technique, maybe I will recreate the same stuff every day. So with the feeling, I can change every day. So I want to be proud of what I'm doing. I want to be proud of myself. So I want to follow my feeling. Thank you so much. And if I can say something about fellowship, I'm really happy to be part of the fellowship. Manifesto, we be part of the fellowship 2 years ago now, and they give to us a lot of opportunity, right? I think fellowship is not just like an association, it's like a family. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Reno, and lovely words, because the fellowship is exactly that. It is one big family. So, nice look.
Nearly done. Nearly done.
You're texturizing with quite a lot of products, and I noticed it's Fudge, because you are, of course, the creative director for Fudge. So it would be rude not to mention it, as they are a prominent sponsor.
Thank you very much. Yes, so I recently this year became the global brand ambassador for Fudge, which has been an amazing experience working with such a cool brand. They've really helped support me so much in doing a lot of stage work, shows. We've just shot a new campaign, so we've got loads of exciting things coming out, and I'm actually going to show you a little trick with one of our products, which is the Elevate Styling Powder and a Dyson hairdryer if you've got one. If not, borrow one, but it's a really good way of dispersing some texture. You might have seen me do this before. Don't try this at home, it's not endorsed by Dyson, but do if you want. So I'm going to take the hairdryer, I'm going to put the powder right in the back, and then we turn it on, and then I just squeeze some powder through, and it just separates it all through his hair and just gives me a nice texture and a little mist. Powders his face and his hair.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on, that's a great technique.
Oh, and it's a good tip. Look, thank you. Thank you very much. And all my old team over there, and Jamie, who was, in actual fact, I can't do this without saying thank you for Jamie, who was such a big men's mentor for me, and really helped me get the confidence to come and do these sort of things, teach me all those tricks. So I have to give him that. He's sat up straight now. You look like you were hiding behind.
He's sitting there watching. Well, we'll give you the credit for bringing Jamie's trick to the fellowship stage, Jonathan.
This wasn't his trick. This was my trick. I was just saying he's a good mentor. Don't be giving him that. That's mine. Look. Oh, for God's sake, that's went well, isn't it? But yeah, and thank you to you guys and the fellowship for having me, and to be on stage with such amazing guys. We're like a little boy band up here. I'm the good-looking one who can't sing. Rick writes the music.
I'm having a job saying and looking that show of all you boys. So now we're coming to the end of this presentation, ladies and gentlemen. So the guys are just going to be finishing off. I think you'll agree, they've made it look very, very easy. They've been using a lot of sophisticated techniques. It all goes back to grounding, training, good scissor discipline, good understanding of what you're doing, why you're doing, and how you're doing. And when you understand that, you can then break some of the rules, which is what these guys have been doing, to give you the Fellowship for British Hairdressing's men's hair section. And I think Salon International, these guys would appreciate some acknowledgement from you.
So David, before you just go, can I just recap on my model?
You can, Rick.
So,
yeah.
What I've quickly done on here, Luke's very much into he's a big blogger, and he's very much into his urban streetwear, and I kind of thought I'd put something on him that actually would suit it. It's a bit different. So I'll just get you to stand up, Luke. To style it, instead of using wax, we've kind of worked with the hairspray and the dryer, and just worked with these corners. I'd taken it, so we cut this panel, so this subsection here, we've taken that shorter and kept this longer, okay? So it's got like little parts, and all you do is just literally go like this and turn it round. Yeah. Can you see how it's just kind of making it stand out in something different? I probably couldn't recreate that again with a dryer, but I could maybe recreate something similar. But for show work, I hope you like it. And for me, it's a pleasure to be on stage with these guys. So thank you.
Come on, Salon International. I think they need a round of applause. Come on, they've worked hard. 25 minutes is not a lot of time to create something that's technical, visual, and inspiring. Please thank, Josh Grocott, Rick Roberts, Jonathan Andrew, and Reno. This has been the men's hair section for the Fellowship for British Hairdressing. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Salon International. Please give these models a round of applause. Thank you. So please, ladies and gentlemen, do not leave your seats. We are now about to go into a Fellowship Live Lounge. We always bring you the most interesting people with their insider tips to how they've been successful and what the future trends will be. So without further ado, it's the Live Lounge.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ashley Hodges. I am your Chancellor for the Fellowship for British Hairdressing, and I'm very excited to have my boys with me today.
Glad
to
be here.
So we've got the amazing Jamie Benny, Casey
Hiya.
Coleman, and Simon Tuckwell. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're good. Really good, thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. So I'm going to start with you, Jamie. You are an artistic director for Hair and Bone. So what does your role involve?
So basically my role involves executing Sam, who is the owner of Hair and Bone, his creative direction, developing the team as individuals, and also developing the brand image that we have out there in the industry. So doing shows, you know, days like this where we're doing intimate seminars, education programs, things like that. So quite a lot, basically.
A lot, yes. You're a busy
I love
guy.
it though. It's great.
And you, Casey, you have the first gender-neutral salon in
Yes.
Wales.
Yes.
Tell us a bit about your story with that.
It's just comes from the simple fact that a lot of salons charge women more for having the same haircut as a guy with the same length of hair. And I don't think I think that we're developing as an industry, we're growing and we're developing, and that there was a niche in Cardiff, there was nothing. And then when I started to research it, I found out that there was absolutely nothing at all in the whole entire, in all of Wales.
Yeah.
So I found my unique selling point right away. And since then, we've become known locally as an LGBTQ+ salon, which is great. So we welcome terms like queer, people aren't afraid to use terms like that. And we actually specialize in helping people transition as well, which is absolutely insane.
That's such a beautiful thing
So
to do.
good, isn't it? I didn't know that. That's brilliant.
Thanks.
Yeah. All the appreciation. And Simon, I'm actually a little bit envious because you've got the type of salon that I would dream about having.
Oh,
so
thank
tell us
you.
a bit about your journey.
So I've just opened my own salon in Nottingham. I'm not gonna lie, it's probably the most terrifying thing I've ever done, but the most rewarding, I'm sure you'll agree. I've got an amazing team. They're quite big, it's grown really, really quickly, but for me it was all about championing that client journey. So I've got lots of wood, lots of plants. I've got 4 floors.
4 floors?
Yeah, 4 floors.
Insane.
It takes a lot to clean. I've got a vegan coffee bar downstairs as well because it just helps remove that intimidating feeling of walking into a salon.
Yeah.
So people can come in, they can enjoy it, they can be part of it. It's a real community feel, and we do some great hair as well.
Don't you have yoga as well?
Yes, I've got yoga.
Yeah, I
as
saw
well.
that. He does yoga as well.
Yeah, we've got yoga as well. It's all
why
we're just
I'm
trying to really
I love
build
that.
that kind of well-being feeling of a community in the heart of Nottingham.
That's so good.
Love that.
Love it.
And you're also an ambassador for Balmain now.
I am, yes.
Just come back from Paris.
Yes, I've just come back from Paris and Amsterdam, which was incredible. They only let me have 20 hours in Amsterdam. They were like, you need to come straight back.
Simon's not allowed to go to
They were like,
Amsterdam.
you cannot go. But it was really good because it's nice to be able to champion how we do it in the UK to show them as well how we like to work hair, and it's been incredible, and I love doing it. It's amazing.
Amazing. So Casey is a finalist for Fame Team tomorrow, and you boys either side have been on Fame Team. So I just wanted to get your advice and kind of what Fame Team meant and did for your career. Jamie?
Do you know what? It captures so much. It's quite hard to say it in like a sentence, really. But I think really, if anyone doesn't know what the Fame Team is, you definitely look it up. You know, it's a platform that is second to none. You know, it's something that will not just excel you and propel you into the industry, but it changes you from, well, I'm speaking about me personally, it changes you from a boy to a man, really. You know, it a little bit like that, because
It
you
did
know,
the same for me, Jamie. Totally did the
well,
same.
you know.
Absolutely, Ashley. I can tell.
Well, you know, it does so much. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's more than hair. It's more than being good
It's
at
a
your
year
job.
of life growing.
Oh my God, it's
Yeah.
so much. You
agree
mature
with
in such a different way that it is priceless. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I think when I was on it, it was not, like you said, not just the mentor days that we got, but the lifelong friendships I made, the people that I can now rely on. I would not be anywhere where I was without the fellowship and the Fame Team. I'm still really good friends with the guys I was with the team with. I've met the most incredible people, and it all started from that. And I cannot thank it enough. Every time I get a chance, I will champion the Fame Team because it has been life-changing.
Oh, I can't wait.
Big up Casey.
I'm hoping I get on it now. Jeez.
And
No
all
pressure.
the 8 finalists for tomorrow. So I'm going to do some quick fire questions on you. And because we've got the lads here, I thought it'd be quite funny to ask what your biggest telling off from Anne Herman has been.
So my biggest telling off was actually the Fame Team semi-final. I was getting my model ready and I was all getting a bit like, I'm getting a bit leery and I'm going to be ready. And she come up to me and she proper gave me a telling off. She was like, you be quiet, you get down those stairs and then you perform. And I was like, oh my God, I was so terrified. And I've never put a foot wrong since.
I think my biggest telling off was when we were doing members night, actually, and we were queuing up to do all the hair, and it was actually my very first members night, and I didn't realise that you could hear from the other room, and I'm laughing, doing the hair backstage, spraying, and all I hear is this tap. Genie, would you calm down?
Oh my God. I'm
Have you
absolutely
got one,
crying.
Casey?
Mine was actually at members night as well.
Yeah. Was it?
But it was the beginning of this year when we did members night in the L'Oreal. Oh, I was in the Weller Academy, and my models weren't actually making any noise. It was somebody else's models, and she comes up to me and she says, "Can you tell your models to shut up?" I was like, "Yes, Anne. Sorry, Anne. Okay, Anne."
We all listen to Anne.
She's such.
All listen to Anne.
I love Anne.
Now
but
none of
she's-
us put a foot wrong. We always.
She's like the mother fellowship.
She's
isn't
like the
she?
queen, the queen of
She
the
is our
fellowship.
queen. Thank you so much, guys. It's been amazing having you on here.
thank you
Enjoy
very
the
much
rest
for
of
having
Salon
us. Thank you for
International.
having
Thank you
us.
very much.
Thank
Cheers,
you.
Thank you.
Salon International, please welcome to the stage Weller Professionals UK and Ireland Creative Director Robert Eaton.
Hi everybody, and welcome to the fellowship stage. Let's see. My name's Robert Eaton, Creative Director at Russell Eaton Salons, and I'm also Weller Professionals Technical Director for UK and Ireland. So I'm really heavily involved with creating colour collections, colour campaigns, and really promoting and working with Weller Professionals to really drive their colour business forward, to really be innovative with the techniques and the things that we can produce for salons to help create a much stronger, healthier colour business for us all. Now, what I wanted to do today was share with you some really strong key looks that we created actually last week at the Weller Professional Trend Vision Awards. And this is one of the stage looks that we created that I'm now going to bring to life in front of you as well. Now, you can see I've already done some pre-work here already. So I've actually been working with some wefts that we've stacked out to create this really, really large full shape. And actually working with this really, really strong golden amber tone. So for me, this is one of the strong colour trends for this season, working with a lot more warmth, really encouraging clients to see a much more sort of stronger, honey, richer shade within their hair. Now, what I've also done is work with a very, very strong short fringe that I'm just building up with wefts as well. But the main thing that I want to talk about here is the fact I'm using texture as well. So for me, the introduction of texture again into what we do within salons and moving away slightly from the kind of glossy Hollywood waves into something that's a bit more freer and a bit wilder looking, which is what you can see here. So let me just get myself plugged in and then we'll get started. So, just going to loosen this shape up a little bit to begin with. And I want this to be quite wild and quite staticky and quite free as well. What I'm going to do now, if you can just see on these top sections, I'll let you just pop your head down for me, Ava. This is the area that we were going to be working on. I've just got 2 more sections to put in place. This is just going to finish the fringe and create this much sort of stronger, wild sort of erratic shape. So for me, when we created the Trend Vision show last week, it was all about creating very strong silhouettes, creating a sort of statement looks on stage that were hopefully inspirational for hairdressers, but also gives a source of inspiration for some clients as well. And one of the things that we did with this particular look was work with hair accessories, and this is something that we've seen really explode into the salon and well, come from the session world, but actually explode into salon work as well. So I've actually got an array of different accessories that I'm going to work with here. I'm just going to tease this out a little bit as well. And just finish creating the padding of the hair. And I've actually been spraying some of the bobby pins that we've got here, a rose gold colour. And what I often find now with what I'm kind of working on with regards to colour, it's not just about colouring hair, but it's colour matching the accessories that we're using to kind of really complement the look as well. So the rose gold clips and grips are a great way of making this look a lot stronger. So this collection that I'm presenting to you today on stage at the Fellowship is actually something we've been working on all day at the Weller Professional stand. And it's really based around very strong, bold colours, an 80s silhouette as well, really. So really we're working with very strong shoulder pads, something that makes a real statement. I'm going to bring on Thea actually now, who can just bring to life one of the colour results that we've been working on throughout the course of today as well. So if you'd like to come on stage, Thea. Is there. So this is one of the strong statement colour looks that we've been working on, and this is really for me what is iconic about Weller Professional's colour. So it's their iconic reds, their iconic coppers, and it's really very much about a classic square box bob. I've actually worked with a slightly lighter panel from within, so we've actually got something that's got much more of an apricot washed out type copper result, and then we've actually introduced some depth through the root area just to create something that gives a much more marbleized finish. I mean, for me with colour results, I'm a salon-based hairdresser. I'm really proud to be a salon-based hairdresser. So whatever I produce on stage is also the kind of thing I like to see in salons as well. So this is for me is a beautiful statement look brought to life with the colour blocking and the colour matching that you can see there with the styling as well. Thank you, Thea. So just moving on to these next sections. So you can see how we're starting to build this shape up. We've got this really, really curly, strong fringe that's actually quite short as well. And I think that's one of the things about curly shapes as well. It's not always about having kind of a longer fringe within this. It's something that is quite strong and quite bold and quite graphic as well. I'm just gonna chip into some of these curls a little bit as well. And then what I'm going to be doing now is working with some of these accessories that I've talked about. So lots of different hair slides and really building this up to create something that's almost like a headband of metal that spans across the top of the head. So just put your head down slightly for me. So you can see how as I start to build this up. And the way I've wefted these together is I've actually sewn them onto netting so that we can actually apply really large sections of hair and really create something that makes a strong impact. So one of the things that we've been really talking about at Weller today is this 80s shape that we've been really kind of focusing on with regards to the fashion styling, but also something that we're seeing as a movement within hair as well. So for me, it's been very much about stronger outlines, stronger fringes, but also something that, hi Ken, but also something that creates something that's a really nice bold silhouette.
So, thought I'd bring the younger brother on.
Yeah.
Robert touched on a point when he first came out, and I think it was an ideal opportunity to come and talk to you as well and gate crashes moment. But
yeah,
a lot of these looks have come from the Trend Vision show that you did for Weller Professionals last week.
Yeah.
And one of the parts, if you'd been here a little bit earlier in the week, through the day and yesterday, this weekend we're launching our new digital platform called The Knowledge, which is exclusive to Fellowship members. It's on our website. You log in and your normal login details, and you will have this array of fantastic educational, inspirational content. Now, one of the things we have done, and I've seen the rushes of it so far, is a behind-the-scenes concept to show with your show.
Yeah.
And I have to say, I thought the show was amazing,
Yeah.
I actually think the video is going to be even better because it delves into your mind, the choreographer, and how it starts from the beginning into it. So
I think that's, the documentary that's going to be on the Knowledge, and hopefully you'll all be able to watch what this is about. Basically goes behind the scenes and how we created the show from start to finish. So very much looking at the choreography, the thought process that got us to the stage production, how we communicated that with the makeup artist, the clothes stylist, picking the models, watching us over the course of 2 or 3 days actually pulling it all together. So it's a really interesting insight for anybody who's interested in show work, but also anybody who's interested in what actually is being part of the fellowship's also about as well, and shows, and how to create your own presentation for events like today as well.
I know, obviously, Robert is the vice president for the fellowship.
So we're a duo on stage, aren't we?
A him and him job. And I know what he won't tell you about because his modesty won't let you do that. This year he's been shortlisted for the British Hairdresser of the Year Awards.
Yes.
Nominated for the British Hairdresser of the Year Award.
Yeah, that's right. So it was an amazing feeling for me to get nominated for that this year for the first time, and I'm just so happy to be up there with everybody as well. I've not actually been to look at my pictures yet today,
that's great.
So I can't wait to go and see them afterwards actually. But yeah, it's a huge honour to be up there with everybody else, and something I guess as hairdressers we all aspire to get to that point. So it's amazing that I can hopefully do well in it.
I'm sure you will, and I think, like you say, just being part of it. If you want to go and see him, go over into the gallery, you'll see him. I think, Robert, you've struck to your roots and produced, I think, your best collection so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy with what we've done. It's one of those things, we shot it quite a while ago, so I feel like I've kind of looked at it so much now and examined it so much that, I'm kind of more nervous than ever about it, I think. But yeah, hopefully if you guys all go and have a look at it, you'll let me know what you think. So just to recap over what I'm doing with this shape, very much about building this really, really strong silhouette. Kind of teasing this texture out as well. I'm leaving it quite sort of erratic and quite wild as well. Just whilst I'm doing this, I'm going to fetch on Catriona, who's my final model as well, and she's going to bring to life another colour that we've been working on, and actually is one of the wigs from my Trend Vision show last week. Cool, yeah. So so I'll let you come forward, Catriona. So this is another kind of colour forecast, I guess, for me really as well. I'm really looking at the kind of shades that we may see moving forward, and this is very much about a more metallic, a very sort of cool base that we're working with. So I've actually got a very sort of flat, sort of very blue-black tone that you can see here that we've progressively got brighter through the top sections. Working with wigs is great because we can actually be really sort of playful and flexible with the kind of blends of colours that we do. So this is very much about layering colour. We've actually got this base shade of one type of product and then layered several times with other shades so that it really shimmers under the light. But what I do think it helps us to do is think about the kind of colour trends and the colour things that we're doing in our salons at the moment as well. So for me, it's very much about actually doing more than one colour service on one client, thinking about layering tones, thinking about introducing different shades and panels of colour throughout just what may be a global application of colour. Colour blocking wise, you can see this is still a very strong 80s look. So we've got this strong silhouette with the shoulder pads and a slightly more curved shoulder. You said you felt like an 80s office, somebody who worked in an 80s office, but yeah, they're very much about bringing this colour to life in a really strong statement way. And I think what you could probably see with this, with the copper and the blue and the green and the teal that you can see here, hopefully it's something that makes a really strong statement, not only for a show but in salon as well. Right, just so coming back to this final look, what I'm going to do now is do something to just affect this even more and create a different shape. I'll let you just stand up for me a second now, if you will. So I'm just going to work with some clippers to create something that has a bit more of a stronger outline. It'll upset you this now because you've wanted extensions, haven't you, all day, and now I'm going to cut them off. So we're just going to work in this stronger line into the shape. And again, still get it to be quite stacked out as well. Maybe just turn around slightly. And I'm working with an Afro comb just to sort of tease this a little bit as I work through it. And again, I think this is the sort of shape we'll begin to see with curly hair and natural texture, so that we've got something that actually has a really strong outline to it as well. It's less about flowing waves and a bit more about shape and texture as well. And I think using a clipper cut to do this as well just gives something that's really kind of edgy looking and a lot stronger. And again, just working into this texture that you can see at the back here as well. Got something that... I'll let you just turn around to the side for me now as well. And like I said, this is very much about it being very stacked out, very full. Head down slightly for me, Ava, thank you. And I almost kind of want to see a sort of graduated finish to this. I want it to look like it's been kind of clipper cutted. I don't want it to be too perfect. And I think the great thing with working with wefts like this as well is that you can really be quite playful with the way that you create these shapes as well. So if I go back to what we talked about with the knowledge and how we create different shapes for show work, this is all possible by kind of the preparation and the work that's gone into the extensions and the wefts that I've put into the shape here as well. So just starting to recap over what we've done here. This is very much about a really, really strong outline shape, but lots and lots of texture. And texture is something I think we're probably going to see a lot more of as well, but less so of the kind of bouncy, glossy waves. It's much more about this being a bit wilder and a bit freer in the way that we work with it. Let me just turn around the other way. And also this kind of very blunt, crisp sort of line, so it's almost kind of keeping this one length shape into the outline. I've kept some of the slightly shorter areas around her face as well. Turn around slightly for me. Thank you. Just finish this off now. You can have a seat again. Head down slightly. And then finally, just finishing this with my scissors, just kind of chipping into the ends of this a bit more, just so we free up the shape. It's the kind of thing you could work on for quite some time to really create perfection, but this is more about this kind of stronger outline. So, I'll take the gown off now as well. I'll let you stand up. So this is very much about this kind of very strong, stacked out curl shape. We've worked with a really, really kind of a short, tight, curly fringe as well, but also with accessories as well. So hair accessories being one of the key things that people are playing about with at the moment, whether it's bobby pins or hairpins or coated pins or anything that kind of really acts as hair embellishment. And this is my kind of take on an 80s inspired, wavy textured look, but something that also can be kind of translated in a more commercial way within our salons as well. So I hope you like what I presented to you. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon on the fellowship stage. I know there's some amazing work to be seen backstage as well. I look forward to seeing hopefully more later on this year and next year within my role as the fellowship as well. And yeah, I'll see you all soon. Thank you.
Salon International. Please welcome to the Fellowship for British Hairdressing stage, Sassoon!
Watch him on stage, and then we can just, where should we go? Through the middle? Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. Hello. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon and welcome. Afternoon. My name's Danielle Harvey. I'm sure you're all familiar with me. I'm part of the creative team in the UK Academies. This is my partner here. This is Caroline Spencer, the senior colourist in the Academy in London. We're really happy to be here. Thank you, Fellowship, for having us here. We have just celebrated and launched our latest Academy collection in the live theatre, 65.2. And obviously 65 amazing, incredible years. And a lot of the inspirations behind our latest collection, we're really honing into individuality and a collectivity. It's all about the Sassoon Academy, and if you came to 58 Buckingham Gate, this is the sort of work you will see.
And you're really going to notice we're quite colour focused at the moment. When we think about hair in the last sort of 5 years, you know, it's really stepped forward, and a lot of our models really want to have quite vibrant and intense shades. They've actually been asking for a lot of strong colouring techniques in there.
We're going to share with you two incredible ideas. The two models in the middle is something really quite special. Mark Hayes really wanted to share this with the industry. We're calling this presentation avant-garde, and really taking hair into a different interpretation.
And then you'll also notice, you know, at Sassoon we do very much work with shape and balance. Everything, you know, with hair design, so your haircut and your colour are supposed to work in synergy with each other. So, for example, let's go for...
Shall we go into the categories? What are we going to do? Yeah. So we have the Academy look. We put them into 3 categories here, and the looks that we really wanted to share with everyone this weekend is the looks that the models really are sort of in collaboration with the team, the artists, they're sort of really sort of feeling the look. So the first presentation, very much inspired by longer hair. A lot of the team in the Academy work with their muses, and we love, you know, executing techniques on long hair that really work with the individual. Daniel McCourt, one of our senior directors in the Academy, really got into longer hair techniques on the girls, and we love these really cool little princess micro little shapes hidden through the fringes. We love plaiting hair that becomes part of a haircut. And then obviously the shorter fronts, and then the drop of length in the back.
And I think as well, if we just look here on Kate, you can sort of see she's been pre-lightened all over, and I think the obvious technique would be put something into the front. But what's great here, she's actually got something coming in almost like a square section through the back. You know, look, picking out areas that aren't necessarily obvious as well.
Okay, so our girls over this side really sort of paying a lot of respect to that sort of punky 70s sort of feel to the whole mood. You've got that thatched inspired haircuts, lots and lots of layering internally. Maybe turn around for me, girls, all three of you. We love that sort of modern interpretation to the layering, leaving a little bit of length on the edges, but taking out the shortness internally, and kind of playing around with tougher sort of undercuts. Lots of texture, quite abstract fringes. You know, really kind of cute double fringe ideas internally into flatter backs with that rawer feeling through the hairline. And really cool little bi-levels, you know, longer panels behind the ears that we're sort of really dressing the hair in a bit of a new way, and then really sort of complementing head shape and that shape and balance.
And I think as well, you can see we've been using quite a lot of pre-lightener or bleach if you prefer. If we look at Kimika here, she's been all over pre-lightened, and then you've got this really intense, like direct dye all over. We've been calling this blood orange, and I think it really suits her skin tone. And where you have got that really quite strong layered shape, by keeping it one colour, if anything, it actually just complements her, you know, the haircut and her even more. Thank you, Kim.
And loads of, we don't like to spray the hair with hairspray to get the look. It's very much about the execution of the techniques internally. You know, really, we talk a lot about geometry in hair, but it doesn't have to be classic, heavy shapes. We love that sort of expression and working a lot with individuality and quite a freestyle finish look. And we're ironing the hair just to get a little bit of an edge, so you get that sort of punky, early sort of 70s reference. Thank you.
This is pretty cool
We
as well,
love
isn't it?
this.
Yeah. This is great.
Throughout the weekend, this has just got bigger and bigger. You know, very much inspired by our heritage look, the classic thatch. And I love it's kind of cool when we do the hair with texture, rather than going up, we love the width. It works a little bit nicer, you know, wider shapes, and then working around, you know, really clever balances in the fringe to frame the face.
Fabulous.
And here again on the shorter hair, this was cut by amazing draw. I think he's out there in the audience, aren't you, Draw? One of our superstar teachers in the academy, and I love that shorter interpretation of really beautiful craftsmanship, head shape, nice little detail. Again, the double fringe reference where you take away the fringe, a little bit of reverse layering internally to create that sort of drama. And then just to throw the shape, that sort of half-thatched idea, which becomes a little bit more of a feature. We love men, don't we, Caroline? We always love sort of interpreting the collection on men's hair. And Mika here, cool little haircut cut by one of our amazing teachers in the academy, Pettery. And he's got that idea of, you know, lots of layering internally. So you've got this shorter feeling through the inside, lots of detail on the edges. I love that back. You know, the thatch influence through the side, leaving all that weight on the edges. And then a really cool little fringe that sort of is bespoke to work with the individual suitability. And then finally,
over on this side.
On this side, we love, this is James, and we love that eclectivity. We talk a lot about individual style, and I think all of these models collaborate with, you know, the team internationally, and they pretty much, it's the looks they want, isn't it? So we love this little undercut.
And James has been used for previous collections, but we love what he's done with his hair. And actually, Carla, who works at the academy, all she's done is just pick out random areas on the ends, pre-lightened it, and then gone for this sort of smoky grey. So just really working with his look.
And two amazing looks. If you want to show, short hair is always so complimentary, and there's so much you can do in terms of shape and balance on shorter looks. And Ronya here was cut yesterday on stage in the Grand Theatre by Mark Hayes, and he loves that sort of real effortless Audrey Hepburn, really sort of pure shape. You know, you've got a really lovely crafted shorter shape internally, nice contoured back, nothing too aggressive. We love that softness on the edges, nice little detail through the sides, and again that double fringe idea where we take away the weight on the underneath to get the shape, and then have a little bit of contrast of length internally. And lastly, we love this, an idea that we've been playing around in the Academy. I suppose it's been a journey a lot this year from our last collection, 65.1, and Pettery in the Academy is incredible when he sort of dresses this hair. He cuts the hair internally, okay? Really, really quite clever. You can see that sort of detail running on the vertical. And then when he dresses the hair, he sort of works with that individual wave. And really beautiful, barbering, nice length, quite freestyle.
And then with the colour on Esther, she'd been bleached for quite a considerable time. And she came back to us and she wanted something a little bit more of like a rusty colour. So we worked with like quite an old-fashioned technique really of doing like a shoe shine, applying the colour onto foil and then almost like rubbing that onto the hair. So it picks up just on the tips, especially where there is some old pre-lightener, it just goes a little bit brighter through there.
Nice, Caroline. So we hope you like the collection. We'll leave the models here for a few minutes so you can come up and have a little bit of a up close and personal. And we love, you know, this is exciting for us. We've been here all weekend, and this is where from tomorrow we launch, don't we, Caroline, in the Academy. We start the week, and we're going to start to really sort of work with a lot of our hairdressers from around the world and all of our models and muses to interpret the latest collection, 65.2. So hopefully we'll see you, yeah? Thank you so much for having us. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very, very much for having us.
Fellowship. Please feel free to come up closer and have a look at the models. Hello, darling. Did you see that? Did you like that, honey? Yeah? Yeah?
I'm good. Yeah. Huh? No, I didn't get to see the show. No. We were upstairs.
Half the models, so.
Yeah, no.
I saw Ruby before he told us to
Yeah.
go to Fox later.
Yeah, we're going to have a little drink at the Fox. Of course, of course.
It looked good when she walked in. I was like, yeah.
Maybe you can have a little turn round, girls. I can look at, thank you. Maybe a little turn round. Yes, lovely.
Yeah. Yeah. It looks so good. Yeah. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, at the Academy. I'll be there at 8:30.
What we're doing, we'll just say thank you and we'll let the models leave, yeah? Is that okay? Hey, honey, you okay? You good? Nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so should we say a big thank you to all our Sassoon models? You're welcome to leave the stage. And thank you. Take care. Have a lovely rest of the day, everybody. Thank you.
I like you, nice. Yeah, curly hair.
Good afternoon again, everybody. I am Ashley Hodges. I am your Chancellor for the Fellowship for British Hairdressing, and I have 4 very exciting guests, which I am going to ask to come straight on up and sit with me. So we have Amanda from our Step Up and Shine and the amazing Debbie G. And we also have David and Alexis from Pulp Riot. Come and take a seat. Help yourself to microphones. Get nice and comfy in our live lounge. So, guys.
Hi, everybody. I'm Debbie G. It's great to be here.
Are you having a good Salon International? Are you having a good Salon International?
Very good time, thank you. Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm Alexis Thurston. This is my husband, David Thurston, and we're the co-founders of Pulp Riot.
So I'm going to start with you, Amanda, because you're our Step Up and Shine winner this year. So tell us a little bit about the process of how you kind of got to be here.
So it's really, really easy. I had to just enter online, do a 60-second video, just saying why I think I deserve to win it and why I want to win it. So that was, it was really easy.
Really nice and easy.
Yeah.
Amazing. So, and what's been your journey so far?
I've been on lots of different courses. Obviously, I first of all started with Debbie, just meeting up with Debbie, just obviously my mentor, sort of tell me where she thinks I could go and what I could do. And yeah, I've been on so many different courses so far.
Have you? So what sort of things do you chat to Amanda about, Debbie?
Okay, so my role is, just so that you know, what we're talking about is Step Up and Shine competition. It's a scholarship where you can win £2,500 worth of education. So all of you should go online and look it up because it's absolutely brilliant. And my role is that I mentor the winner, who is Amanda this year, and really just encourage her to see which courses she wants to do. And it can be with anybody, anywhere in the world if she wants to. So it is a really, really fantastic prize. So that's what I do for her.
That's amazing. I never even thought anywhere in the world. The world's your oyster. You've just got them vouchers.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's incredible.
So you should definitely check that out. You can find it on the Fellowship website or on the NHF website.
Amazing. So talking about anywhere in the world, let's head over to you guys, because you're obviously not from Britain. So it's actually quite new, Pulp Riot, in the UK. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, we actually launched Pulp Riot 3 years ago, so we're still a baby. And we launched it with a simple Instagram post that said, now available. And we're now in 33 countries in just this short period of time. In 3 years, making us the fastest growing color brand in the history of the beauty industry. But we're here at Salon International. Sorry, we've been in 33 countries. We're here at Salon International to launch our permanent color line, Faction 8. This is the very first place in Europe that we're launching this. So.
Wow, how exciting. So what kind of separates you guys from, there's so many colors now, isn't there?
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest factors is we always treat stylists as artists. You know, a lot of times people just don't really give stylists the credit that they really deserve. And we do that with the beauty of our packaging. Not only does it perform, but our packaging celebrates artistry. So if you look at the packaging of our semi-permanents, it's all done on a brick wall. It looks like graffiti art. It's a different form of artistry. And then our toners have a really cool, guys with tattoos with animal heads on them. And then we also have our Faction 8, which is done with tattoo. Our tattoo artist actually designed each carton. And so it's all these different mediums of artistry that we celebrate. And we also have this authenticity of showing that, it's made by stylists for stylists in our salon. Our salon, Butterfly Loft in Los Angeles, is where everything is formulated and created. And you see it authentically because we show it on social media every single day. So I think those are really the things that separate us with other brands.
So really it's kind of social media was one of the things that really helped catapult this brand out there.
It's a beautiful time to be in this beauty industry. If you have a little talent in a cell phone, you could disrupt an industry.
Yeah.
Literally, we are quickly be able to launch our brand in all kinds of different countries. They already know who we are when we arrive, which is pretty incredible. Also, launching a new product, it used to be that a sales rep would have to go from salon to salon, here's a new product, try it out. Now, with the touch of a button, boom, everybody knows we've got a new lightener, just
Yeah.
like that. So yeah, it's great.
So coming back to you, Amanda, have you noticed much difference with social media? Have you been promoting yourself that much more with Step Up and Shine? Have you been getting a more engagement?
Yeah, loads. I mean, before I entered this, I didn't really know that many people.
Yeah.
But obviously, you go on these courses, and then you get chatting to people. You add them on Instagram, you tag them in it, and then suddenly your followers go up, and you get a lot more recognition. So yeah.
I know you find it, because I find it really nice that you get a community vibe, especially when you've gone on lots of education and you connect with people. Then you can go back to them and DM them and ask them and show them what you've been doing, and we've got a good response from that.
Definitely, yeah, amazing response, yeah.
So what sort of education have you chosen? What did you and Debbie sit down and decide to do?
So I always loved colouring, was always my thing I loved, but Debbie sort of suggested maybe try something a little bit different, look into some cutting courses. So Debbie obviously put me on a few cutting courses herself, which was fun. But yeah, so I've actually found my love for cutting a little bit more, which was really good.
That's lovely.
So yeah, that's been a bit of a surprise, but yeah.
Fantastic. So who do you recommend this to? Like, obviously you've just done it yourself. What would be your recommendation to people wanting to enter?
I mean, really, anybody can enter it. Obviously, it doesn't matter what your background is. I think for me, I'm quite from a small salon in a small area, so I think it's an amazing opportunity for someone that wouldn't have the opportunity normally. So for that reason, I think just if you're someone that wouldn't get opportunity normally, just go for it. Yeah,
100%. And what about you, Debbie? Who would you recommend this for?
I think the one thing that's wonderful about this competition is it's open to any age, so it's not age restricted, which sometimes can happen in our industry. So you can be 20, or you can be 50, or you could be 60. It's for anybody that wouldn't have the opportunity to have this amount of money to spend on education. So it really, really is incredible. So it's open to anybody. And as Amanda said, you don't have to come from a huge salon. You can be in a small salon in the countryside, but this is open to you. And you get to be mentored by myself, and really the courses that you've always dreamt of doing, you can get to go on. So it's a wonderful opportunity.
Yeah, it's really amazing. Fab. So I've got some quick fire questions for the four of you. And I just want instant answers. Okay, so describe yourself in 3 words. Let's go to you guys first.
Very, very tired.
Would you agree with that one, Alexis?
Yes, I would say disruptive, authentic, and different.
Fab. How about you, Debbie?
Positive, happy, and hardworking.
And Amanda?
I'm going to nick the hardworking, I think. A caffeine lover. Is that 2?
Yeah?
Yeah, caffeine lover.
Yeah, caffeine lover. I never tire of.
What did you say?
One thing you never tire of.
I never tire of meeting new people. I think traveling around the world and getting to meet artists all over the world, I love it.
I agree. Totally love being inspired every single day by artists. I love being surrounded, never tired of being around artists.
Amazing.
I never tire of hair.
Nice.
Yeah, I'd say never tire of learning hair.
Learning hair. Perfect. This is why you won Step Up and Shine. Milk chocolate or dark chocolate?
Dark chocolate.
Dark chocolate.
Milk chocolate.
Dark.
Superman or Batman?
Batman.
Totally Batman.
Superman.
Batman.
Okay, so you can skip this one or you can give us an answer. Heels or flats?
I like heels.
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 Flats.
Flats.
Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Have you got any last things to say to the guys here and live for us before we wrap?
Thank you for the opportunity. We look forward to being here often and working with you.
Yeah, thank you. It's been really, really great. Thank you very much, Ashley.
Yeah, go and enter Step Up and Shine.
Yay! Thank you so much, guys. You've been amazing. Thank you.
Please stay seated for the fellowship cut and colour section. Thank you so much for staying. We've got a really exciting section for you now. I really like this section because what we do as a fellowship is we give an opportunity to people from different companies. So we've got 4 people that are going to come on stage for you. They're going to show you work from their latest looks, their latest collections. I'm going to hang around up here and I'm going to ask them some questions. So please, onto stage, welcome Sophia Osborne from Corinne Jackson Hair and Beauty. Nice round of applause. Please welcome Gorka, and this is a tough one to say, but I'm going to try it, Araras, and he'll tell me if I'm right or wrong. And he's from Charles Worthington. Whoa. How was my pronunciation? Dodgy. Now please welcome from Headmasters, Gareth Williams. Applause, please. And then from Mark Trinder, please welcome Mark Trinder. Ah,
yeah.
You fooled me. You came out the other side.
Sorry, sorry, Simon.
Mind you, it's not hard to do. I'm easily fooled.
There we go.
You comfortable there?
So while the team's getting settled and starting on their look, like I said, the fellowship, one of the key things that we like to do is we like to offer opportunity for our membership, and one of the opportunities is being on stage at Salon International. So that's one of the benefits of being a fellowship member. You can see we've got 4 completely different looks. So I think I'm going to start with you, Gareth, if that's okay, and just tell us a little bit about, what you want to tell us about.
Fabulous. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Gareth Williams, and I am one of the art directors for Headmasters Salons in the UK. So one of the biggest part of my job roles is coming up with consumer-friendly colouring techniques that help to get stylists really involved within the salon, but also help to earn them lots of money. And one of our main ethoses as a brand is connecting the two aspects of hairdressing together. Strong colouring with amazing and beautiful, exquisite haircuts. So today I'm creating a synergy between my cut and colour, where I'm marrying together both aspects to really create a beautiful total image. So one of the first things I want to talk about is actually the colour placement, because that's half of the work here. And my ethos on this colour was to bring together a slow building of tone. I didn't just want to implode colour onto the hair at once. So over a period of time, I've been adding rose antiques, yellows, rubies, mahoganies, so that actually every time you look at the hair and you look within the light, you kind of see a slight different reflection. So I'm going to pause that there for the moment, and then whilst I start to work through the technique, I'll let you know how I've married the cut alongside that.
Fantastic. Thank you, Gareth. Mark, looks like you're doing something there.
Yeah,
looks a bit dangerous to me.
Don't get too close.
No. Well, it's not going to be a problem, is it? Tell us what you're doing and why you're using this technique. And
So thank you. Hi everyone, welcome to Salon International. Thank you for being here this afternoon. I'm Mark Trinder from Trinder Hair Studios in St Albans in Hertfordshire. And this is my lovely model, Camilla. So if I should start off by talking about the inspiration behind this look. For me, I looked at very much the autumn-winter trends, and one thing that stood out for me was the McQueen collection, and Kate Moss in particular was the model. She's an amazing muse. Obviously, she's always very current and around, and I wanted to create something that obviously fitted with the trends now, but how we're translating that into autumn-winter, as we are now, sadly, in autumn-winter. So the look we're going for is a very kind of disheveled, seamless layering look. I'm using the razor for the haircut, and we're keeping a very bold, boxy exterior. We're going to cut a bit of a fringe in as well, but I'm just going to show you how to kind of layer the hair in a seamless way when you don't always want to use your scissors or your texturizers. So I'm using a ponytail technique, and I'm actually just taking radial sections, and the first one being all the way around the perimeter, and I'm just allowing the length to fall underneath, so I know that I'm not going to eat into my perimeter or baseline.
I'm going to hold the hair up in a ponytail, and it's really important that you spend a while combing the hairs because you want to make sure the tension is really, really evenly distributed before you start cutting. I'm holding the hair up, and again, you can over-direct forward or back depending on where you want to take out weight and where you want to remove the weight. But I'm holding the hair into a ponytail, I'm pinching it, and I've got to really retain that tension there. It's really important for this cutting technique. And then I'm just using my feather razor to just skim really seamlessly all the way around that ponytail section. And it's tempting to let go, but I'm basically just going to allow the hair to fall, and I'm going to work in this method until the hair falls down, and then I'm going to take a smaller radial section and work inwards towards the crown.
Brilliant. Thanks, Mark. And I'll come back to you later, and I've got a few little questions up my sleeve for you.
Okay.
Sophia.
Hi.
If you don't mind me saying this, your model looks different from the others.
Just a little.
So tell me about that. Tell me about what
Just
you're
a bit
doing.
like me, actually.
A bit like you.
3 boys. Hi guys, I'm Sophia. So I've worked at Kareem Jackson Salon now for the last 5 years. I actually started there as a graduate, and I've built my way up now to a senior stylist in the salon. So what I'm going to showcase today is basically a thing that I find that's very out there in social media, in politics, in society, and it's about breaking the normal boundaries of female, male, and I'm going down the middle with non-binary, gender fluid, gender queer, you know, really the LGBT community, what I'm part of and my model here today. So really it's basically taking classic barbering techniques and classic hairdressing techniques and smashing them together to make that non-binary. So what I've done is I've gone in with a nice sharp, really short razor cut on the sides. It's a really, really graphic line. But then what I'm doing is building up a nice round shape, and then just going to take it a little bit to a shorter to a long through the front. Because then I've got a little bit of surprise in the end how I'm going to style it off.
Fantastic. Just one question before I go to Gorka. Do you think 3 years ago or 4 years ago, 5 years ago, this would be such a movement, as it were? The whole gender fluid, non-binary.
Yeah, it was always going to happen, and there was always going to be a point that it would smash through, and now is now, and it needs to happen, and I'm glad it's happening.
I think what's interesting is the mix, what you just said at the end, that you're going to mix barbering techniques with traditional hairdressing. I know what you're going to do, so I'm looking forward to it. Wow.
Hello, Simon.
Beautiful colour.
Thank you.
Lights up here. Looks fantastic. Yeah, and I saw you had one of these.
A shield, yes.
Yeah. Anyway, tell me about your look.
So, hi everyone. My name is Gorka Raras, and I'm the head of creative for Charles Worthington. So on my model, Ariana, today, she practically had it all in one length. So we want to actually dishevel a lot of layering to actually get a lot of the weight out and actually to showcase a lot of the color that we have inside. And we wanted to create a very textured short French around the front area to get her a more of a rocky feeling. Okay?
Fantastic. Tell us a little bit about the color. Well, actually, you've covered it up now.
No, I can show it again. So the color was actually done by a new product from L'Oreal, which is called Glow, which we used as a toner after having been pre-lightened to actually, and it's got the new tones there that's 0.22 and 0.21, which gives us a very amazing kind of magenta red look.
Let's just turn that round because we might be able to see that. Just that little pop of color underneath there looks fantastic. And are you doing this a lot on clients, putting this little...
Well, this product is new, but we're actually doing this kind of, inside panels or hidden panels. It's something that we do a lot in our work, and it's actually a good way to actually, for someone who doesn't want to actually showcase too much, or they have to cover it at work, but then they can actually, during the weekend, or when they want to show it more, they actually can have fun things.
Perfect. I can't go. I'll come back to you in a minute, but tell me about that. Where did you get that? I remember this from years ago.
I'm old, so that's why.
So where did you get it?
Well, we had it in the salon. It's been in the company for 20 years.
It's looking well on it.
We keep it well.
Hey, Gareth, where are you at?
Fabulous. So I'm just using a weaving technique that we often would use in colour. So working in between a textured weave and then a surface weave. And what I'm doing is I'm using different references through the face shape to create a texturizing technique. Now all I'm doing is simply weaving the hair and angling it at a 45-degree angle. And then I'll just pick a focal point on the face shape. So for instance, I may use the cheekbone, I may go lower and use the jawline, and then I'll just use that to remove weight. You want to use the back of the heel of the scissor to get like a really seamless, fluid weight removal. And then I'll move on so that I've got different aspects. So I'm connecting, say, the collarbone or the chest bone. So that actually, despite it being long hair, you really are still paying special attention to all of the reference points on the face shape and the various bones of the body.
Gareth, looking fantastic. Tell me a little bit about your role within Headmasters. I mean, obviously I've known you a couple of years, and I've seen you come up the ladder, as it were. And tell me how you got there and what you're doing now with Headmasters.
Yeah, so I've actually done lots of different projects with various brands. I was actually on Project X with the Fellowship a few years ago, which was a really great opportunity for me. That was the first time I got to be on stage at Salon International, and anyone who's done stage work themselves knows that actually it creates a real big buzz for you. But specifically my role within Headmasters is to get colour business through the door. And one of the ways that I do that now is using social media. Something that I'm really, really passionate about. And if you guys want to check out my social media, you can do that. It's Gazzy London. And I actually really centre on how we can bring consumers back into the salon. And it's something where some people think that you have to have thousands and thousands and thousands of followers. But one thing I just want to remind everyone, if you have 500 followers and each follower comes in a year and spends £100, that's 50 grand. So imagine if you have 1,000, 2,000. So thinking about loads of little tips and tweaks like that, and that's something that I give away on my Instagram to help others through the things that I've learned.
Brilliant, thanks, Gareth. So, Sophia, talk a little bit about the gender fluid stuff. Let's talk technique. Tell me, what I'm fascinated by when I see these type of haircuts is, how do you know where to put the line in? How do you get it even? All of that sort of stuff.
So, with the whole non-binary thing, it's all about taking certain shapes, certain aspects of cutting and barbering, and basically, so a traditional male cut is more square and a traditional female cut is more round. So wanted to keep it really graphic, along with Lucas's natural sort of perimeter of his, where his head will start to turn and sort of soften through, and keep that really sharp. So that's our strong male point. And then I'm really rounding off this side to soften it through, which is going to give us that femininity to how I'm going to finish it later.
So when you're softening, you're not softening to get rid of the line?
No.
What are you doing there?
I'm softening so that the shape is following the natural head shape, how it hugs here, to keep it soft and feminine, but then there's still that graphic line underneath, which keeps it masculine and male.
Perfect. Good explanation. Mark, I was sitting at the back there thinking, it really looks interesting what you're doing.
Thank you.
I was kind of thinking, blimey, how do you start that? How do you
not going to have any hair left.
Well, no, I wasn't thinking that. I promise you I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking, if I was sitting in the audience, I'd want to think, right, how do I start this without cutting all the hair off?
Yeah, well, that's a really good question, because for this look, you really do need to obviously be confident in your sectioning, because although it looks like you're really hacking the hair, it's still a lot of precision in the haircut. So it's all about the size of the sections you take and how far down your razor in towards the root area. Obviously, I've done this a few times and I'm quite confident, so I'm going quite deep. But if you're doing it for the first time, especially if you're doing it on wet hair, you can really take out quite a lot of weight. So it's quite good to just start off this technique by just doing the tips. And then as your confidence grows, and it really is about just using your hand as like a feather, and you're just feathering the hair. So you're not cutting really deep or really aggressively, you're literally just skimming the surface. And this look is what it's done is it's actually given me all this really light airiness in the haircut without looking like there's visible short layers in the hair. And then just to offset this, I'm just going to clipper cut the baseline. I love clippers and I love a contrast in texture. So I'm just going to take the clippers and just freehand blunt off, bringing the length up slightly.
Sorry to be Mr. Bossy Boots here, Mark. Do you mind if I just turn that around? Because I think you really get an idea of the volume that you've created. Oh, front looks beautiful. I didn't see that. The volume that you've created there. It looks fantastic. Gorka.
Hi.
I noticed you're using a razor as well, but you're doing a different technique, and I can actually start to see the colouring come through. So tell us about that.
So the idea is to basically actually kind of do a weaving technique. So therefore, we get the similar lengths going through without having any lines. We don't actually kind of see any marks on it, but we're actually showcasing the color underneath it and actually all blended in, and it makes it easier, and it still gives you a lot of texture when you're drying it. You can have it either straight or wavy. It just gives you a lot of texture in that sense. Okay?
Perfect. And again, if your top tips for if somebody hasn't done razor cutting out here, what are your top tips for?
Always a new blade, that's for sure.
Always
a new blade in every haircut, and just if it's very wet hair, that's fine. If it's dry, make sure it's got either a serum or anything that the cuticle is sealed, so it's not going to hurt to the client.
Cool, very good. Gareth, I see you started to take the top down. What did you do prep-wise? Because obviously you're combing that through, and it's the waves looking beautiful. But how do you maintain, and put those waves in?
So it's actually quite difficult, because the look we were going for, really high shine, really expensive, lots of luxe feelings within the hair. So naturally we use a lot of conditioning products to help accentuate that. That obviously doesn't really help very well when you're trying to produce a really great wave and a wave that holds. So you have to slightly contradict that by using a product that contains a lot of alcohol. So what we've done is we've prepped the hair with a traditional setting lotion, dried that in and done a rope wind with a tong, and we've done that in opposite directions, just so that the curl kind of moves in different ways, so it's not working in a line, so not creating kind of like a red carpet glam. What I'm using now is a product that's kind of in between a hairspray and a dry shampoo called Savage Panache, and actually it's great just for kind of really helping to create that slightly ethereal, slightly more fluffed out texture. I'm just working through using a pastiche brush, just making sure the curls are broken up.
Thank you.
It's a real bugbear of mine when sometimes you just see that one curl that's still really, really defined. So I'm just working through, just making sure it's nice and powdery and fluffed out now.
Brilliant. I don't know if how many of you have done stage work? Just a quick show of hands. How many of you have been on a stage up here? Nobody? Well, here's a little learning for you. If you do come up on stage, you need to make sure you have a doctor in the house. Sevilla just snipped her finger. You might see me putting a plaster on. It happens. We've all done it, I promise you. Where are you at? When are you smashing things?
I'm going to come there in a minute. So a little bit about Luca's colour here. So what I wanted to do was, as much as I love a lovely, beautiful, fresh, lightened hair, pre-lightened hair, I actually, with how I'm going to finish this off, I wanted that touch of little natural roots. So I actually pre-lightened this about 2 weeks ago, just to let Luca's natural colour come through. And we've just gone in with a little really soft sky, sort of babyish turquoisey blue, like minty kind of colour. Because it's just gonna, gonna keep the secret, finish it off, it's just gonna add so much more 3D dimension to the shape, really bring out what I want to achieve in the end.
Perfect. Gorka, I know your role at Charles Worthington is creative manager.
Yep.
What does that mean? What do you have to do? I know you do clients and stuff like that, but what does that mean, being the creative manager?
So I'm the creative manager to the creative team. So every year we come up with a few concepts towards trends, fashion, and we adapt them to hair. So we have weekly meetings, not only with the team, but with Charles himself. And we come up with what it's adapted to our kind of client and to the brand to actually carry on and keep being contemporary, but still on trend.
And do you think do you think clients take any notice of trends? Do you think they're bothered by that, or do you?
I think, they always take elements. It's always great to see, like, whenever we put visuals in the salon with new visuals, they might not go for the entire look, but they like, I like the French, or I actually like how it's that finish on the edges, or I like that color. So it's elements that they can take, and actually we can utilize them to update their look and keep them fresh for them.
Cool. Mark, I'm going to ask you a little bit about I know you opened your salon, was it 3 years ago?
Yeah, that's right, 3 years ago.
Just tell us about the journey to doing that, because I mean, there's a lot of salons are opening. Apparently now is the time when more salons are closing than opening. So tell us about your concept and what you've done and why it's working. And
cool, thank you. So I actually used to work with Gorka at Charles Worthington, and I was there 12 years, and I met my wife there. And we had a family, and the pool was there. I'd kind of had 12 years in London, but I lived outside of London. And I really kind of wanted to do my own thing. And it's obviously one thing that Charles obviously couldn't offer me. So, as painful as it was to leave, I took the brave decision, and we started the business. But we literally had not much money. Our overheads obviously are very high when you're launching a salon, particularly in an area where you haven't worked. But I was really fortunate that clients do travel, and I'm sure you all have lots of clients that come from far and wide to see you when you find your hairdresser. So I kept about 100 of my sort of 300-400 client base. But we worked underground in a basement. I found a little room, and we had 4 chairs. And very, very quickly we started to kind of get out there. It was quite boutique-y, and the way that we marketed the salon was sort of share the secret. It was underground, it was hidden, and we just sort of appeared from London. And it was really good. And then slowly and surely, like, our team started finding us. Christina, hi, she's down there. She walked in and she said, I need to work here. She as well had a family. She left London and she came to join us. So all of a sudden, 3 London stylists were opening up in Hertfordshire. But starting small is definitely the key. And we built the business up over 2 years. And we've now moved the salon to a much larger premises down George Street. We now have the wonderful Carolyn Newman working with us as well. We're a small team. We're 6. Clients loved that boutique experience, and we want to keep it very personal. And as hungry as I am to earn more money, I do have to stick to my guns and keep the team very small. I don't want more than one salon. I think I want to be able to go to work and enjoy work, and I certainly can't split myself in different premises. So yeah, my advice is to kind of start small and follow your dream. I never thought I would have my own salon with my own name. So yeah, I'm really proud of the team that I've created and everyone that works for us. We're very much a very tight family.
Sophia, tell us what you're doing. It looks really interesting.
So the big secret was that I'm going to finish it off with a finger wave. A finger wave is something you don't really see often happening anymore, but I absolutely love it. It's a bit of old Hollywood glamour, a bit of 1930s, which is really just going to take this look to the next level. Really taking that modern edge with the styling. Thanks to Bernard Connolly for that. But then with the styling of the hair, just really, again, it's about, contradicting everything that you've been told throughout your life and just play.
And what product have you used?
I've used Unite Liquid Versagel and a bit of Unite Elevate Mousse, just to really, really give me some hold and structure for when I'm just putting some texture through this.
So listen, it's an old technique, like you said. How did you learn it?
Actually, when I started training when I was 15, my assessor, she taught me, and then I just sort of practiced and practiced and practiced. Actually, one of my housemates, my best friend, who's a drag queen, we used to, at one point, his look was always a finger wave, so I'd do that every time before we'd go on a night out. So, it's just keep at it. It's hard, but just keep at it.
It looks fab. Gorka, I haven't talked to you since you put some movement in the hair. Just tell us what you did with that.
So I just softly waved it to just give it more interest and actually showcase the layers. And then I'm just using some product, some dust, and to actually give it more root volume. And basically now finishing it with some hairspray to actually make it stay and just give it some more texture.
And how much movement, how many of your clients go out with movement as opposed to straight hair?
Probably because I'm Spanish and actually attract a lot of South American clients. My clients like big hair. So I would say 75% of mine.
Do you know what, interestingly, before GHDs, the stylers became, before they were invented,
yeah,
I got taught how to blow dry hair straight like that by a Spanish girl.
Right.
Spanish are fantastic at finishing hair. Not that everybody else isn't, but you have a lot of hair in Spain. You know, the women have a lot of hair, don't they?
It is. Naturally, it's much thicker, and actually women expect to have a blow dry done once a week and actually last for the whole week. So yes, the skills are respected.
Okay, so we are coming to, well, we're at the end of our time. I can see the clock has ticked, topped, down. So we're going to get the models to come to the front of the stage.
Thank you. Just to recap my colour very quickly, we literally did a full head of highlights, very traditional technique, and we used the new Madriel Glow in taking radial sections. You can see on our Instagram page, we did the colour yesterday, so you can see the sectioning pattern and technique.
Okay. Gorka, you're going to take your model up the front for us, so we'll have a look. So listen, this was the cut and colour section from the fellowship. I think we should give a huge round of applause to Gorka, Mark, Gareth and Sophia. Absolutely fantastic work. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, models. Now, one of the disadvantages of being up here, you don't know what's going on back there, so I don't even know if the next team are ready to come on or not. So I'm going to just take 10 seconds. Don't go anywhere, because one way or the other, we will have another team coming out. And are they compact? Okay, I was right. We have got another team coming out. We've got a team from Maverick's barbering team. So I think you're going to see some really interesting men's hair. So don't go anywhere.
How's it going, guys? Everyone good? Nah, come on. Hey, guys, is everybody good? All right. There we go, it's a little bit better. Hi guys, my name is Kieran Price, aka Kieran the Barber. Today we're going to be demonstrating some barbering skills, some techniques, some fading, and also a little bit of styling on behalf of Maverick. I'd like to introduce you to my good friends, Mr. John Mosley, Popular Nobody. Round of applause, guys.
Hello.
He traveled in yesterday all the way from Texas, right? He hasn't slept yet. He come in, literally, the plane landed and he got straight on board, come straight to Salons. And also I'd like to introduce you to my good and oldest friend, Mr. Baldy. Round of applause for Baldy.
What up, Baldy? Hello. Can I just say something, just quick before I start?
No.
So, myself, I don't know about John and his history, but myself and Kieran started off as hairdressers before we became barbers and went that direction. So for me to come onto the fellowship stage is a massive honor because I've never made this stage before. I've done stages all over the world, but I've never been on the fellowship stage. So I'd just like to say a big thank you to the fellowship for inviting us on and giving us a chance to show you a little bit about what we do.
It's the last time they're going to invite us on, so we might as well enjoy it.
Yeah, you might as well. Yeah. So, don't get used to it. So I will be back again, but I'm not sure about these two. All right. So we're going to take you through a little bit of barbering, a little bit of what we do. Can we do a quick raise of hands? Who's a hairdresser? Yep, so more hairdressers than barbers, I'm guessing.
Nah, well, who's a barber? Hands up if you're a barber.
I'll put 2 hands up. Okay.
Team barber.
Well, more hairdressers than barbers, which is fantastic.
And who's here for the free drinks?
Oh, yeah. Team Hanzo, definitely. Right, so we're going to crack on. Skizzers, thanks very much. So, what are you doing, John?
So I'm just getting into a little fading action. He told me that he wants me to cut the top a little shorter, but he also likes texture. So I'm gonna use a texture shear from Hanzo to actually go ahead and cut the top instead of using a regular straight blade shear. But to do that first, I'm setting in my guidelines throughout the haircut so that I can make this fade happen really quick and really easy since we're on a limited time frame. Karen, what you got?
Yo, what's going on, everyone? So today, what we're doing with Zach's hair is, poor Zach has a 6 head, right? It's too bigger than a 4 head. He was born like that, it's not his fault. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna give Zach a nice little style. So me and Zach discussed out back what he kind of wanted done. We're gonna bring his hair forward. We're not gonna have it spiked up. What I wanna do is I wanna bring it forward, but I wanna rest it down slightly, but I still wanna have it coming up. So we need to give the hair a lot of body and a lot of texture. So I'm gonna be texturizing the top, going through with my gold comb. Did you bring your gold comb today? I got my gold comb.
You got one?
Oh, the man's got a gold comb.
No gold
Oh,
comb.
John's got his gold comb as well. Where's your gold comb at?
Baldy, you got a gold comb?
No, look at that, standard purple. Yeah, I know. I don't need to rock gold. I wear yellow glasses and a purple comb. That's all I need.
So guys, I'm just going to be chipping into Zach's hair, giving it some real texture. Mr. Baldy, what are you doing today?
Right, so I am.
Are you doing curtains?
No.
Please, oh, come on.
Right, so I am literally going to add a little bit of texture into this front. I've blunted it off on one side. I've got it a lot longer on the other side. Okay, I'm just going to literally point cut into the blunt section. Just add a little bit of texture. So that when we dry this front aspect, once this all comes up, is going to be so much longer. Okay? The other side will be shorter. This is going to be the aspect of the cut.
Hey, Baldy, can we talk product a little bit?
Yeah, let's do it.
I like to
Want to talk a little product?
Yep.
Karen, you down to talk a little product? So, what's your favorite Maverick product line?
So, my favorite, that's for you, thanks very much. My favorite product it's kind of strange because it's everything. I can't lie. I love all of it. Look, this is a massive stage. I love walking up and down it. It's great. Ta-da. So, the reason I like every single product and not just one, okay, is because they all have exactly the same scent, which my friend John Mosley helped develop. Okay, great idea. So that when I need to cocktail 3 different products or 4 different products to get the achieved enhancement of the style I've cut, then it means that I'm not adding in all different fragrances. Right? I'm not going to build up one that smells of coconut, one that smells of bubble gum, one that smells of something else. We have got the same scent throughout every product, which means when I chuck it onto a gentleman that's in my chair or a guy whose hair I'm cutting, all it's going to do is leave that one scent. I think that's an absolutely fantastic idea.
So,
come on.
That's why you love it, because it all smells the same?
Yeah, I love it.
That's why I love it too.
Yeah. I think
someone asked me what my favorite product is, please.
What's your favorite?
Oh, thanks, John, for asking.
No
I didn't
problem.
think no one was gonna. Guys, now who knows a barbering range really that does a skin range as well? This is so legit, and do you know what? I don't even need to sell this because I'm legitimately in love with this. I use it every day. Guys, smell this.
Wait, hold on.
Spray it in the air.
Hold on. Karen, are you about to do that?
I'm about to spray him.
You about to spray him?
I'm about to spray him.
Spray him.
Smell that. Come here. Close your eyes for me, big man. Close your eyes. I wish I was... Come on, close your eyes. You got makeup on. Doesn't even matter. Look, what's this?
So while you're spraying,
smell this.
What you guys are smelling is the agave citrus smell.
It smells
and
nice,
that's what
doesn't it?
Baldy was talking about. It all smells the same.
I ain't gonna leave you guys out, don't worry. I'm just a bit chubby, so I don't run so fast anymore. Close your eyes for me, guys.
So that agave citrus, I call it a wake-up call.
What do you think to that smell?
I give it to my clients as a wake-up call
Cameraman,
after each
close your eyes
haircut.
to me. What do you think to that smell? Smells good, right? Shut up, Zach. No one cares.
Right, so I'm just going to finish this off. I prepped it earlier.
You gotta finish off, we've only just started.
I know.
What's wrong with you?
So I'm just going to line out this beard that I faded in earlier, because although I want a really nice soft fade, I still want a really nice sharp line. Okay? So the difference that I was taught between hairdressing and barbering initially was the fact that barbers, we tend to work with nice sharp lines. Okay? So we can contrast the difference between the softness and the texture that I brought from hairdressing to go with the nice sharp edges to finish that off. So for me, beard lines are really, really important. I like to make sure that everything is totally sharp and stands out. So I use a little product that Maverick have called Blade Slip. And it's absolutely fantastic. It has the same scent that we were saying about.
Blade Slip will be coming soon to the UK.
I'm pretty sad though that neither one of you guys asked me what's my favorite.
Oh, why are you doing John Doe like? Hey John, what's your favorite Maverick product?
All of it. No, I love the grooming spray because I use it as a primer for all my blow dries. So as I'm pre-drying a haircut, I put that grooming spray on there. It's gonna help hold that style in. It's kind of like the primer of a car. And then I'll go in and on this haircut right now, you're gonna see me use a little dry paste. I like that dry paste because it's gonna help give them that look. I feel like anything that you have texture to should have dry paste in it. So I'm gonna go in and use that dry paste to create that texture for this finished look. Sorry, Baldy. I was just
Check this out. I've
hurting
got
for
a
a
pocket
second,
full of
you know?
stuff. Amazing. Right, so handy little tip. Once I've used the blade slip, I put my line in, okay? Can you spin a bit? Look at that, right? See the sides of it? You see where I've shaved it. Nice sharp line. Well, take a little fade brush, just take the excess off the line, leave it a little bit on there, like so, because that just enhances my beard line. This product will dry in, leave a little crisp finish to it. All right, that's a handy little barber tip.
Now, as I see, I put a pattern in Zach's hair earlier. Sorry, I'm going to spin you, Zach. Not too far. Jesus, slow down, bro. What's wrong with you? So, guys, as you can see, I put a little pattern in Zach's hair earlier, but I only went round it with my trimmers. So there's still little bits of hair in there. So I have my shave cream for protection. It's the only protection I'm going to need this weekend, let me tell you that.
So, you can't have any.
Come on.
You can't have any.
Sharon is caring. Sharon is caring. Right, so I'm going to chuck in a little bit of grooming spray. Just to give me enough hold, okay, so that I can show off as much texture as I possibly can. So when I prepped the texture through this earlier, a lot of it, I went along the lines of, if someone was to pick up a section of hair, do you want this? Here's, what? Catch. So,
come on.
When I went through the texture earlier, I literally, if someone picks up a section, they would go, oh my God, that's a horrendous cut, okay? I listened to someone earlier that said that sometimes you have to do the wrong thing to get the right look. All right, so I've literally added all different lengths through this haircut. Within keeping the balance, I've kept it nice and square in structure. So as I dry this, you'll see exactly what I mean.
I like the fact that you found an excuse at not being very good at cutting hair now.
For a bad cut.
Yeah, fair play. I like that.
Yeah, I
Congratulations.
thought I'd go with it. So I'm going to dry this off while you lot are cutting hair. Oh, you're giving Zach a shave?
Oh, bless him. He had little, like, cornettos on the side of his face a couple of days ago, and I gave him some jib about it, and he shaved them off. Zach can't really grow a beard. He's only 12.
So as I'm working through,
if by the end of this you like any of the looks that we've achieved and the stuff that we've done, okay, you can head over to our Maverick stand, which is just over there. You can't miss it. It's a massive pink stand that says Salon Success.
That big, bright pink thing over there.
Okay, and the guys over there will help you out with any of the products that you've seen. Okay, any questions that you have for us after, we're always quite happy to answer and talk to.
Hey, John, what's the offer on Mavericks at the stand? Do you know?
the deal for Maverick today?
Yeah.
The deal today is 3 products for $25. So take full advantage of being able to cocktail all the products, but then make sure you go over there and visit.
You were so close then. You were so...
Hey.
We don't work in dollars here. We ain't accepting your dollars over here. So 3 products for £25 or 25 quid.
3 for 25 over at the booth. Salon Success. We got all kind of Paul Mitchell products. We got Maverick. Make sure you just go check it out. See what else you could fall in love with over there.
It's pretty much 50% off of what retailer at, so you're gonna get a good deal out of it. I would say 1,000,000% go pick up a skin toner for male, female, whoever. It's just refreshing, man, on your face. Oh, damn, you're looking sleek, Zach. Jeez.
So I'm almost done to get ready to cut the top and do my styling. It really doesn't take too much to cut that top. He's already halfway short. So to knock that length down, I'm gonna just add a little bit of texture to it. And like I said, utilize that dry paste to get the separation. He already told me he likes the front a little textured and he likes to stand it up. So I wanna make sure I give him everything that he was looking for, not just in the haircut, but with my product selection as well.
What are you after? Have you got that? No? What's the other stuff? Oh, it's down there.
Just getting old, ain't I?
He's getting lazy.
Getting old, getting lazy.
Right, so I've dried it off, kept it nice and dry. I'm just going to use a matte paste, okay? So previous to the prep, this has already had some grooming spray. Previous to that, me coming out, it already had a little bit of matte paste, a little bit of powder. I want to build it as dry as I can, okay, so that it shows off the texture as much as I can. So I'm just going to use a little bit more. So I've probably had about 2 or 3 applications already just on this one head, right? You don't have to do that. You can use as little or as much as you like. For me, when I'm obviously doing stage stuff, I just want to make sure that I get, you know, a look each time that I want. So I'm just going to run it through the lengths.
So guys, I'm just doing some thinning out and some extra texturizing. Now what, if I spin the hair, you know, it's when you pull the hair out flat and you go to thin a section of hair, it thins a straight line, a straight section. So it just takes off a top layer. If you grab a section of hair and you spin it, and then you thin from there, thins out different places of the hair, gives it a lot more texture in different places, and that's what creates this look. So you see I'm just spinning, taking my thinners.
So Baldy, how much product did you actually use? If that was just your client in a chair, coming in, you're at that point where you're styling them out, how much matter do you actually
on a normal day?
In that haircut, how much?
In this haircut?
Yep.
So I've probably cocktailed maybe, I don't know, three applications now, using probably 4 different products, 5 different products, something like that. But look how dry it still looks, all right? So, you know, as long as I'm using a mat of some sort, I can achieve the look that I want. So look how pliable this hair is. So I can just literally pick out a section, twist it out, do what I want with it. If I want it flat, I can make it flat. Okay? That's what's good about it.
So when would you use the original pomade? What type of haircut would you use the original pomade for?
What do you use it for?
I use it for like pompadours, slick comb overs.
It's
things like that.
Do you know what? I use it for waves.
Yeah.
Yep.
I use it for a lot of my pomade I'll use for waves on more afro hair and stuff like that.
Curly, extra curly textures, of course. My hair under this hat is twisted, and so I use it for twists in my hair. My daughter, she uses to what we call in the States, she like to lay her edges. So she lay her edges down with original pomade as well. So it's very versatile. Even though it's a barbering line, a lot of females use it to cater to their needs as well.
Right, so I'm just going to finish off the surgical line that I put in this earlier. And so I've just run the last little bit of blade slip in. Okay, just to sharpen this up, I'm just going to come down on it a little bit, just onto the line. Just make it stand out a little bit more. Being careful, obviously.
So while you're doing that, I use a little clipper over comb to set the rest of that foundation shape into my haircut to kind of create that wall. Now that I'm finished out building that wall, he told me he needed the sides kind of tucked in a little bit more. So now I'm just going in and detail out those sides.
And guys, so we touched on this a little bit earlier, didn't we, John? About products. So the best thing about this, right? How many of you own salons? Raise your hands, yeah? So there's a few of you that own salons. How annoying is it where you got a hair product where they've taken the lid off, they put it down, they've gone home for the night, you come in the morning, that's a full pot of product that's gone dry.
I could done
That's
that.
happened to me more times than I can count. My staff are useless, right? The best thing was we invested in Maverick. Maverick, pop lids. Pop on, pop close.
The
Open,
pop top.
close. Just a pop top. Very, very simple.
I think you
So there
should
go.
pass it around and let him pop the
Put it up.
top.
Simple. Hey. How easy is that? That saves a lot of time, a lot of effort. Saves my staff members getting into trouble. Isn't that right, Zach?
Right, I'm just going to take you briefly through the finished look that I've done. Okay, so remember we said it's about creating as much texture as I can with keeping the structure that I wanted, okay? So if you look at that head on from you guys, okay? I've kept it nice and square and boxy, okay? But look at the texture from the side of it, okay? That's got endless amounts in there. That is totally uneven. Although it's totally uneven, it fits the style. So sometimes you just have to think outside the box, okay? You're in a fashion industry. You decided to be in a fashion industry. It's down to you, okay? To be creative, to get these things done and push it forward, all right? Down to you as individuals. Give yourself a round of applause, come on. Yeah, you guys, it's down to you to push it all forward. I've done my bit.
The thing is, right, guys, you wouldn't be here right now if you didn't want to learn something and you wasn't creative. You guys are all here for a reason, to hopefully pick something up, to take back to your shop, to try out and better yourselves. Hey, that's why we come here, because when we're in our breaks, we go and watch people.
Yeah, that's very true. We never stop learning, okay? I will quite happily stand there and watch someone else cut hair. I watch the guys in my shop, I come to shows, I go all over the world, and I will still stand there and I will still ask questions and try and get some knowledge shared, okay? Knowledge is free most of the time, all right? And I'm always happy to share whatever I know, even if it just means that you learn a little bit of something. Correct?
100%, 100%.
Right? Add that into your game. Never try and be someone that is already about, all right? I'm already baldy. No one can be me. I'm a one person. But if I can give you a little something, and he can give you a little something, and he can give you a little something, add that to who you are, and you're your own person. Okay? That's what it's about. That's what the industry's about. Where we at, guys?
Oh, hey, I'm nearly done.
About ready to close almost.
I'm done. I'm spraying up Zach, giving him a bit of skin tonic, making him look fresh. Zach must have stayed up last night because, you know, he looks a bit tired. Oh, you left the bed early though, so why are you looking so tired? Matt, needs a bit of skin tonic?
Lovely, thanks very much.
Right. Well.
I like that tonic.
Yeah, it smells nice, man.
There you go.
Real nice.
Look, one lucky person. Who's going to catch this? Ready? Catch. There you go, that's yours. He hates it when I do that.
You gave it away?
Yeah.
I needed it.
Look, it's lovely, isn't it?
Axel, can I borrow it for a second?
You're not getting it back now.
Yeah, it's all gone. Well, guess what? I'm gonna open this one. Since you had your hand up, there you go. This
I feel really bad now. Look, I got a spare.
Yeah, same. I got a spare over here.
Ready? Good catch. I like that.
Hands up who wants the last one then. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. You need to be a bit louder. Hands up who wants this one then. This is the only guy who shouted. Come on, son. You can have that.
There you
we go.
Never let it be said that barbers turn up on the fellowship stage and don't give you something. All right? Who else did that for you? Just us.
Well, I guess that's our time, fellas.
Right, are we done? We're ready?
Round of applause for our models.
Okay, if models want to stand up at the front quick, you can have a quick look, have a turn around, give it a spin.
Oh, he's taking his gown. Oh, no, he's keeping his gown
Keeping it on.
There we go.
There you go.
There we go. 1, 2, 3 different looks. Hope you've learned something. I've been Baldy. This is John. This is Kieran.
Thank you guys so much for allowing us to have this time with you.
Oh, look at him, look at him. He's very cute, isn't he?
Nice. Oh, I love the fellowship stage. Lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
I ain't leaving. I'm not leaving.
They're going to have to kick us off.
Unfortunately, I've got to go now. Love to all of you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Make sure you guys visit Salon Success to get all that Maverick product.
Yeah, they're ready to come off, I think.
Sure. Thank you, guys, from Mavericks. Great. Models, thank you very much. That means you can go. Thank you, guys. So, as we're coming to a close of our second packed out day, please don't disappear because we have a fantastic guest to appear up on our live lounge. Go on, girls, that's fine, yeah. To appear up on our live lounge. We always welcome him to this stage, and he obviously is a world-renowned hairdresser that many, many people look up to. So let's welcome back up onto the live lounge our next guest.
Hi everybody, here we are at Salon International 2019 and I'm here live doing our internet feed here on the Fellowship stage. Now on the Fellowship stage we have seen the most incredible work up here and I've got a little group of rogues over here who are going to talk to me. Ladies and gentlemen, the Salon International this year has been amazing. How have you found it, guys?
For us it's been amazing, but actually what about you? I mean, how many years have you been coming to Salon International, and what have you been doing for the last 2 days?
Well, this is probably, for Salon International, this is probably my 28th Salon International.
Wow.
Yeah, so a lot of Salon International. And this Salon International has been incredibly busy. We always launch our brand new collection. This year we've launched House of Luxury. Yeah, the House of Luxury. Now, I want to tell you a little bit, just very quickly, the reason why we went House of Luxury is because so many people want luxury. They want that look to be expensive, don't they? And one of the funny things, Ken, is I've called it House of Luxury because so many people are I'm part of their life story. I'm part of their family. So it's my house, it's my home, and I'm inviting them to my home, to the House of Luxury.
Really interesting you say that, Patrick, about being part of Life Story. I don't know if you saw when we were backstage that the girl I was talking to used to work for me. And she said, oh my God, I remember coming to see Patrick when I first came to Salon International and I didn't know who he was, but I was like, you must still get that all the time.
Well, I remember, I used to have very, very long hair, for some of you that may remember me. And I remember people used to go, who's that guy? Now, he's got long hair. And of course, that was always my trademark. And you're right, I mean, I've got a lot of people that come up to me and say, I followed you for 29 years. I followed you for 20 years. I've seen you, my mum's seen you, my grandmother's seen you. I now see you. So, you know, I'm part of people's life story.
And just on that note, because you know, I've traveled loads of times to like India, doing workshops and things like that. And after 3 years, you start going back thinking, how am I going to cut this long hair different? Now, you've obviously made a niche for long hair. And knowing people that are in the audience for 28 years, how do you do that?
I love reinvention. Creativity is about reinvention. So every year I'm challenged with a new collection. And this year, can I tell you, my brand new USB has 15 hairstyles, 15 creations that have got new ideas, new techniques, some really exciting braids that are simple and easy. When I'm putting a collection together, one of the most important things for me is, can the people watching it do it? And that's what's important, Ken. And that's what gives you longevity, creating success for other people.
So how would you go about, when you start thinking about your collections and things like that, how would you go about breaking this down? Because like you just said, it's all about how you can then educate it to people. What comes first? Does the idea and the style come first and then the breakdown? Or do you think about how you can educate something and then that becomes a style?
Well, it's very organic, as creativity is. So what will happen is, let's take our starting blocks as Salon International. So I've just launched my brand new collection over the last 2 days. So what happens now, that's gone to bed. So 2020 is in bed. It's gone, yeah? It's gone. So already in November, I start looking at 2021. So what I start to do is I start getting concepts together. Now, when I'm traveling the world, what I'll do is I'll work a hairstyle, I'll sketch it out, because I'm a great one for sketching and doing things. I'll sketch it out, I'll put it away for a while, then when I get home, I have a workshop at home, I'll bring out a mannequin head, I'll do a hairstyle, I'll put it up on top of the fireplace in my workshop, then I'll leave it, and then I'll go off to another country or another place. I get another 1 or 2 ideas. I put them up on the mantelpiece. Then I come back and I go, oh no, I'm going to take that one and pull it back down again. By the time I do this, after about 6 months, I've got 20 mannequins, 20 or 25 mannequins sitting up in my workroom, all with new and groundbreaking ideas on how to put long hair up. So then I look at those ideas, and then what I do is I go, what is the simplest hairstyle in all these hairstyles? That one is, okay? I'm going to pull that one down. What's the hook? So what will turn the hairdresser on about that one as opposed to those ones? As soon as I find out what the hook is, I go, right, that's the hook. Now let's take that down, that down, that down, and let's design 3 more with that hook and that idea. So it's a real process of elimination, because once I lay this down on a USB, on education or on online digital education, it's got to be the purest message to get that hairstyle across.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, because obviously, when I first ever went to one of your seminars, you talk about the hook. And, you know, we all know, I mean, I'm a salon owner. When I'm interviewing lots of people coming in, it's mostly blokes. I don't do hair up, okay? And it's mostly the blokes. But so many don't do it. And I remember going to see that seminar, and you were the master of 1 pin. And I'd never seen anything like that. And I was like, holy shit. Because normally, everyone else is putting 5,000 pins in, and you did these looks with 1 pin.
Oh, I love it. It's kind of folklore now, isn't it?
My
It's
jaw
folklore.
hit the floor. And I was like, how do you do that? Like, without panic that it's going to fall down. Are you still an advocate of 1 pin?
I was never really an advocate of 1 pin. I think, to be honest with you, I probably had a few more in there and no one saw them. But you're absolutely right. I must tell you a story. So I had a very good friend once who was doing a show for her salon. She bought the model out, beautiful model with a big hairpiece. She took the hairpiece, put the hairpiece on, put 1 pin in it, and the model walked forward and the hairpiece fell on the floor. She said to me afterwards, I said, what are you doing? Why did you put 1 pin in? She said, well, Patrick Cameron puts 1 pin in. So, you know what? I do use very, very few. You're absolutely right. It's all about the technique and the foundation. But yeah, thank you. It's folklore now, 1 pin.
I always think about that. I'd be one of those blokes if I turned up for interview. And I always think it's that, when I watch people like yourself, it's that way of manipulating hair. What do you do pre that to get it to the stage where it can be manipulated?
Well, I mean, preparation is always the key thing. So what I will do is I love hot rollering. I hot roller hair all the time. I create movement, I create body, I create shape in the hair. So when I start working with the hair, as my hands flow over the hair automatically responds to what I want to do to it. So there is preparation to the hair before that. But you know, I'm always saying to hairdressers, don't use the mirror. Stand back. Use your eyes, use your emotions. Look at the hairstyle, move around the hairstyle. Make the customer, the client, the model feel as though they're the most important person, and create it on your instincts by looking at everything. Long hair, like a haircut, is 3-dimensional. You can't just look in a mirror and go back and forth.
100%. I mean, and I think on that note, I'm not sure whether, hopefully you've done, our message this weekend has been about our 3rd pillar of opportunity, which is our new digital platform called The Knowledge. And that is an educational tool. And we have pushed out to a few people, and your name comes on that list of people who they want to see do some work.
Yes.
So I would like to invite you to be part of The Knowledge in the new year, to share.
Yep.
It's an online portal that will be exclusive to members,
well, you know,
but it is educational, and
it's
I think you're the
educational.
perfect person.
Well, I mean, I truly believe, I mean, we have a huge online digital presence. We have over 160 hairstyles that can come to your mobile phone, your Android, your app, whatever, to your iPad. So we believe in it. We believe in education fully, as the fellowship does. I believe a healthy mix of digital online, a healthy mix of social influences, and the way that we look at hair trends and fashions. But let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's keep the education physical. Let's keep the educators motivated and out there, because we need a harmony of both. You need someone to tell you when you're learning a hairstyle on YouTube, you need someone to tell you, excuse me, but that really isn't very, very good at all. In fact, I would say in my lovely northern accent from the north, it's shite.
Over your, I mean, you've had the most epic career, Patrick,
Yes.
and obviously the industry's changed so much. I mean, even in my tiny fraction of a career, it's changed from when I started to right now. So on that development, like, how do you stay current? How do you think of ways of doing that? Is it like going with your online and things like that, just kind of flowing with it?
I think you have to. I mean, you've got to stay current. But also, too, what's really interesting, you have to stay true to who you are. You've got to stay, I mean, I'm a brand. I'm a Patrick Cameron brand, you know. I remember someone coming up to me, going to me, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're a real person. I thought you were a brush." That's what they said to me. They thought I was a brush. So when I'm staying current, I have to look at what is trend, what do hairdressers need, what are they struggling with, how can I make that a reality, how can I help them, but at the same time, stay true to who I am as a hairdresser and what my brand is. So you won't see Patrick Cameron doing crazy avant-garde hair with pineapples sticking out here and green bits and purple bits and so on. I leave that to other people because what Patrick Cameron does, very few people can do. So I stay true to my brand about what I want to do.
So, I mean, I could sit here and talk to you for hours, Patrick. I mean, so these guys are knowing the guys online, a little insight into your kind of couple of quick fire questions. Who would you rather be, Superman or Wonder Woman?
Who would I rather be, Superman or Wonder Woman? Superman, because he can fly.
Can Wonder Woman not? I don't know.
I got a quick question.
Yes.
Last time you did a haircut?
Oh, last time I did a haircut on my husband's hair. So that was very, my last time. I do cut hair every now and then. But the reason I don't cut hair, and this is honest, yeah, this is the reason I don't cut hair, because I love cutting hair. I don't have a story. It's not me. So what I can do is a beautiful haircut, but I'll tell you what, when you see a Patrick Cameron long hair, that's Patrick Cameron 101, 100% me. For a haircut, I'm just copying someone.
Yeah.
Probably badly.
Yeah. Thanks for your honesty.
What would be 3 words to describe yourself?
3 words. Oh, charismatic, warm, and very, very loyal. Yeah?
Cool.
Yeah. And that's just off the top of my head, you know. And I use that word loyalty because I have so many wonderful hairdressers coming up to me, giving me a cuddle all day. They come up to me, and I love that, and I love their loyalty, so I respect it.
Yeah. I'm a lover of loyalty. So, dark chocolate or milk chocolate?
Oh, milk chocolate. I'm definitely a milk chocolate boy.
Milk chocolate kind of guy.
Red or white? Wine.
Wine, red or wine. Well, here's a little bit of knowledge for you. I don't drink alcohol. And I never have. It's not because I'm against it. It's not for any religious reasons or anything like that. I just never did it. So consequently, I'm a sparkling or still water. I'm definitely a sparkling water boy.
I don't think you really need alcohol to liven up a room, mate.
I remember people used to say to me, "Patrick, we saw you last night and you were absolutely drunk. You were off your head." I said, "No, I wasn't." "Yes, you were. Yes, you were." I said, "No, I wasn't."
I don't drink.
But I think they're thinking of themselves more than me.
Yeah. And probably it was me standing next to you, falling over. Anyway, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you guys for coming up and obviously finishing up our day. It's been an absolute pleasure to have all of you in the audience and especially you guys online on our Facebook feed and YouTube and live on our website. We will be back tomorrow. We're a jam-packed day, including the finals of Fame Team. So those lucky people will be up doing their competitions as well as seeing a lot of our projects and some fantastic art teams. So thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.